"This is all right," said Daphne, sounding a bit underwhelmed. Her breasts jiggled, and Harry would never look at molded jellies the same way ever again. "Sorry," said Harry, admiring a very nice pair of breasts. She really was bloody gorgeous. After a few minutes, Harry sped up a bit. They jiggled more, and Harry tried to memorize how that looked. Only his bits were, inside her, and it was hard to think. "Don't speed up," said Daphne. Harry eventually came, as tired as if he'd played Quidditch, but it felt good. Harry rolled off Daphne onto the bed. A hot bath could wait. Daphne pulled up the covers. "Night," she said. Harry fell asleep. Harry woke up feeling a bit hungover. And the bed smelt musky and Daphne they'd done it last night. He reached over and found his glasses and blinked a bit. The room was still darkish. Daphne was asleep on her side and drooling on the pillow, and she had terrible breath. Harry grabbed his wand and cast a breath-freshening charm as quietly as he could, then one on Daphne. She mumbled and rolled over, and started to snore softly. Harry's arms ached. He got up, pulled on his pajamas, used the loo, and filled his bathtub for a hot soak. As he turned the taps off, Daphne appeared in her nightie, said, "Thank you," and sat on the loo. Harry left the bathroom and closed the door. After the loo flushed, he opened the door in time to see Daphne's shoulders sliding into the now bubbly bath. "Ah," she said, "thank you for running the bath." Harry left the bathroom, closing the door, and went and poured a bath in her bathroom. Mineral salts looked good, so he put some in. That'd been a Quidditch training thing. He got in and soaked. He fell asleep. Someone poked him awake. "Get out of my bathroom," said a blurry, probably clothed Daphne. Breakfast was breakfast. Daphne had already had hers. Harry had a list of things to do on his desk in the library, so he went out and did one: roof leaking on a house in Bath. He had to get some metal flashing, coming home for lunch. Teddy was with Molly Weasley, which was really convenient for everyone actually. Daphne was sitting waiting for Harry. "You're late," she said. Harry kissed her hand, then sat down and started to eat. "Thank you for running me a bath," said Daphne. "I wanted a bath, I was really stiff," explained Harry. Daphne's lips twitched. Had she thought that was funny? She had, and he knew exactly what her breasts looked like now. How they looked smaller today made no sense at all. "The Millings house in Bath, the leaky roof. I had to buy some metal for the ridge, finding a shop took time," said Harry. "But it's done. One morning is all it took." "Practice," said Harry. "I'm glad this place's roof is charmed impervious." Harry ate and wondered. Finally, he couldn't hold it in and said, "About last night." "We did what we had to," said Daphne. "Yeah," said Harry. "Sorry, I really didn't know what I was doing." "Well, try to know before we have to do it again," said Daphne. "I understand there are books." "Again?" asked Harry. He swallowed and thought, "I've got nothing on tonight. If you turn up, we could both have nothing on." "We will need children at some point for the family," said Daphne. "I need to produce a greengrass heir as well." Harry thought, then spoke. "So too, then." "I suppose," said Daphne, sounding unenthusiastic. Harry ate quietly, looking up now and then to see Daphne eating, then reading letters. But also his imagination could now take her clothes off. Harry cleared his mind using his limited occlumency skills and felt a little detached from reality. "This afternoon my sister's coming over," said Daphne. "I'll look at the Milburns' carpet problems," said Harry. "I'll see if I can repair it without them noticing." "You can't," said Daphne. "They've had years of repairs, it's too thin now." "Measuring tape and new carpet then," said Harry. "They're rug style like here. Can you get something from the Muggles cheaply?" asked Daphne. "I'll go see a rug store. There's one having a sale," said Harry. "All rug stores are having a sale, always," said Daphne. "Oh," said Harry. "Well, I'll see what they have that will fit." "Get it delivered here. There's no way you can get a rug there without the Muggles seeing," said Daphne. "So I'll have to hang around," said Harry. "Get some rest. You're working too hard," said Daphne. Harry sighed and made a little mental list for the afternoon. "I don't know what you're so mopey about. You got to lie with me yesterday," said Daphne. And it was very, sexy, said Harry. It hadn't been like he'd imagined. They'd both been nervous, and really he'd had better wanks. Please don't demand sex, said Daphne in a brittle tone. I wouldn't, replied Harry nervously. He'd had sex with her, but not because they both wanted to, just so her gran wouldn't get a nasty surprise. Still, had sex, and she was actually, the bloody wedding dress wasn't false advertising. All the other clothes were just making her look less sexy, and his pants became extremely uncomfortable just like that. Good, said Daphne tersely. Then she looked at his robes and lifted her nose, looking slightly smug. Harry didn't think about that. That afternoon, Harry visited the Milburns and took measurements of the carpets. They were all threadbare anyway. Mr. Potter, will you get us replacement carpets? Asked Mrs. Milburn, a tired woman with 4 children of various ages. I'll get something ordered today and drop it off when it arrives at my store, said Harry. Oh, thank you, Mr. Potter, and thank Mrs. Black. She was so understanding, said Mrs. Milburn, her watery gray eyes and lank hair making Harry doubted her children gave her any time to rest. Of course Daphne would be understanding. That's tenant management. Why is Mrs. Black and not Mrs. Potter? Asked Mrs. Milburn a bit later. I'm Mr. Black when I'm with her, said Harry. I inherited being the head of Black from my godfather. He had no children. Oh, I hope you're not planning on having a Mrs. Potter as well, said Mrs. Milburn. Harry laughed. Oh, Merlin, no. One wife is plenty, thanks, said Harry with a slight smile. My cousin, Mr. Malfoy, was going to have 2, but legal issues meant he didn't. Didn't he go to Azkaban? Said Mrs. Milburn. He was on the wrong side in the war, said Harry. We never got on. Isn't Mrs. Malfoy your sister-in-law? Asked Mrs. Milburn boldly. Yes, Mrs. Milburn, she is my sister-in-law. I believe she's with my wife this afternoon. I suspect they will be talking about tenant management and their charity work for St. Mungo's, said Harry. And he suddenly remembered her smug nose lift. She was slightly smug about having shagged him, which felt strange. I'm sure you can read about their next public appearance in the newspapers and magazines, he finished, feeling a bit irritated at talking about his family stuff with his tenant. And now, horny again. Stupid, sexy wife. I'm sorry, Mr. Black, said Mrs. Milburn. Mrs. Milburn, do you get any time to yourself? Asked Harry. With the children, I'm a bit busy, she admitted. Mrs. Molly Weasley's very good with children and has a farm for them to play on. Her fluid dress is the burrow, said Harry. He left with a notebook page, or 2 of sketched rooms with measured dimensions for carpets. The Muggle rug store was covered in sale signs, and Harry found the rugs he needed, in a pattern that didn't look too modern and Muggle. The shopkeeper agreed to get his cousin to deliver tomorrow for an extra £50. Harry's bank card paid, and he set off for a quiet alley. He needed a drink. =0=. Harry dropped in at the Hog's Head and approached the bar. Aberforth looked at Harry and picked out a glass and tipped fire whiskey in it. There you go, said Aberforth. Harry went to pick out coins and Aberforth said simply, first drinks on the house. Harry paid for his second, and someone sat down next to Harry as he eyed the shady characters of the bar. Harry, said George Weasley. George, said Harry. How are things? Said George, not really asking. Not great, said Harry, never mentioning that, he decided. Yeah, said George, my sister wasn't happy with you. Well, being unacceptable would have ended her whole family, said Harry, and compared to dying it's not bad. She's a good-looking witch, said George. My sister's got an insecurity about her bra size now. Harry couldn't help a twitch of the side of his mouth. Size isn't everything, he said, though they were bigger than expected. The memory of them jiggling as he That wedding dress was pretty good, said George. Harry's brain reminded him of what Daphne looked like naked. If she'd been into it, it would have been amazing. Mind-blowing, probably. Yeah, said Harry, scared me really, he admitted. Not that he was still scared of her. He just didn't want her to get upset, that was all, and wanted her to take her clothes off, and his pants were now really uncomfortable. George snorted. I've got to get back to the flat. Ange is coming around for hot pot. Harry went to see the Hogwarts Memorial, then apparated home. He felt suitably sad and had got those silly, horny thoughts out of his head. Harry sat down for dinner and waited. Daphne and Astoria arrived much later, Astoria wearing black. Daphne and Astoria's place settings being only at arm length away. Astoria seemed amused and was elbowing Daphne. Daphne looked annoyed. Again, Harry reached out and took her hand and kissed it. Her hand was slightly cool, but so small and soft, given it could grip like a pair of iron pincers. We had afternoon tea with Mother, said Astoria, and Great-Aunt was there. Shut up, muttered Daphne. And Great-Aunt hit Daphne with a chastity detection charm, and it failed, said Astoria. Nice work, Harry. Daphne pointed her index finger right at Harry. Not a word. Her eyes were narrowed and not dark. Harry put his hands up placatingly. Of course not, dear, he said, and her lips narrowed momentarily. He felt a flush of entertainment at baiting her. Astoria huffed. I'm a widow. I'm supposed to have a prurient interest in my family's love lives. Technically, said Daphne, it had better be technically. Astoria smirked. I'm a widow. I'm allowed. Is she really? Asked Harry. Not if anyone looks at her marriage history, said Daphne. Look, dear, you were a very good girl at Hogwarts, but people used broom closets, said Harry. You didn't, said Daphne bitterly. Oh, we are not doing this right now, thought Harry. I thought we agreed not to discuss this with family, ever, said Harry calmly. Daphne nodded. But Harry, you and Daphne, said Astoria. How often are you two doing it? We're not talking about it, said Harry. Daphne shot Harry a glare, but Astoria went red in the face. Oh, Merlin, Astoria said. Harry, do you have any athletic single friends? Harry couldn't stop himself and snorted, chuckling. Daphne looked a bit annoyed, but in her eyes, Harry saw a hint of amusement. Harry started eating. Great-Aunt then wanted to know when the children were coming, said Daphne. Harry choked. Daphne was looking at him, one eyebrow up. I explained about our neglected business interests, said Daphne. She'd waited on purpose, Harry realized. Sarcastic witch. And honestly, that was worse than thinking about her in the nutty, as she could be sarcastic any time. So now Great-Aunt thinks you're an incompetent business manager, said Astoria. I am, said Harry. Daphne is, and always has been the business brains of the family. You did say that at your wedding, said Astoria, digging into her meal thoughtfully. It was when Harry had just taken a mouthful of dessert that Astoria asked, so, if Draco as head of Malfoy and Black was going to have 2 wives, why isn't there a Mrs. Potter? That Weasley girl, for example. Harry choked on the mouthful he was eating and coughed dessert onto the table in an undignified way. Astoria, please don't try to choke my husband to death, said Daphne, looking daggers at Harry. I feel that Daphne would not appreciate a second wife, and I just can't. I was brought up in the Muggle world. You can only have one wife there, and that's how I'm going to live my life. And I'd poison you if you tried, asked Daphne, tilting her head. Oh, I can't please one woman, I couldn't please 2, said Harry. Daphne went red in the neck, her face staying pale. On closer inspection, she was wearing some makeup. Husbands don't have both wives in bed at the same time, said Astoria, looking a bit pink. Malfoy would have tried, said Harry, confident that Draco had been just as male as Harry, if better groomed and an arsehole. Much later, Harry walked past the office and asked Daphne, Kangak. Go away, Potter, said Daphne. Harry walked in and full of a spirit of perversity, took Daphne's unresisting hand and kissed her knuckles. Good night, dear, he said, and left. She smelt so nice, and hadn't actually tried to hex him at all. Harry was eating breakfast when Astoria came in and getting some tea and a scone, sat down. You're not sharing a bed with Daphne, she said. Your sister snores, said Harry, largely resisting the urge to smile. Astoria gulped some tea. You two really are, she said, blinking. We're married, said Harry blandly, and Astoria nearly choked, and Harry felt warm contentment. Her sister, he decided, wasn't that hard to crack up. With some timing, he suspected he could get drink to come out her nose. By Yule, he thought, he'd have her nose spraying. Then he'd need to organize a party where she was where George could see. He would appreciate the artistry of a good nose squirt, as would Ginny. And just like that, Harry felt depressed. A bit later, Daphne came in, as Harry was reading the damn Daily Prophet again. "Is it true Harry won't sleep in the same bed as you because you snore?" asked Astoria. "I don't snore," said Daphne defensively. Harry took her hand and kissed it. "And that's why I'm in my own bed," lied Harry happily. "I like having a whole bed to myself," countered Daphne, taking some tea. As Astoria went for some kippers, Daphne made eye contact with Harry and nodded subtly. Harry winked. Daphne looked away suddenly. Harry picked up Daphne's hand and kissed her knuckles again on the way out of the dining room. Astoria exclaimed, "Oh, you're getting lucky tonight, sis." As the night drew on, Harry Warming charmed his bed and waited till midnight, trying to understand the business accounts, then gave up and cast the lamp extinguishing spell and went to sleep, disappointed. She hadn't come, where two British magicals get together by accident. The course of true love never did run smooth. The course of this story is once again more like a pinball on an improbable journey. By an Orc, the Harry Potter Wizarding World Setting and Characters by J.K. Rowling, with no intent to profit from this work. Chapter 8. Harry saw a large bookstore outside the property he was trying to recharm the chimney of, so before lunch he went in and looked around. A book on special caught his eye, the Kinsey Institute New Report on Sex. Harry swallowed his embarrassment and bought the book. Harry started reading the book after dinner in his room and found himself by parts stunned and humiliated. He'd known nothing, he realized. Poor Daphne, he'd only just managed to do a terrible job. Harry felt guilty. Nobody had explained, and neither of them had any idea. He kept reading. This was a fascinating book, if a bit academic mostly for his life. The only problem was that the next time he saw Daphne in jeans and a woolly jumper after lunch, he imagined snogging her on the couch in the drawing room, then, well, getting her off properly. He might have stared at her a bit more than usual. 3 days later, Daphne confronted him over breakfast, slamming the Kinsey book down on the dining table. "What are you doing with a book about smut?" she said angrily. "It's not," said Harry. "Try reading the introduction. It's a factual book about sex, how it works, and what people think and do." "If you think some sort of steamy book is going to make me into some kind of nymphomaniac, you couldn't be more wrong," said Daphne. Harry's libido started to sulk. It's not that kind of book," said Harry. "It's written by healers to explain how sex works, not to encourage snogging." Harry reached over and kissed her hand. She glared at him over her hand as he kissed her but didn't draw her hand back. She just smelt so good. Whatever her perfume was, Harry knew it had to be part Amortentia. It just had to. Harry's lunch and dinner were marred by cold food and an irate Daphne. She'd evidently had words with Creature, and stalked around the house behind him. The hair on the back of his neck prickled, but she didn't hex him in the back. Harry started just walking up and down the stairs for the heck of it, and Daphne followed him anyway. Harry felt that was a shame, as he had hoped she'd end up in front of him on the stairs, so he could watch her the shape of her jeans. But she was making loud panting sounds by dinner time, so Harry mused at least she wore herself out. Though she did just stare at him as he ate cold soup and cold ham and cold everything for dinner. But she did seem to have got her breath back very quickly, given she'd been breathing so loudly behind him that afternoon. He wasn't stupid enough to say, "Girls are strange." He was stupid enough not to work out why Daphne had been panting, but then again, he lacked imagination in such matters. Harry persevered, with the chimney concealing charms in the library after dinner, and woke up the next day with sore legs. After the usual quiet war over bacon, he left, secure in the knowledge that she'd have sore legs too. After 2 cold days sitting on the tenant's roof disillusioned, casting spells, he had the smoke hidden for one more tenant. At breakfast, Daphne spoke up. "I'd like to apologize," she said. "That book is not smut." Harry nodded, apology accepted. He kissed her hand once again. This hand-kissing business was kind of nice. And good manners, so always okay. I wish I'd been given the damn book before when I was married, she said. Harry felt that meant it was okay to discuss, well, stuff, but maybe not in gory detail. Yeah, about that. Sorry about my performance. In my defense, I had no idea at all. Well, you weren't that bad, said Daphne, surprisingly graciously. I had no idea how boy parts worked. I knew about lying back and thinking of England, but Well, if my muggle bookworm friend had given me the book, apart from dying of embarrassment, I wouldn't have been so weird about masturbation, said Harry. I had an even more sheltered upbringing than you. I avoided those discussions in dorms. I knew I had to produce a next Greengrass after father, and I expected to marry a rich pure blood, so I decided to be a model pure blood, said Harry blandly. You were quite pleased to be Mrs. Black, engaged to Malfoy. Do you not like men? I think I like men, said Daphne, but don't think I'm going to come begging for sexual congress. You're definitely not a begging sort of a girl, said Harry. The sort that bloody well takes it when she wants it, Harry thought. Being on the right side of sexy Daphne would be different in a really good way, Harry mused. I might need medical care, but good. You don't like me, do you, Potter? Asked Daphne. Harry wondered what to say. Our marriage, it's not what I expected, and it's not what my parents had, said Harry. It's a disappointment. But also, you're beautiful and smell nice, and I wish the sex was better. And being smarter than Ron about girls, I'm never ever saying that. Choose your next words carefully, husband, or I will hex you, said Daphne. Harry decided not to say the bit about the sex, in the interest of not needing medical attention. But the lack of romantic stuff sort of it ate away at his soul. And in the interest of not needing his testicles reattached, he didn't say that outright. You learnt things at Hogwarts in dorms. Don't do what the bloke going to the infirmary with his bits detached did. For example, really stuck in your mind as a horny teenager. Come with me, my room, I need to show you this, said Harry, and he angrily apparated away from the dining table. Daphne cracked into Harry's room a moment after Harry, wand drawn. Over here, said Harry, and went over and stroked the frame of a black and white photograph that showed two young adults in winter clothes standing outside by the Black Lake of Hogwarts, a long-haired woman and a tallish man with messy hair and glasses. They were standing side by side, arm in arm, and they turned to each other and kissed, sweetly, and went back to looking at the camera. That's my parents, probably a bit younger than me even. That's my reference for a married couple. My aunt and uncle were never loving, not where I could see. So when I got this photo, I set my heart on it. A heart, Harry realized that his heart ached. He cleared his mind, and the prickling at the edge of his eyes stopped. He wasn't going to cry in front of a girl. Especially not her. She had ice water in her veins most of the time. That's awfully unfair, said Daphne. We're in an arranged marriage. They're not like love matches, they're about securing wealth usually. Harry stopped stroking the frame with his fingertip. Why did Narcissa even want you, and Astoria? Harry asked. It clearly wasn't so Draco had two hotties catering to his every wish. And Harry had to quickly clear his mind before the very idea had his pants disarranging themselves. Besides, Astoria was annoying. We're pure-blooded and rich, said Daphne levelly. The Parkinsons are rich too, said Harry, and he fought to not imagine both Greengrass sisters in lingerie having a pillow fight in his bed. Occulamancy was very difficult under pressure. Harry's head ached. And we're not a dark-aligned family. Draco would have been able to occupy a more middle political position in post-war England, said Daphne. But he was the worst pure-blood bigot ever, said Harry. He what? But unlike his father, not a big fan of actual dark magic, said Daphne. Well, sorry you don't get to be useful that way, said Harry. For such an upper-class woman, you're really good with the tenants. Some of them can get really annoying. Upper class? Asked Daphne. We're in the Sacred 28, but really, everyone is. My family isn't, said Harry. Dad was a pure blood, but he married Mum. The Potters aren't in the Sacred 28, said Daphne, and I always wondered why. Theo has a very droll theory. Theo, asked Harry, crossing his arms defensively. Not. Oh God, it's going to come out that she fancies not, isn't it, thought Harry. for some reason that made him feel angry. Harry didn't bother suppressing that feeling. It was quite all right, he thought. She was his wife, after all. His grandfather, Cantankerous Not, wrote Nature's Nobility in the 30s, said Daphne. It sounded like that book had been around forever, said Harry. Hermione didn't ever tell me this, he thought, and Ron, actual pureblood, in said group didn't tell me either. Harry felt a little let down by his team. Some families are rumored to have paid not to get in the book, said Daphne, as if giving a confidence. But not Potter, said Harry firmly. It was pretty clear this was going to be another long, veiled insult. Harry's stomach started to ache like he'd swallowed tea that was too hot. Theo says his grandfather said anyone with a name lots of muggles have can't be a proper pure blood, said Daphne, raising her eyebrows and looking at him expectantly. That's all, my surname's common. It's only been our surname since 1280 odd anyway, said Harry, feeling slightly incredulous. That was the stupidest, most badly researched. Hermione could have academically kicked Nott's grandfather up and down the library without breaking a sweat. Although, knowing Hermione, probably literally too. Daphne turned slightly pale. You know your family tree back to then, she said, incredulous. Harry felt that showed she had not prepared for marrying him. Well, you'd think she as a sodding pureblood would have looked his family up. It was in books. It wasn't secret like the Deathly Hallows or anything. No, just that Linfred of Stinchcombe's son Hardwin married Iolanthe Peveril in 1280. Iolanthe was the only child of a Peveril, maybe Ignatius, maybe one of his children. Hardwin called himself Potter. The start of my surname, said Harry. You learn things in a tent with nothing to do but read books. If only we'd taken a bale of pot noodles. Damn, we were stupid. And hungry, but mostly stupid. Harry sighed, thinking of pot noodles that never happened. He didn't consider that without the Deathly Hallows, he might have died in the war, because he didn't like thinking about anything to do with that last desperate walk alone into the forest. Harry was completely fine. Daphne sat one down on the edge of Harry's desk, crossing her knees, sitting primly. And why do you, of all people, suddenly roll out the sort of family tree that gets pure-blood supremacists stiffies? That's Dad. Mum's parents were muggles, said Harry dismissively. And you're a Parselmouth. You didn't get that from your father. Harry thought if James Potter had been able to talk to snakes, he'd have used them in his childish war against Slytherin and Snape. Mum had learnt magic with Snape before Hogwarts and been clever. Mum was quite clever, said Harry, leaving that on the table as it were. Well, obviously, she came up with something that stopped the killing curse, said Daphne. And that was a compliment to his muggle-born mother, Harry realized. Dumbledore said it was a mother's loving sacrifice that did that, said Harry. She didn't have a wand. I've seen memories of her dying. Harry sniffed. You saw the Dark Lord's memories? Asked Daphne. We could see each other's at the end of the war. Can't say why. Because secrets, said Harry. And Harry suspected he was going to have a certain nightmare again tonight. If you don't talk about it, it's mostly boring nightmares and, of course, wet dreams about sexy over there. Daphne sat, looking thoughtful. Have you gone back there? She asked in a small voice, back to the Potter house. Once, admitted Harry, during the war in winter. Nope, thought Harry. It's gonna be a medley of nightmares tonight. Highlights reel, really. Lucky effing me. Did you explore it thoroughly? Do you still own it? She asked. Harry almost smiled. Typical Daphne questions. No and yes, I guess, said Harry. The ministry put a sign up. Well, we should go, said Daphne, and visit their graves. Harry suddenly thought that taking his actual live wife to see his parents' graves, to say hello, was probably a thing he really needed to do. It was probably past time, and he was going to have nightmares tonight anyway, so there was no harm in doing more stuff that would ruin his sleep. Dress Muggle, said Harry. It's a mostly Muggle village. Daphne took a deep breath. Front door, 10 minutes. Can you get ready in 10 minutes? Asked Harry. Easily, said his wife confidently. She stood and disappeared with a crack of disapparation, leaving a hint of her perfume behind. She apparated in being at the front door in Muggle clothes, and Harry checked his watch, under 10 minutes flat. She had a coat on over her jeans, and boots. Harry took Daphne's arm. "I'll side along us," he said, stepped out on the front step, closed the door, and apparated through the crushing darkness. They appeared in the churchyard, not far from Harry's parents' grave. "Daphne, my mum and dad," said Harry, stepping closer to the white marble slab. "Mum, Dad, this is Daphne Q. Blackney Greengrass. There was a tricky legal thing and we're married," said Harry. "Sirius made me the head of Black, and it kind of snowballed with Aunt Narcissa signing a contract." Hopefully they'd have heard. He wasn't sure how it worked, the whole afterlife thing. "They can't hear you, dear," said Daphne. Harry suspected she meant dear ironically. As a sort of code for "I'm hacked off," when in company, he mused. Harry shook his head. That was a story he wasn't telling. He conjured a bunch of lilies and put it on their slab. "They were very young," said Daphne, reading the headstone. "You're older than your father was." "Yeah, well, he was a bit reckless," said Harry. "No wand, honestly." Daphne laughed. "You fought you-know-who, and you call your father reckless." "He didn't have his wand when Voldemort came through the front door," said Harry. "That was reckless." "Why ever not?" asked Daphne. "He never did tell me," said Harry, feeling that instant sinking bludger to the guts of "I shouldn't have said that." Daphne must have missed it, because she was looking at nearby tombstones. "This is a Peveril," she said, sounding surprised. "Yeah," said Harry. "What do I say now?" he wondered. "Why has it got Grindelwald's mark on it?" asked Daphne. "Is it vandalism?" "Grindelwald was obsessed with some Peveril history," said Harry. "He took the family sign and used it." "That's your Peveril family's mark. Why ever would they have such an odd mark?" she asked. "Just an old family thing," said Harry quietly. That was not something he was going to say. He'd sound madder than the Lovegoods. "Are there Peverils around?" asked Daphne. "Extinct on the male line since about 1280, said Harry, and he boldly Gryffindorishly said, "Apart from that, me." Daphne stamped her booted foot. "Don't do that. You're all half-blood and muggly, and suddenly you're related to a really old family and know all the important details. Some purebloods don't know as much about their family as you do." "Weasleys," said Harry lightly, "hardly know they're purebloods. Cedrilla Black married into them. Take a look at Cedrilla on the tapestry and then Ron's nose." Daphne snorted. "You're doing it to make me laugh now," she said. She had a smile and her eyes were alive with amusement. God, I need to crack her up. She's so beautiful when she laughs. "I am not," said Harry very plummily. Daphne calmed herself and held out her elbow. "Show my your parents' house." Harry looped his arm through hers, like people had on Hogwarts trips, and led her out of the churchyard, past the monument. Daphne took time to look at it. "They made your father look a lot fatter, and your mother a lot older," said Daphne critically. "Honestly, she looks at least 30 in this." Harry hadn't thought about it at the time, but they did look old on the monument. Harry led her past Bathilda Bagshot's old house. "That's where Bathilda Bagshot, the historian, used to live." "He killed her during the war," said Harry, skipping lots of things he would be reviewing later in bed asleep, trying not to scream, and stopped outside the ruined Potter cottage. Daphne looked at it. "Oh, it's worse than I imagined," she said. The cottage looked quite trashed. Then they went to go in the front gate, and the ministry's sign grew up, with its graffiti. "How awful," said Daphne, seemingly referring to the sign. Harry walked into his parents' old house again, this time in daylight. It was a terrible mess. All the movable things had been taken, by looters, Harry assumed. Daphne asked, "Is it upstairs?" Harry sighed and drew his wand, putting up a quick muggle-repelling charm. Then he repaired the staircase. It was easy, really. Practice, he supposed. "Come on up," said Harry, and followed the steps Voldemort had taken so long ago. He was breathing hard as he got to the nursery, but it looked too much like the memory from Tom, and his heart pounded, and his head felt wobbly. "Are you all right?" asked Daphne. "Not really," said Harry, honestly for once. "I remember going up the stairs, but as HIM, not me." Daphne gave a strange, upset-sounding groan. Harry took several calming breaths, staring at the floor. Clear your mind. Clear your mind. Stare at the floor, which was a mess. Harry drew his wand, cleared off the leaves that had blown in through the ruined wall. Clear the floor anyway. There was a terribly weathered, dirty old rug on the floor in the space where Harry was sure his cot had been. Just there, said Harry, pointing at the rug. Why have a rug under a cot? Asked Daphne. You can't stand there, the cot's in the way. Harry remembered. The rug had been under the cot. His breath caught. Harry flicked his wand and the rug tore up off the floor which had something carved into it. Harry cleaned the exposed wood off with a scourgify. Runes. The floor under his cot was covered in a carved circle, many angled shapes, and lots of runes. Harry, said Daphne, you need to get this piece out and take it home, she said very firmly. I think this is how your mother did it. Harry bit his lip and carefully cut a circle of floorboards out with a severing charm and levitated it out with a snap as the floor pulled off the joists. The circle of wood slid over and sat on the floor. I should conceal that it was here, said Harry. Can you just transfigure the hole away? Asked Daphne. McGonagall, I'm not, said Harry, and looking out the hole in the wall, he saw a scraggly tree in the backyard. He fired a cutting curse at the tree, and it fell down, trunk cut. A swish and flick of Harry's wand and the tree flew up, in through the hole in the wall and collapsed sideways over the hole. Harry concentrated on the tree and transfigured it into planks, then spread them in the hole and tapped each one with his wand, shrinking them to fit the hole. I'm impressed, said Daphne, as Harry vanished some leftover twigs. He levitated the dirty rug back over the new planks, then said, Are you good at shrinking charms? Usually only on bollocks, said Daphne lightly, and pulled her wand and shrank the magical floorboards into a tiny disc that she handed to Harry. That would go well on the wall, maybe the 3rd floor over the staircase. Like they were just talking about art, not Mum's greatest spell ever. With a little brass plaque, said Harry, like an art gallery. And she'd admitted to hexing the oddbollock at Hogwarts, but really the only girls that didn't were the really wet ones. If you couldn't work out that witches can pay blokes out, you had to be stupider than even Crabbe and Goyle. And Harry didn't know anyone stupider. In hindsight, Draco Malfoy had been pretty stupid, really. If he'd lived, Hermione would probably have hexed his face off at some point. Yes, said Daphne, because that's far beyond Newt-level runes, and the only person who ever worked out how to stop a killing curse made it. She was head girl and prefect for 3 years, said Harry. Slughorn wishes she'd been in Slytherin, and Harry realized that his mum had been more successful at classes than him. Did the headmistress like her? Asked Daphne. Yes, said Harry, one of her favorite students. My father was one of her least favorite, till Mum set him right. Then he made head boy. Daphne looked incredulous at that. Harry didn't explain about Dad learning the animagus transinformation at Hogwarts, because it sounded like bragging, in Harry's opinion. And he hadn't. And that felt uncomfortably like Dad had been better at magic than him. Worse at defense, obviously. Harry and Daphne explored the house, Harry patching and repairing as they went. You could fix the hole in the wall, you know, said Daphne. I'd need wood and stone, said Harry. You could do it with your overpowered repair charm, said Daphne. Go on, fix the place to keep out the weather. We came to have a look, not work, said Harry. I'll help, said Daphne, flicking her wand and vanishing some leaves and small animal bones. Harry went outside and looked at the back of the house, a big bit missing. It's not like he could. Well, maybe he could. After all, his parents would have expected him to get all E's, probably. He cast a repairing charm on the blown-out wall, concentrating intently on the wall being whole, the pieces joining back. The wall shuddered, and from the overgrown lawn, pieces of stone and wood arched through the air, and slowly, ever so slowly, the broken wall rebuilt itself. Harry was headachy when the last bit of the wall slotted into place. He walked around the cottage, in the front door and up to the nursery, and neatened up the interior wall with more repair charms. Daphne had left a wide trail of cleanliness, stopping in his parents' old bedroom. It was looted, the dresser's drawers out, the windows broken, the bed gone. She was gently repairing the broken windows, the pieces of glass spiraling up from outside to slide back into place with tooth-grating noises. Glass is the worst, said Harry. Help me out, said Daphne. Harry put the dresser drawers back with a packing charm. He was proud of having learnt it. How'd you do that? Packing charm, said Harry. To put drawers in, said Daphne incredulously. It worked, said Harry and fixed the last window. Are you done? Asked Daphne. No, said Harry, but the wall's there, so a few more broken windows, and the front door and it's sort of done. Who would live here, though? Asked Daphne. Muggles, said Harry, money's money, and they don't know anything about what happened. Daphne snorted. Imagine the ministry when they find out, she said, waving her hand in a sweeping gesture. Harry suddenly had a beatific smile on his face. I can, he said cheerfully. Telling some ministry git to go F themselves sounded so tempting. What will you do if they complain? Asked Daphne. Suggest they pay me rent instead, said Harry sarcastically. Daphne burst out laughing. Oh my, we could increase the price till they refuse, then lower it a tiny, tiny bit, she said. Harry laughed, and it filled out to a belly laugh. Oh, Daphne, you're brilliant, he said. Then he felt embarrassed and his ears felt hot. I am brilliant, she agreed. They completed fixing the windows and front door quietly. Harry knew he was blushing. Calling her brilliant, it's not like I was trying to chat her up. Daphne was nearly out of the house, so Harry turned and, remembering the spell from Slughorn's hideout, cast it sat the whole interior. Pieces of the house shot about, and it was, a minute later, merely empty. Harry pulled the door shut. Have to get a new key, he supposed. What were you doing? Asked Daphne from the bushes behind the front hedge. What are you doing? Harry replied. Getting cuttings from your mother's roses and lily bulbs, she said. Harry's throat closed up, but it was okay because apparition had no incantation. She apparated away, and Harry apparated to the front step. Daphne wasn't at the front door, and Harry came inside, wondering where she was. Creature appeared with a pop. Mistress is in the courtyard, and requests master's assistance in gardening. Harry went back out the front door and apparated to the courtyard. Now, where do you think will be good for lilies? She asked. By the coach house, said Harry. It was a bit dry by the house and chimney base. A messy 20 minutes later, the roses and lily bulbs were planted and watered. Thanks for thinking of bringing some of Mum's plants, said Harry. Well, you can hardly visit them if you rent it to Muggles, replied Daphne. After lunch, Harry went past Daphne's office a bit later and kissed her hand. Twice, then held her. I'm sorry your mother was a brilliant witch, said Daphne. You're very gentle with me, that's very good of you. Harry wondered if Shaq would actually let the DMLE investigate her death. Not if he didn't want Shaq to. Not that killing her seemed like a good idea, taking her to bed and getting her to beg would be novel. Are we going to kiss? Asked Daphne. Harry kissed her gently, and she was rather warm and leaned in as Harry just kept kissing her. His pants grew more and more uncomfortable. She stopped, panting some time later, her eyes oddly dark, her lips swollen and hairy in extreme discomfort. Thank you, husband, she said, and licked her lips. Harry left, and did therefore not hear a moan of frustration from the room behind him, because for all that he'd read a book, he still didn't know what he was doing. =0=. Harry put his mum's runic circle up on the wall the next day after lunch. In the slanting light of the stairwell, the runes and geometric figures stood out. Harry put a piece of paper where the brass plaque would go, all high enough nobody small could touch it. He was looking at it, enjoying the way the light caught the tiny snakes on the lines of the center pentacle, the snakes that spelt out words. Protect the young over and over again. Harry blinked. If you didn't know they were there and couldn't see snakes as words, Mum had been like him. His eyes watered. Dust again in his eyes. Harry went off to get a brass plaque engraved. At a Muggle shop because they wouldn't know who Lily Potter was. So runic circle of protection, Lily Potter née Evans, 1981, was an unremarkable label for someone's mum's eccentric painting. Daphne came out of the office in jeans and a jumper, having seen the plaque as Harry put it up. She was wearing those platform trainers. Harry tried not to snort with amusement. "Harry, that's very modest," she exclaimed. "Did you get a muggle to make that?" "Can't be dispelled," said Harry, and screwed the plate on instead of using a sticking charm. "What about the circle?" asked Daphne. "It's hanging on a pair of big metal hooks in the wall," said Harry. "It can be removed, but a stray finite won't drop it on someone's head." "Put an impervious charm over it," said Daphne. "Just in case. This is a piece of history and awfully impressive magic." Harry couldn't help himself. He snorted. "What is it, Harry?" asked Daphne. "Mum wasn't a muggle born," said Harry. "She's where I get being a Parselmouth from. Look very carefully at the pentacle lines. There's a pattern of snakes there. It spells out a spell in Parcel tongue." Daphne looked. "Could be an artifact of graving the lines," said Daphne. "You can't read it, but it says Hesaha Passaha es Sheepeth," said Harry, reading it aloud. Daphne shivered. "That is very disconcerting. It's bad enough when you're all, oh yes, my ancestor in 1280 married into an ancient family, but you can talk to snakes. If your mother is from someone's family, whose?" "Well, not the Gaunts," said Harry. "They were Parselmouths, but they strangled their squibs. Till they got so inbred they were all practically squibs." "You researched the Parselmouth families of England?" asked Daphne. "No, just Voldemort's. He was Tom Marvolo Riddle, son of Merope Gaunt, last female in the Gaunt line. She died giving birth to Tom, and he grew up in a Muggle orphanage." "Voldemort was a half-blood?" asked Daphne. "And a descendant of, unfortunately, a Peveril and the Slytherins," said Harry. "We were cousins of a sort. I never did get on with my cousins. Any of them really," he mused. "So the leader of the war on Muggle-borns and half-bloods was a half-blood?" asked Daphne, hands on hips. "And a great liar," said Harry. "So your mother?" asked Daphne. "Isn't a Gaunt. Some other connection, too," said Harry, trailing off. Harry thought of the doorway to the Chamber of Secrets. The snakes had emeralds for eyes. Slytherin's locket had emeralds, green eyes. Harry pulled his moleskin pouch out of his jersey and, reaching inside, got the locket. "This is Salazar Slytherin's locket," said Harry. "It's got emeralds for the S." "Yes," said Daphne. "Why do you have a broken, priceless locket?" she asked, in the tone of a woman who expected no answer or a very unsatisfactory one. "It's complicated," said Harry. "The Chamber of Secrets, the snakes there have green eyes too." "So Slytherin liked green," said Daphne dismissively. "Mum had green eyes, I've got green eyes, and we're Parselmouths," said Harry. "Mum must have been some long-lost descendant of Slytherins." "Whatever you say, dear," said Daphne dismissively. 20 minutes later, Harry had bundled them both out of the house, and with a crack apparated them to Hogsmeade. "Why are we here?" "To go see the Chamber of Secrets," said Harry. "Slytherin's monster?" asked Daphne nervously. "Is dead, don't worry," said Harry. "You know the Chamber of Secrets isn't real, right?" said Daphne as they walked to Hogwarts. Harry smiled grimly and disillusioned them both with a couple of taps of his wand. Said Daphne. The rest of the trip was quiet. Her reaction to the entrance to the chamber being in a girl's loo was a head shake. "I'm starting to think all the crazy things you did were just a result of the crazy things you found," she said. Harry asked for stairs, and after a long walk down spiral stairs and a bit of a digging charm, Daphne came face to snout with the door to the actual chamber, with green-eyed snakes. "Well, they're a lot like the Slytherin banner," she said very rationally. Harry opened the door with a hiss, and immediately the odor of rot filled the passage. Harry cast 2 bubblehead charms. "Sorry, the basilisk's rotting," he said. "It's enormous," she said. "How did you kill it?" "Luck, and a sword though its brain," said Harry. "Nearly got me. There's a scar on my arm from one of its teeth." "If you'd been bitten by a basilisk, you'd be dead," said Daphne. "The headmaster's phoenix, Fox, cried into it wound. Phoenix tears cure almost anything." "It would have taken ages to get to the headmaster's office," said Daphne logically. Harry pointed at the vicious bite marks around the missing eyes. "Fox blinded it for me. I'd have died a lot sooner. Daphne sighed. Is your entire life a collection of ridiculously improbable escapes from death? Apart from marrying you, yes, said Harry cheerfully. I do like fixing leaking roofs and worn carpets for a reason. Looking after Teddy's nice too. Who's the statue? Asked Daphne, pointing her wand light at the gigantic statue of a monkey-faced wizard. Salazar Slytherin, obviously, said Harry. Watch this. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts $4, he hissed. The mouth of the statue grated opened, revealing a huge hole. That is bizarre, said Daphne. What's in the hole? It's where the basilisk lived, said Harry. I think Voldemort copied the whole snake mouth thing as an homage to this statue. Daphne, who'd gone a bit red in the face, nodded. Sure, she said. What's got into you? Asked Harry. It's all a bit penisy, isn't it? Said Daphne. Was Voldemort gay? Dumbledore was. I dunno about Voldemort, said Harry blankly. Would figure. He didn't even like Bellatrix Lestrange, and Auntie Bella wanted to rub herself all over Voldemort. That is the most disgusting thing I've ever heard, said Daphne. And you called her Auntie Bella. Like Aunt Narcissa and Aunt Andromeda, the 3 black sisters, said Harry. Does the crazy ever stop in your life? Asked Daphne. Or will I go mad from it? This is all in the past, said Harry, shrinking the basilisk and putting it into a conjured screw-top jar. You Burke, you just shrank a 50-foot snake, said Daphne, incredulously. Harry wondered why she thought you couldn't. It wasn't in the textbook, and he'd seen Dumbledore and Voldemort do far bigger things, and during a pitched battle. It's probably good for something. Snape would have put it in a jar of icky liquid just to scare people, said Harry, pocketing the jar after shrinking it to the size of a vial. Those were potions' ingredients, said Daphne resolutely, and if she wanted to believe that, well, whatever. Harry climbed up the statue, to the open mouth, fairly easily. How did you know where the handholds were? Asked Daphne from the floor. I climbed it last time, but not all the way up, replied Harry casually. A snake got in the way. Harry climbed into the hole and walked along, and his heart stopped pounding in his chest, and it was a smooth passage into a large round room with some dusty snake scales and shed skin. Harry walked back and cast a charm onto the statue and slid down an invisible line, trying to look casual. Seize and pull charm, said Harry. You can go look. We might discover the lost treasure of Salazar Slytherin. Daphne thought for a bit, and then wand extended, she shot into the air, landing in the mouth. She laughed. That was fun, she said. Harry apparated up next to her. She had a smile on her face, and her eyes were shining, like she was excited to be having an adventure. Hey, you can't apparate at Hogwarts. How did you do that? We're below Hogwarts. So far below, said Harry. He'd thought the Dungeon of Challenges in first year had been deep in the bowels of Hogwarts, but the Chamber of Secrets really was far below that, and by the dripping, under the level of the lake. Daphne lit the round room up, then Harry shrank the skin and pocketed it. Might be useful, he said. Revelio, Harry cast, and a purple rectangle lit up on the wall. Harry looked at his wand. I wasn't expecting to find anything, he said thoughtfully. Daphne advanced on the secret door and cast a succession of unlocking charms, and then Harry went and looked at it. Well, this might work, said Harry, and cut his hand and put blood on the door. The section of wall simply vanished. Harry clumsily episkied his hand. Blood locked? Asked Daphne. That's very dark. Well, I've seen it before, said Harry, shrugging, casting lumos and lighting the room beyond. They looked in. A small square room with a lot of scrolls and a huge diagonal patterned scroll rack, a desk and an extremely old-fashioned chair that looked like it had crossed snakes for legs. A small stone shelf with an incredibly rusty cauldron sat in the corner. The lost cauldron of Salazar Slytherin, said Harry blandly. I was expecting something more impressive, said Daphne. Harry held an quip about the size of Slytherin's snake and said something that wasn't rude instead. Well, he was a schoolteacher 1,000 years ago. Plenty of scrolls, though. Harry, these are priceless, said Daphne enthusiastically. They could be great lost magic. Harry took one out, evidently with a preservation charm, and unrolled it. It was in Latin. "Oh, Latin! Why does it have to be Latin?" he complained to himself. Harry puzzled over the scroll for a bit. It was a letter from Godric to Salazar about gaming night and saying Godric can't make it. He has to stay home and look after his wife, who was sick. "It's a letter from Godric Gryffindor to Salazar Slytherin," said Harry. "Their famous feud, that lives on to this day," agreed Daphne. "Godric can't come to gaming night. His wife is sick," said Harry, handing the letter over. "They were friends, but they fought and Slytherin left," said Daphne. Harry took the scroll off Daphne and put the scroll back on the rack. "You're not going to shrink that and take it, are you?" asked Daphne, sounding critical. "Finders keepers," admitted Harry. "Harry," said Daphne, exasperated, "the school can have the professors study them and show the world some great lost magic." Harry went to the smallest scrolls and picked one up. It was in some language Harry couldn't read, and only 14 lines or so. "Can you read this?" asked Harry. Daphne looked at the scroll. "Celtic," said Daphne, and read. "Oh, it's a poem," she said, and read silently. And then she blushed. It was a love poem from Mrs. Slytherin, I hope. She thought Salazar was very handsome and what? And loved his green eyes, green like mugwort. "Well, better than fresh pickled toad," said Harry. Daphne laughed. "Weasley's poem was terrible. Mrs. Slytherin's is not much better." Harry looked at the poem. "So is it signed?" he asked. "Her name, Margarita," said Daphne. "Why would you say it's from Mrs. Slytherin?" "Because she has a line in it about his trouser snake," said Daphne. "This is a dirty poem?" asked Harry. Daphne rolled her eyes. "And she says his tongue splits her in twain," said Daphne. "Crikey," said Harry. "Your tongue splits me in twain," said Daphne, reading the poem again. Harry suddenly thought of Salazar Slytherin as a man, like any man, who sometimes licked his woman's clit. Things never really changed. He thought with practice, if he ever got any, Daphne might quote that line sincerely. "Well, go on," said Daphne. "Shrink the whole thing," she said with an increasingly long-suffering air. Harry waved his wand, and the scroll rack shrank to the size of a small trunk. Harry conjured a large sack and put it inside. "And we're just going to leave, having looted the Chamber of Secrets?" asked Daphne, but she had a very faint smile. "Why not?" said Harry, and took the chair and desk for good measure, and to see if she'd make a sarcastic remark, not that he was teasing her gently or anything. Harry thought the scroll rack looked good in the black library. Inside a large glass case, transfigured from the excess hutch from the kitchen. "Waste not, want not." He used the snake chair at the library desk and put the desk of Salazar Slytherin, still shrunken, into the glass cabinet too. "You're impossible," was all Daphne said, looking at his stash of priceless scrolls. But her slight smile and the way her hips wiggled as she left spoke deeply to Harry. He had to have a quick break in the loo. Curse her. When Daphne did the accounts that week, she came over to interrupt Harry reading a very boring scroll from Helga Hufflepuff about cooking rosters. "Oi, what did you sell for 800 galleons?" "The snake skin, well, one of them," said Harry, "the one from outside the door." At breakfast the next day, the deposit from the goblins for the basilisk had Daphne hitting Harry gently over the head with a rolled-up daily profit. "Harry, selling an incredibility rare, gigantic snake for 40 galleons is not a good deal." Harry thought for a bit and decided to come clean, 40 galleons, and complete forgiveness for robbing Gringotts. "You've been in no trouble for that. The Ministry and Gringotts worked something out." "Ah, but my sale was an apology, and they appreciate the difficulty of killing it. So they're giving me the bribe the Ministry gave them, less fees and charges." Well, one of the goblin bankers had fainted, and the others had gone rather pale. Harry realized goblins were scared of Category 5X monsters like basilisks, and he'd killed one when he was 12, without a wand. So maybe it was fear, but having nearly lost all his money, he was okay with the goblins being a little afraid of him. Or utterly terrified, if that got him a better deal. "And please tell me that it's a lot," said Daphne. "It's all the abandoned vaults at Gringotts," said Harry. "About 400,000 galleons. He hoped this would calm her down. 400,000 galleons, said Daphne. That's okay, I suppose, she said. Harry knew it was an outrageous sum. The goblins had looked panicky when they offered it, and Harry had been polite and agreed. He wasn't going to start another war, and they might have complained if he'd pressured them. Glad you're happy with that and aren't hitting me with the profit, said Harry. I was the chosen one, you know. Prat, she said. Harry felt at that moment that Daphne was, in a weird sort of way, a friend. A snooty, posh, pretty female friend that he'd had sex with, but a friend. Call it a birthday present, dear, said Harry, because he liked being surprising. Daphne blinked. Why would you give me 400,000 galleons? So you had some money for little purchases and could treat yourself to something you wanted, said Harry, waving his fingers dismissively. Daphne left to so do something mysterious and accounting-related. Harry eyed her retreating back. She had a pretty back, and he felt virtuous for not looking at her bum this time, even if her back wiggled a little. He imagined it wiggling in bed and had to take a loo break just like that. Afterwards, he felt disappointed in himself. You'd think seeing her every day a bloke'd get used to it. But if anything, even a raised eyebrow was starting to feel suggestive. Which was sodding unfair. A bloke ended up having due oculomancy all the sodding time, and that gave Harry a headache and made even counting things hard. Harry sent an invite to Ron and Hermione by owl after breakfast, hopping to spend some time at Hogsmeade with them. The reply, held disdainfully by Creature, had Harry smiling and ducking out of the house. How are you? Asked Hermione, casting a privacy charm on the booth they sat in. I've been worse, said Harry with a smile. How are my best friends? Overworked, said Ron. They've got her doing the work of 4 people, I swear. Ignoring that he worked 2 jobs, Ron could be a bit macho sometimes. That's unfair, said Harry. 3 people, not 4. Prat, said Hermione. Really, how are you? I had an adventure with Daphne, said Harry. What? Exclaimed Ron. We went to the Chamber of Secrets and had an explore, said Harry. Did you find anything? Asked Hermione eagerly. A dead snake, said Harry. A very valuable dead snake. How much? Asked Ron. 40 galleons, said Harry. Hermione rolled her eyes. Hey, she hit me over the head with a rolled-up daily profit, said Harry. That was a terrible price, said Hermione. Who'd you sell it to? The goblins, said Harry. And then they felt grateful and forgave me for with the dragon. He didn't mention the fainting and felt that Hermione and Ron didn't need to know. They got paid off for that, said Hermione. It cost the ministry a fortune. Yeah, said Harry. So then they gave me 400,000, all the bribe as a thank you. Wow, said Ron. What you do with that? You could buy the cannons, get them a better coach. I gave it to Daphne as a birthday present, said Harry. Harry, said Hermione, are you trying to buy her affection? No, said Harry, but she's got some spending money for whatever she wants. There's no way I'm getting your wife to buy the cannons, said Ron jokingly. You could have donated the money to deserving causes, said Hermione seriously. I did, said Harry, the Not Be So Grumpy Fund, because just heaving the money at her and saying, come on, sex time would result in sex, yes, but you may proceed to the main event awful sex. Blaff. You can't give Greengrass 400,000 galleons as a birthday present, said Ron. I did, said Harry. I only got the money because she wanted to see the chamber. Are you paying for? Said Hermione, biting her lip. Harry frowned. Paying for what? Relations, said Hermione awkwardly. I'm not paying for relations, said Harry. They were package deal with Daphne. Fortunately, Malfoy died in prison, and never quote me on that. Her sister liked the shit. I mean relations, said Hermione. Conjugal relations. Shags, said Ron bluntly. Harry snorted. I'm not paying, he said, shaking his head. She'd make sure he never saw Bacon again, at a minimum, probably curse him in his sleep. You shag her? Asked Ron, and Hermione slapped Ron on the arm. We've been married ages, said Harry, and we're not dead yet. What's she like? Asked Ron, and Hermione glared at Ron. Well, imagine kissing your Aunt Muriel, said Harry, with a smile. It's the opposite of that. Hermione laughed. Harry, she said. Harry wished it was brilliant, but still. She wasn't that sort of girl. The kissing was pretty damn good, though, and just like that he wanted to kiss her again and his stomach hurt. Equals 0 equals. Daphne looked pleased with herself 2 days later at breakfast, and not just because she'd swiped most of the bacon, which she had. What have you done? Asked Harry, apart from swiping the bacon and pretending she hadn't. She could be so sodding petty. Tomorrow, Harry resolved, he'd get up early and take all the bacon. Hired a bookkeeper, said Daphne, who will use the calculator to do our accounts. Harry nodded. Frees you up to do things you like better, he nodded, as long as it wasn't swipe all the bacon. And a shop for the bookkeeper in Diagon Alley. It's going to be called Black Books, and they'll do other people's accounts for money, said Daphne. And I may have employed some of Astoria's poor friends from school. The Caro twins were pretty much ruined by the war, not that they were rich to start with. Flora and Hestia are going to work in shifts, so the shop is open 7 days. So people can get to the bookkeeper whenever they have free time. Cleverly done, Daphne, said Harry, thinking. She really was smart. Really, the twins just both wanted the same job, and are so poor. They accepted $200 a year each, said Daphne. The shop has a flat over the top, so they can live away from the remaining Caros, who are old and weird. Well, will it make money? Asked Harry. Smart and ruthless, he thought. We're going to charge 40 galleons a year to do books up to 80 customers, or 8,000 galleons, whichever is less. That's cheaper than paying someone to do it, said Harry. And they'll only have to work for 2 hours per customer per week to earn it, said Daphne. If we only have small customers, we can have an income of around 3,000 galleons, all for the price of a small, unused shop. Do we need a second calculator? Asked Harry. I checked with a stopping watch. I do the accounts for 2 hours, but I only use it for 1, said Daphne. Mr. Weasley modified a Muggle cash register to work in galleons, sickles, and nuts, said Harry. Saves George ages at the shop. He says closing up only takes 10 minutes now. Crazy Arthur Weasley modified a cash register, asked Daphne. An antique one. It's all mechanical, said Harry, thinking. Smart, ruthless, and rude about Weasleys. Harry, listen very carefully. We need to pay Mr. Weasley to teach someone how to do that, said Daphne, suddenly very serious. Why? Asked Harry. Because we can sell or rent cash registers to every shop in England and make a fortune. He should get a share of the profits, said Harry. I had the idea, but he did the work. 50% of the profits to us, 50% to the Weasleys, said Daphne. Harry went the next evening to see Arthur Weasley. Arthur just shook his head. Now George told me how this worked with the shop. I'm taking a third. Your wife Daphne, she gets a third, and you get a third. Equals 0 equals. Tracy and Daphne's gang came for afternoon tea that Saturday. Harry was not required to sit and be grilled. Harry had tea with Teddy and Andromeda instead. So instead, Andromeda grilled him very politely about his wife. Andromeda Tonks was, Harry thought, being nice. She had moments of sounding so very posh that it was clear that she had been raised a black. Daphne is turning out to be a business genius, said Harry. My goal is to ensure Teddy inherits so much, the House of Black will never be short of income again. And the way Andromeda smiled a little smile at that told Harry he'd said the right thing. Sometimes she reminded Harry of Narcissa Malfoy, which made sense, as Narcissa was her little sister. And he kept his mouth shut and didn't say, I'm pleased Narcissa is still in prison, as he wasn't sure what Andromeda thought about that. Equals 0 equals. Christie's found Harry a pile of mechanical cash registers from a firm that used to make them. For a cool £400,000, they'd stockpiled them for making period dramas. Harry thought Daphne might be cross about the price. She was instead happy, and talked about limited supply and how nobody could copy them easily. Mr. Weasley for 100 galleons took a week off and taught Theo Knott, who apparently was good at making things, how to modify Muggle cash registers. Black Books started renting out cash registers for 5 galleons a week. People thought it was a lot till they saw Black Books using one for its payments. Once people had been to a shop with one, they abused other shopkeepers for not having one. Harry went to Black Books to deliver cash registers, where Theo now had a job. His father had poured the family coffers into Voldemort's pocket and died in the war after, Daphne said, probably killing Theo's mum. Theo had been one of Draco's friends and a pain in the arse, but needed a job, and the Carrows were Slytherins anyway, so they didn't mind him. Harry wasn't sure he liked the way the Carrow twins dressed identically and pretended to be the same woman, apparently just to mess with people. They were, he was pretty sure, some small kind of evil. Black Books was always open, a young brown-haired witch busily adding up sums on the calculator. It made Daphne look like a slave driver, for one thing. When the cash registers started making Black Books 100 galleons a week, Harry was amazed. Then Daphne gave Theo a bonus of 10 galleons a week. Daphne got her friend Tracy to come into Black Books too, mostly to count the money. Tracy said they needed a printing cash register. Normal ones did, so Harry found, with difficulty, one that did and was mechanical. It cost £80,000 because it was apparently collectible. Tracy demonstrated that the printing till could be used to do the accounts for a business in the time it took to key it in. Over dinner that night, Harry asked Daphne, "Is Tracy really clever?" "Tracy is really lazy in a really clever way," said Daphne. "She found a source of old exams and duplicated them and sold them as study guides. She wasted the money she made on a racing broom." Harry wasn't sure a racing broom was a waste of money. "I've noticed that Black Books hires pretty much your old friends from Slytherin," said Harry to Daphne after kissing her hand. "Yes," she said brightly. "And now they've got jobs that aren't terrible. For example, the Carrows' best option was in Knockturn Alley, lying on their backs." "Are we rich yet?" Harry asked, feeling like the Carrows had dodged a bludger there. "We have a diversified investment portfolio," said Daphne. "We make money from more than one thing. And we're making a lot, right? My sister is going to need to admit I'm better at business sometime this year," said Daphne. "Our income is growing, and once we completely own the cash register business, I think we'll have more income than the Malfoy family." "Which is basically your sister, and Narcissa, who's in prison." Daphne shrugged. "Daddy, I mean Father, is very proud of us." Harry read scrolls. Daphne conceded that they could afford more repair wizards. Then she hired Millicent Bulstrode to sit quietly at Black Books and look intimidating. She apparently liked the hustle and bustle and not having to listen to her father complain that she wasn't married yet. Harry tried over dinner to get Daphne to explain where all the money came from. "We take a little from almost every shop in Wizarding Britain, and in return, they get hours less work every day and can serve more customers. Most of our customers have increasing profits." "Huh. Remember shopping for Hogwarts stuff?" asked Daphne. Harry nodded. "Remember how long you stood around while you paid, and they made change," said Daphne. Harry had a recollection of that. "Now you can pay pretty much anything you like as long as it's more, and the till works out change and counts the profits. At the end of the day, you write it down and give the goblins." Daphne stopped talking. "Husband, please forgive me. I've done a terrible thing," she said very formally, pressing her palms together. "What?" "We didn't start by getting the goblins to use our cash registers," said Daphne. "All those lost profits." Harry kissed her hand and said it was all right. Daphne looked apprehensive after that, but Harry went to bed with a 7th-year textbook as usual and forgot about it. He might have stayed up late just in case she showed up, but she didn't. Harry went to see Hermione. Her last letter had mentioned, in the wake of the cash register revolution in Wizarding Britain, that her father had somehow looked up sellers of antique cash registers and found a reasonable number using a computer. Hermione tried to explain to Harry, but after dinner, Dr. Michael Granger turned on his computer and instead of blowing up aliens like Dudley had, used something called e-shopping to find a person selling more than one mechanical cash register. Harry got a printout and went home to show Daphne. Harry went to see the man, who was very old, had huge glasses and smoked. "You want to buy all my cash registers?" he asked. "I want to keep a few. I collect them for fun, you know." Apparently, he also liked to collect 50-pound notes. A truck was organized. Cousin Dudley was happy to get some work, and they were delivered to Harry's coach house. Harry got one modified by Theo with input from Arthur and took it shrunken to Gringotts. They tried it out, complained about the price, and then offered to buy 5. "We only rent them," said Harry, "for the same reason you only rent vaults." They started with 5. Harry came on Friday to see Gringotts, where there were queues out into the alley, but fast-moving queues. The goblins were serving customers, who were coming in, not for tens of galleons at a time, but for small amount like 5. Harry got dragged mostly politely into an office. The customers like the fast service so much, they come more often to the bank, explained a goblin. "We like this. Our fast queues cost a nut a visit." Harry saw it. There must be a galleon of profit happening every 20 minutes or so. "We would rent some more cash registers," said the goblin. "You are running them very fast," said Harry, as Theo had come by and watched on Tuesday and gone back to Black Books hysterical. "They'll wear them out," Theo had cried. Theo had made a little spring-loaded thing on the shaft of the handle, turned that slowed the cash register down so that the goblins wouldn't be able to wear out Daphne's machines so fast. Millicent and Theo wheeled in a couple of trolleys of cash registers, and the goblin next to Harry rubbed his hands together. At the point where Theo and Millicent took the existing cash registers back, the goblin looked confused. The goblin complained, "Your new machines are slower than the ones we had." Harry found his tongue moving. "We also offer faster cash registers for a modest fee." The goblin gave him a look that Aunt Petunia would have been proud of. Black Books hired 4 more out-of-work ex-Slytherins that week. Sally, Lily, Eustace, and Francis. All girls, all in slightly worn-out robes, Harry noticed. By Friday, Theo had worked out a way to add a counter to the cash register to count how many times the handle got pulled. Daphne offered this cash register without a speed limiter to the goblins on Tuesday. The rent depended on the number of pulls of the handle. It worked out to around 50 galleons from Gringotts every week. Harry flew off to an evening with George at the Hog's Head, in a back room, drinking. "How are things?" asked George. "Surprising," said Harry. "Daphne started this business, and it's going crazy." "Well, I like the cash register," said George. "Dad's a little surprised." "Surprised?" asked Harry. "He's paid off the mortgage on the house," said George. "We never thought that would happen." "Oh," said Harry, "how's business?" "Quite good," said George. "Not as good as yours." "I married a professional business manager," said Harry. "An accident," said George. "Lucky accident," said Harry. "Teddy will be able to do whatever he wants." "Like marry my niece?" asked George with a chuckle. "Let's hope they meet other people," said Harry. "Teddy has his moments," said George. "How are things going with Daphne?" "Things?" asked Harry. "You know, stuff," said George. "We get along," said Harry. "How's the landlording business?" asked George. "Lots of work," admitted Harry. "I'm getting good at leaky roofs." They had another glass of fire whiskey each. "The cannons don't stand a chance," said George. "They never do," said Harry. "Cyrus is an Arrows fan. They're just outside Appleby." "So you an Arrows fan now?" asked George. "Still Puddlemere," said Harry. "I don't talk to Cyrus much." They talked Quidditch for a while. "Ange and I are thinking about having a kid," said George. Harry poured another pair of glasses and drank half of one. "That's terrible," he said. "More Weasleys." "Arsehole," said George. "I'm all godfathered up," said Harry. George drank some more and giggled. "I wouldn't ask you." He said, "You're Teddy's. He's enough for anyone." "Well, yeah," said Harry quietly, thinking about the need for a greengrass air. A few moments later, he said, "What about Charlie?" George choked on his drink. "Charlie," said George. He's a dragon expert. He thinks children should play with baby dragons. Baby dragons are not appropriate for children, said Harry. Norbert nearly killed Ron and burned Hagrid's house down. Lee, asked Harry. Maybe, said George. They drank and mused about things for another hour. See you later, Harry, said George. Give my regards to Blondie. Harry flew home drunkenly and staggered to bed. Creature gave him a hangover potion first thing. At the end of the week, Harry gave everyone at Black Books a bottle of butterbeer and a homemade cake. He'd baked all Wednesday and Thursday, confident Daphne's idea would work. Daphne sat looking quite pleased with herself at dinner. We're making money from Gringotts, she said. Nobody but us makes money from Gringotts. Harry kissed her hand. Arthur Weasley's managed to pay off some family debts, said Harry. I think by the end of the year, he might be able to pay off some big ones. Well, he did give our business what it needed, said Daphne. Now it's growing. After the main course, Daphne asked, Have you learned anything interesting yet from the scrolls? I found a letter from Rowena Ravenclaw to Salazar. She was angry he wanted to ban Muggle-born witches and wizards from being regular students, said Harry. Apparently she thought Hogwarts could handle the occasional small Muggle army attacking. The students got in trouble, and then people came after Hogwarts. Will we ever know what he thought? Asked Daphne musingly. Well, he marked her letter in red ink, so, yes, said Harry. He thought that instead they could just live in the castle till they knew how to stay safe. So taken from their families, said Daphne. That's a rather harsh. What choices did they have, said Harry. No statute, no obliviators, no accidental magic reversal squad. So it was just complicated, asked Daphne. Life is like that, said Harry. Equals 0 equals. Gringotts wanted to discuss business with Harry. He brought Daphne. We wish to purchase a calculating machine, they said. Daphne put a hand on his shoulder. A month later, Harry had bought all the mechanical calculators in England. It felt like. Cousin Dudley appreciated the work with the truck. The boxing coaching job didn't pay much. Harry mentally amended, I don't get on well with most of my cousins. Dudley wasn't a friend, but he liked pound notes and could be trusted to keep the statute, especially if there were 50s involved. It was nearly Harry's birthday when Gringotts wrote again. We wish to purchase a better calculating machine, they said. Harry went to the calculator collector with the most, and Daphne explained that they had a collector who really wanted more functionality. People use computers these days, course. If Babbage had finished his mechanical computer, we'd have them. That would have been a thing. The next day, Harry and Daphne went to a museum and took photos of a huge machine. It was far too big for one person to carry, the size of a large china hutch. The curator saw them interested and waxed lyrical about the difference engine. A mere tadpole next to the analytical engine, the said shame there isn't one. With £10,000, Harry got a copy of all the analytical engine drawings and set them down with Theo, who immediately said, We need Mr. Weasley for this. For a modest fee, Arthur took 6 months off from work and spent the next 4 weeks in his shed with an increasingly grease-stained and exited Theo. They presented Harry and Daphne one day with a lump of clockwork the size of a grandfather clock. This is one register, said Arthur. I'm confident we can build the machine. Thought the drawings have some mistakes. He put those in to stop people copying his design, said Theo stubbornly. Whatever, said Harry. Can you two build it? No, said Arthur, but we can give pieces to the goblins to copy and make certain key pieces. Because they do have vast workshops, said Theo, and it won't fit in the shed. How large will this thing be when finished? Asked Daphne. About the size of a full-grown dragon, said Theo. Horntail. Not Welsh green, he said with a snide look at Harry. Well, I'll write to the goblins and tell them we're sending you two, with parts and drawings, said Daphne. Equals 0 equals. Molly Weasley's voice reverberated through Grimmauld Place. Harry Potter, what have you done with my husband? She was yelling. Arthur hadn't come home the night before. An expedition to Gringotts, which looked odd, Daphne looking elegant, Harry in his I'm Mr. black robes, and Molly Weasley looking a bit disheveled. The teller summoned another goblin, and they waited. Around then, cash registers shunked and tinged. An old, harassed-looking goblin arrived. "What?" he asked. "Where are my staff?" said Daphne icily. "Working. The artificers are very busy, and your staff understand this thing they are making," said the goblin. "Arthur didn't come home last night," said Molly. After some awkwardness, Gringotts agreed that Black Book staff might be politely booted out at nightfall. Daphne was conciliatory to Mrs. Weasley. "I'm terribly sorry, Mrs. Weasley. I had no idea the goblins would be so very enthusiastic about making things with Arthur and Theo." Daphne came to knock on Harry's door on the night of his birthday. It was a bit awkward, but a lot nicer than the first time. Daphne made a little moan at one point that Harry hoped was that it was good for her. She slept over in his bed. Harry woke up a year older with his wife in his bed. She looked, this morning, like an angel, with morning breath. Harry cast a freshening charm before she even woke, and ran her a bath and warmed the bathroom up. He'd had to use the bathroom anyway. He finally woke her by kissing her on the head. Daphne opened her eyes and looked at Harry. "Hello," she said cautiously. She looked and smelled beautiful and was well. He'd made sure to get a good look at her when she'd been naked last night. "I've run you a bath and warmed the bathroom," said Harry. "My bathroom, it's lighter." Daphne pulled her nightgown off the floor and got into it, her back turned. She had a beautiful back, Harry realized, and those cute dimples on her, lower back. "Daphne, thank you for last night," said Harry. "It was really nice." He stared at the dimples on her back, not her bum, and felt positively virtuous. "Well, you were a lot better," said Daphne. "Now I need to be elsewhere," she said, pulling her dressing gown on and sweeping out of his bedroom. Moments later, the Lou flushed. Oh, she'd needed to go. Autumn was Quidditch season at the Burrow, and Harry took a few Sunday afternoons to play Quidditch at the Weasleys. Ron beat him often and joked about his superior fitness. It was November when Harry saw the analytical engine, the size of a train carriage at least, inside Gringotts. Gringotts had gilded it. He and Daphne stood on an observation platform as it clunked and clonked, a scroll with letters hammered onto it slowly unrolling into a wire cart. "They're printing," said Harry over the noise. Theo, covered in soot and oil, in tatty work robes with the sleeves torn off, came up a ladder. "We've just run account reconciliation for a customer," said Theo. "The punch tablets store the transactions, and the engine can print them out." "Which customer?" asked Harry, not understanding much of that. "Why, you, of course," said Theo. "Once we've got the pixies out of it, they'll be able to automate all the back office." "What will the goblins do?" asked Daphne. "Less of them are tellers, and this back office sounds like it must have employed a lot of goblins." "Well, they're going to go make artworks and mine," said Theo. "They never liked dealing with humans, and now they have much shortened shifts on the teller's hall." "So they're going to sit quietly," said Daphne, giving Harry a look. "Not really," said Theo, and hearing a strange clank, he slid down the ladder and ran off. "We're going to be billing a nut per 10,000 calculations," said Daphne. "Theo expects we'll be making another 8 or 90 galleons a week." "The goblins really hate humans," said Harry thoughtfully. == equals. Yule came. The Greengresses had rather packed Greengrass estate out. The Daily Prophet had run a story about black books, so Harry and Daphne are getting more attention this year. Several family members want to know from Harry how the business worked. Harry resorted to grabbing Daphne around the waist and surviving the party by having her to explain things while he tried to look polite. She smelt very nice. Because of the crowd, he was holding Daphne's curvy hip quite close. It was stimulating. She was wearing ridiculously sexy heels to be tall, and Harry's eyes were full of Daphne's bumps. Daphne was drinking something. It might be cognac. Daphne bent over to talk to her great-grandfather, who was quite deaf, and Harry, after getting a good look at her bum, moved slightly to look down the front of her robe, past a lacy black bra to breasts and nipples. His trousers under his robes went from being mildly uncomfortable to painful. Harry waited for a subtle opportunity and ran his fingernail down Daphne's upper arm. She stiffened and at the next opportunity asked, "What was that about?" "We need to have a discreet conversation," said Harry quietly. Daphne swallowed the rest of her glass of smelt-like cognac. Harry and Daphne, Harry keeping hold of Daphne for shoe stability reasons, and because he liked the way she swayed against him in heels, got out into the hall and found a quiet spot, ironically in the hall cupboard. Daphne was jammed in face-to-face with Harry, and she hissed, "What is this about?" Harry held her tight with one hand, put a hand into her hairdo with the other and kissed her on the lips, feeling really randy, and slipped his tongue out. Daphne's cognac-flavored lips didn't part. He stopped. "I'm not snogging you in the hall cupboard," said Daphne. "What if someone opened the door?" "You are ridiculously beautiful, you know that?" asked Harry. "Maybe," said Daphne, lifting her nose a little. Harry went to kiss her, and realized makeup was concealing the blush on her face. Her neck was pink. "Are you thoroughly embarrassed, dear?" asked Harry, and he cast a locking charm on the door, then a privacy charm. "Now I'd like to snog you," asked Harry. Daphne's mouth opened to Harry's kiss, and they snogged. Harry found himself holding a beautiful woman by the neck and bum and snogging her. She moaned softly. "Daphne, I'd like to," said Harry, dying to really, but he thought he needed to make it sound better. Daphne grabbed Harry by the crotch. "If you think I'll consent to a rotten shag in the hall cupboard, you're mistaken," she said, squeezing gently. It got his attention. "So a good shag?" asked Harry. "I could eat you out." Daphne let go and licked her lips. "You do that?" she asked. "Hell yes," said Harry. Daphne undid her dress robe and hung it on a hook. Harry saw bra, knickers, stockings, and high heels. He gaped. "Like what you see?" she asked. Harry's pants grew still more uncomfortable. She was far sexier than any of Sirius's old porn, being alive for starters. "Can you sit on a shelf?" asked Harry. She arched her back and lifted one eyebrow. After Harry transfigured the other shelves to be shallower, she could. Harry lifted her knees and stroked her knickers. She wriggled nervously. "Knickers?" asked Harry. So she did. His ridiculously sexy wife was sitting exposed on a shelf, and Harry started to practice licking. Harry held in a remark about her tasting nice, as that felt awkward. Besides, his mouth was busy. Daphne liked it if the wiggling, tensing, and clutching at his hair was anything to go by. She said. A lot later, she sighed and relaxed. "Well, not bad for a first attempt," she said huskily. "I expect you want to take me now." "Yuha," moaned Harry, and he disrobed and looked at Daphne. "Hop down," he asked. Daphne got helping hands, and Harry held her close. "This won't work," said Daphne, who felt very warm and smelled maddeningly good. Can I see your bum?" asked Harry. "Oh, you are fascinated by my bum, aren't you?" asked Daphne and turned around and stepped further away. Harry stared. What an arse. He held her hips and pulled her back closer. "Oh, bend over." "There's not room," she replied. "Lean against the wall," asked Harry. "And stick my bottom out," asked Daphne, and she did with a hip roll. Harry got his hands busy. Daphne seemed to like that, by the sounds she made, and moments later, Harry joined with his wife. "Oh," said Daphne, "this time is much better." Harry would have made a mental note of that, but he was distracted. A bit later. Harry felt this time was rather good. He helped her get dressed, his hands lingering and Daphne looking at him rather smokily. Then he dressed himself and unlocked the door. His face felt warm, and he suspected he had a stupid smile on his face. Ruddy hell. Harry helped Daphne flew home. Heels, after all, she practically clung to his side for stability, and was he a little surprised when as soon as they were in the house she said, "Lock the house down." Harry locked the flue off and she said, "Now, Harry, I know we did an act in that cupboard, but that does not mean our relationship." Harry grabbed Daphne in a snog. Damn her hairdo, and snogged her, grabbing her perfect arse as he did. She kind of wriggled, and he ended up with her against the kitchen table, snogging her brains out, with a hand on her arse and another in her hair. They were both panting. "No," said Daphne in deep, husky tone. She pushed him away, and that was confusing because she'd been snogging and really pliable. Come to bed, she said quite plainly, and disappeared with a crack. Harry apparated to his bedroom and tore his robes off, his stupid trousers and boxers and shoes, and put on pajamas and apparated down a floor. He knocked on Daphne's door. I'm changing, please don't come in, said Daphne. Harry waited a bit. He paced a little. This was it, thought Harry, the most important night of his life. A chance to prove they could. Well, they'd already actually proved it could be great. Yes, husband, she called through the door. Harry opened the door and entered, closing the door behind him. The fireplace was flaming and the room warm, and Daphne was standing by her bed in her nightie. I'd like to spend the night, said Harry. All right, said Daphne quietly. Harry closed the distance, and Daphne held out her hand. Harry bent and kissed it. Daphne held out her arms. Hug, she said. Harry hugged, tall, everything sticking out Daphne, and slid his hands around. She was in her heels still and wearing something underneath her nightie. Harry took off his pajama jacket. Oh, you're excited, said Daphne and pulled off her nightie, and the cheeky witch was wearing her shoes and stockings. And he noticed no makeup, her face flushed, her lips pouting. Things happened, largely the result of Harry already having carefully read the book. Lots of licking, then kneeling on the bed. Daphne had slid down into a warm puddle of happy witch. Harry cuddled up and covered them both. Good night, he said. Harry woke up sore in odd places, rolled over, and there was a Daphne sleeping. The bed smelt a bit of sex, really, and like a lot of mornings, Harry used a cleaning charm, then a breath-freshening charm, and wondered if he should wake Daphne. He slid out of bed and was pulling on his pajamas when a sleepy-sounding Daphne asked, "What are you doing?" "Going to the loo," said Harry. He turned to look at her. She looked well, now he really needed the loo. "Run me a bath," asked Daphne, looking up from her bed. Harry felt a bit cold still, so he cast a warming charm on the room. "And warm the bathroom," she said loudly as Harry left her bedroom. He ducked across the small hallway into the bathroom and relieved himself. An air-freshening charm and a warming charm, and Harry ran a bath. He poured some of the bath salts in it, added bubble bath, and it didn't work out the best. Harry vanished the whole mess and conjured the water, heated it, and added bubble bath. She'd smuggled some into his bathroom, so clearly she liked it. Harry looked at the bathroom he'd prepped. He'd spent 10 minutes doing something for a relative and didn't feel at all annoyed. Still, this relative had shagged him twice yesterday and once in her parents' hall cupboard. And he was pretty sure his licking had got her off twice. The memory was precious. Harry felt a sudden sinking sensation in his stomach. He'd been so busy getting dressed, ogling Daphne, who he'd just shagged outrageously, that he'd forgotten to put the cupboard back to normal, or even clean it up. Bother. Harry dashed out of the bathroom and knocked on Daphne's door. "Who is it?" "It's me, Harry," said Harry urgently. "Well, come in," said Daphne. Harry opened the door and shut it behind him. "I've done something wrong," said Harry. Daphne was sitting up in bed, wearing her nightie, reading a book. Daphne's eyes narrowed. "I was perfectly happy with your efforts yesterday, husband." Which was hang on she'd said perfectly happy. We've still got problems. "I forget to undo the transfigured shelves," said Harry, urgently, or scourgify. Daphne's mouth opened, making a perfect pink. Oh, Harry had a sudden, extremely naughty thought about that, probably spurred on by a succession of extremely hot, sexy kisses Daphne had given him last night. She was amazingly sexy when properly into it. "Mother," said Daphne. "I'll sneak in and undo it," said Harry. "How will you do that?" "Invisibility cloak," said Harry. "I've gone all sorts of places with it." "You're not breaking into my parents' house," said Daphne. "We will call on them." "The night after a big party with lots of house guests," said Harry. Daphne sighed. "All right. There's a spot by the stream where you can cross over from the lane without triggering a detection charm." At this, Daphne blinked. "Oh, shit," she said indelicately. Harry blinked. "Potion," said Daphne. "What?" I didn't have the potion last night, she said. We shagged, no potion. Oh, said Harry. We used to have potions ingredients, but I've never made it. I can't go to an apothecary. They're all shut today, said Daphne. Where'd you get it? Mother gave me a vial when we got married, said Daphne, blushing. Come on, get dressed. We're going to see your mum, said Harry. But Mother, said Daphne. Harry walked over and kissed her hand, trying not to stare at her breasts through her nightie. You can complain about your insatiable husband, and I can fix the cupboard. You didn't force me to do anything, said Daphne. I quite liked it. I could tell, said Harry. Come on. Not looking. Okay, looking at her breasts. They were gorgeous and her nipples were right there. Are you ogling me? She asked. It's not ogling, it's admiring, said Harry. Wish you'd wear something that showed them off. For some reason, Daphne blushed and her boobs got pointier. Harry left for an emergency trip to the loo. Surely she didn't get horny from that. It must have just been cold. =0=. Half an hour later, Daphne and Harry stepped out of the flue at Greengrass Estate. Daphne wearing shorter heels, which Harry was thankful for, and was covered up. But it was winter in summer. Could she be convinced to wear something thin, or skimpy, or both? And like an idiot, he now had uncomfortable pants and was too tired to occlude his mind. Damn it. Daphne's parents were in the drawing room with various elderly relatives. Daphne went over and whispered in her mother's ear. They'd agreed that Daphne would simply ask to talk to her mother in her bedroom, ask for potion, and if necessary, Harry was being insatiable. And having thought about Daphne in something skimpy had him feeling quite tense again. Cyrus saw the byplay and got up. Harry, what are you doing here? He asked, looking typically satanic. In your office, asked Harry. Cyrus got up, and Harry followed Cyrus to an office. Harry was reminded that Cyrus was laboring without a calculator. He'd have to get one for the man. What's all this about? Is Daphne pregnant? Asked Cyrus, going to get a drink from a cabinet by his couch. Harry froze and blushed. Probably not, said Harry. We ran out of potion, he said, his ears burning. Cyrus sat heavily on his office couch. You ran out, he said, looking strained. We're not looking to have a child right now, stumbled Harry. But sometimes we get a bit over-enthusiastic. Harry wondered if having to have this discussion with, for example, McGonagall would be any more awkward. Or Ginny. You married Daphne so that she didn't have to be denounced, said Cyrus, shakily pouring a drink and knocking it back. Well, we've been married some time now, said Harry. Nearly a year, said Cyrus. Are you manipulating my daughter? Harry had an awkwardly sexy recollection of ramming several fingers in and out of Daphne last night and blushingly said, I would never, said Harry. I find Daphne irresistible. Cyrus looked away from Harry. This was not a good conversation. I need to go take care of something, said Harry. Something. I may have altered the hall cupboard last night, said Harry. It won't happen again. You snogged my daughter in the hall cupboard, said Cyrus, sounding annoyed. Next time I'll just take her home, said Harry. Then we can snog quietly. In your own bloody hall cupboard, growled Cyrus. I'm sorry, we never used a broom cupboard at Hogwarts, said Harry, and he could swear for a second. Cyrus had a nostalgic smile on his face. Go and undo whatever you did, growled Cyrus. At least I know you've got a sound grasp of repair and cleaning charms. Learn a contraception charm, damn it. Sorry, said Harry. I'll just go fix that up, said Harry and dashed from the room. If he heard what might be an upset groan from the office, he was too busy dashing to the cupboard to hear it properly. Harry hid himself in the cupboard, and the scent definitely reminded Harry of Daphne. He scour-jiffed the wall and shelf and floor, then resized the shelves back. Hugh. He cast a hominum revelio, and with the coast clear, left the cupboard and made it back to the flue room. He had an idea and flew off to black books. Hestia, or was it Flora? He couldn't tell, looked up from a cauldron in the back room as he stepped out of the flue. Mr. Potter, she said. Have we still got that spare calculator with a manual? asked Harry. In a cardboard box, said the witch, stirring. What are you making? Asked Harry. Dinner, said the witch dryly, so Hestia then thought Harry. Harry grabbed the cardboard box of the shelf. And have a nice Yuletide, Hestia, said Harry and flew to Greengrass Estate. Cyrus was still in his office, sorting through parchments when Harry burst in carrying a box. What the? Said Cyrus loudly. I thought you might want this, said Harry. It's a calculating tool, like a magical abacus, only it can divide. Daphne uses one for our accounts, cut the time from days to a few hours. One of those black books things, is it? We use them there, but this is yours, said Harry. I should have gift-wrapped it, but I only remembered when I thought about your office. Harry was stumbling through demonstrating the thing when Daphne came in. Oh, there you are, she said rather fondly. She saw what Harry was doing and gently pushed him away from the machine and ran off some lightning-fast calculations, bent towards the device on the desk. Harry tried not to stare at her arse and kept his hands still by titanic acts of willpower. As you can see, Father, once you convert everything to nuts, the machine adds faster than a person and divides flawlessly, though division is a bit fiddly to set up. Cyrus watched and Daphne divided a number, pulling the crank and pressing levers. Seems complicated, said Cyrus. Well, you could send your account to Black Books. We would do them for you at family rates, said Daphne with a slight smile. And what will I do with all this extra time? Asked Cyrus imperiously. Spend time with Mother, said Daphne. We had quite the conversation. Harry blushed. Daphne cleared the machine and put the manual atop it. It's necessary to understand the manual first. It's written for clerks, so anyone can understand it, said Daphne. Now, I think, Harry and I need to go home and calm our elf. We came here before breakfast and poor creature will be quite put out. He's old and very set in his ways. Well, you two, run along, said Cyrus. He didn't shudder. Harry saw him not shudder. Daphne stepped out of the flue at Grimmauld Place and immediate called for Creature. He appeared with a pop. Mistress went out before breakfast. Take this, said Daphne, handing Creature a large potion bottle from her robe pocket, and put it carefully on my dresser. Creature disappeared with a pop. Are you okay? Asked Harry. I'm fine, said Daphne. Mother gave me some notes on charms and other potions. Was Father all right? He wanted to know if I was, coursing you, said Harry awkwardly. I hope you set him straight politely, said Daphne. Yes, dear, said Harry. And I just came out and admitted we'd snogged in the hall cupboard and went and cleaned it up. We were not snogging, said Daphne, lifting her nose. Well, I did say it was because I found you irresistible, and next time I'd just take you home, said Harry. Daphne smiled minutely at this, then asked, frowning, and how did Father take this? He had a drink, said Harry. You're driving my poor father to drink, exclaimed Daphne. You practically told him to use the calculator and go snog your mother, said Harry. Mother made wistful observations about Father, said Daphne. I can't imagine that, said Harry. Well, I went in needing contraceptive potion and Mother said, here, take some of mine. I hardly need the stuff now, said Daphne. Well, in so many words. Speaking of, said Harry, fancy a spot of breakfast. I am famished, said Daphne. Creature had kept the chafing dishes warm. Harry made sure to take exactly half the bacon. Are you going soft on me, Mr. Black, leaving bacon? Said Daphne. One night of passion and you stop taking all the bacon. Harry patted the top of Daphne's hand. I'm not going soft on you any time soon, said Harry. But fair is fair. Why, Mr. Black, are you suggesting we cease the childish bacon war? Perhaps, said Harry. If you will stop. Daphne hadn't just fluttered her eyelashes at him, which was too just silly to imagine, and she'd missed his dirty joke. Equals 0 equals. Daphne arrived for her birthday breakfast in a hoodie and track pants. Sex is not happening then, thought Harry. Harry have her a gentle kiss on the hand, having learnt in 2 years to coddle his witch when she was like this. I know I'm not dressed up, said Daphne, but my tummy hurts. Harry conjured up a warm hot water bottle. She lay on the drawing room couch in bed socks, covered in a rug, Harry at the end of the couch sitting, puzzling though more seventh-year textbooks. Astoria arrived with a present in dress robes and did a double-take. Daphne, you're dressed. So muggle. I'm having my period, and it's really bad this time, said Daphne. Harry's conjuring me hot water bottles. Oh, sis, said Astoria, kneeling and patting her sister's hand, I'm sorry. You're sorry. I was hoping to have a really nice day shopping with Harry, said Daphne. Harry was sitting reading the book, and he nodded. Shopping, said Astoria. Mother implied you needed lots of potion. I do, said Daphne. I'm a married woman, and Harry is a brute. The brute, in slippers, jeans, and a jersey, nodded. I'm completely insatiable, he said deadpan. Astoria sat on a chair in the drawing room, looking up at the wedding photo of the two robed purebloods. More photos of unfamiliar-looking blacks dotted the walls now. Did you ever get the letters to Mrs. Avery? Asked Astoria. Harry looked up. Yes, she was sad, though knowing Regulus had died made her feel better, oddly. She settled for Avery and kept wondering if he'd just fled the country. And the reason he died. I was right. She'd have made a fantastic soppy aunt, said Harry. She'd like to keep in touch. Well, do you have a friend her age? Asked Astoria. Astoria, dearest, not every situation is one for matchmaking, said Daphne. I'm dearest. You love me more than him, said Astoria cheerfully. We have an arranged marriage. It's not the same, said Daphne, giving Harry a look. Well, yeah, I mean he was stuck having to marry you, said Astoria. Not that my sister is anything but a beautiful and intelligent woman. Daphne looked at Astoria. Oh, flattery and a present. Astoria tossed Daphne the flattish parcel, which she opened, and found a book entitled Living with Men, a guide for witches. Daphne read the table of contents. Sister, is this a serious book? I think it's partly satire, though I read it and I suspect it's not without truth, said Astoria. Daphne flicked through it and read a section aloud. Wizards rarely bother much with witches' pleasure, so a witch should insist on extra pleasuring before allowing the wizard their few minutes of rutting. Daphne blinked. It pulls no blows, she said. And Harry thought her ears might have just gone slightly pink. Well, parts are less applicable to you two, obviously, said Astoria. I just wanted to sit quietly, said Harry. Daphne gave him a gentle shove with one foot. Stop teasing my sister, said Daphne with a faint smile. You two are in love, said Astoria. We're just used to one another, said Harry. Daphne and I are stuck together, he nodded to Daphne. This is an arranged marriage. It's not some huge passion. Ignoring the sex anyway. Well, at least trying to ignore the sex, because even though she was feeling awful, she was being playful, and he desperately wanted to take her off to bed and leave her naked, panting, covered in sweat and flushed. Perfectly happy with your attentions was a phrase that sprang to mind, as it were. And Harry felt quite uncomfortable in the pants department. Well, it seems to have worked out. You like each other well enough, and there's goings-on, said Astoria. I'm a poor lonely widow. A filthy rich widow, corrected Harry. I'm sorry you're lonely. Astoria sighed. So few single men since the war. There's Theo, said Daphne. Theo's nearly broke, said Astoria. There's Blaise, I suppose. Blaise is a dangerous man, said Daphne firmly. His mother brought him up to think of wives as temporary, the way she sees husbands. He's handsome and richish, said Astoria. Otherwise it's all half-bloods. Oh, half-bloods aren't so bad, said Daphne, and she looked over at him momentarily. After Astoria left, Daphne asked, Why are you reading textbooks? I was on the run. I didn't do 7th year. There's a lot I don't know, said Harry. You're sensitive about being called a school dropout, aren't you? A bit, yeah, said Harry quietly. Well, you can study up and sit newts at the ministry, you know. There's a fee per subject, said Daphne. Is there? My school's 7th year was terrible. The new Muggle Studies class, torture curses in dark arts class. It was awful, said Daphne. I heard it was bad, yeah, said Harry. I only got 3 newts, said Daphne. Which shows how bad it had got, if a brainy witch like you only gets 3, said Harry. Daphne looked at Harry and stared. You think I'm brainy? Her eyes were a little closed, her lips looked utterly kissable. You've got the House of Black to a stable income, said Harry. The calculators and cash registers were your idea. You did all the work and thought up black books, said Harry. You've done really well. You should, do some newts, said Daphne. Well, I suppose. Transfiguration, charms, defense, said Harry. You should sit Newt Muggle studies. You'd easily pass. I'm shocked, Daphne, that you'd recommend anything easy, said Harry. I don't think I could do potions, and care seems a bit irrelevant these days. You did 6th-year potions. I only just passed owls in it, said Daphne. Snape marking up Slytherins did us no favors in the WEA examinations. I've got a really good potions textbook. Professor Snape put all kinds of great tips on the recipes, said Harry. Daphne looked incredulous, so Harry explained. He invented spells before he graduated, asked Daphne. Grumpy, clever man, said Harry. A complete pillock but was brilliant at potions. Daphne held a hand to her forehead melodramatically. Harry Potter praises Professor Snape. I think I might faint. Where 2 British magicals get together by accident. The course of true love never did run smooth. The course of this story is once again more like a pinball on an improbable journey. By an orc. The Harry Potter Wizarding World Setting and Characters by J.K. Rowling, with no intent to profit from this work. Chapter 9, Hot Fuzz. Harry was in the tool shed making a picture frame when someone knocked firmly on the partly open coach door. Harry opened the door, expecting to see a delivery truck. 3 policemen stand in uniform that looks more like Auror armor every year. Yes, asked Harry. You live here, asked a policeman firmly. Harry Potter, this is my house, yes, said Harry. We've got a search warrant for your house, said the policeman. Harry blinked. Why? He asked awkwardly. Our helicopter detected a large heat plume from, your house here, so we've got a warrant to search. In case you're growing drugs or running a drug lab, they said. Harry's mind whirled. That was a thing. Heat. They could detect heat from a helicopter. Can I see the warrant? Harry asked. And I'll need to tell my wife she isn't expecting policemen. The policeman, a tough, stubbled, dark-haired man in his 30s, looked at Harry's jeans and t-shirt. And what do you do? He asked, Mr. Potter. My family own dozens of rental properties. I do the repairs, my wife does the accounts, said Harry, taking the clipboard. The address was a scribble, with Grimmauld Place at the end of it. Not actually my address, said Harry firmly. We, had trouble with your address, said the policeman, who had a badge that said SGT Greaves. The name of the owner was a smear. Or my name as the owner. So this is a search warrant for somewhere on my street, and you picked me. The computer's been playing up, said Greaves bitterly. It's like it hates your house. Well, I suppose we'll have to show you we're not, growing or making drugs, said Harry. Can I, tell my wife before you come in? She might be, well, in the bath. Greaves, pots and vases stood around in Harry's tool shed as Harry darted out the back door. He wondered what to do. Daphne wasn't in the courtyard. He went downstairs and into the kitchen. Creature, the house is going to be searched by Muggle Aurors. Still every painting and picture and hide anything obviously magical. Where is Mistress? Harry asked in clipped tones. Her office, Master, croaked Creature as he vanished with a pop. Harry disapparated with a sharp crack and reappeared in Daphne's office. She was sitting at the desk working. She looked up. What? She asked. We're being searched by Muggle Aurors, said Harry. I'll lock the flue. You charm the fireplaces to look like gas. I'm pretty sure we're not allowed to burn coal. Just obligate them, confound them and send them away, said Daphne. They know our house has a lot of hot fires, said Harry. They have records on computers. We can't memory charm them away. How? Asked Daphne. They have a thing for finding hot buildings, from a flying machine. Helicopter, said Harry. Daphne shrugged uncomprehendingly. Harry disappeared with a crack. He jabbed at the fireplace with his wand, putting the fire out, and waved his wand, charming the fireplace to look gas-fired. The fire irons slid to locked with another wave. It wouldn't keep out aurors, but hopefully they wouldn't come today. He went back outside, and wincing, dispelled the muggle-repelling charm on the coach house near side wall. He opened the small door. "Well, come through," said Harry. "My wife's not happy about this." "We'll try to be quick and not leave muddy footprints," said Greaves, with forced joviality. The 3 policemen stared at the courtyard, then up at the house. "Crikey," said Vasey. "Didn't know it had that roof thingy." "This is a right little oasis in the city," said Potts, looking at the roses on the inner wall. "Planted for my wife. It was all rubbish and broken glass when we started renovating," said Harry. He led curious police down the steps into the passageway. "What's behind that steel door?" asked Greaves. "The old coal room," said Harry, and dragged the door open with a groan. "The police shone torches around. Looks untouched since last century," said Vasey. "It is, apart from cleaning up some rubbish under the old coal chute," said Harry, and the police backed out of the doorway and Harry pushed it shut. "Do you have trouble with damp in the passage?" asked Vasey. "Terrible trouble," said Harry, and he opened the door to the boiler room without being asked. "Our boiler runs on gas nowadays." Potts went in and looked behind the boiler. "You don't use those shelves?" he asked as he came back out with a spider web in his hair. "Too hot in there," said Harry, and shut the door. The kitchen was quiet, and the police spread across it. "Not exactly modern," said Vasey. "It all works," said Harry, "and the stove keeps the room warm enough." "Is that fireplace original?" asked Greaves, staring at the small blue flames. "Converted to gas," said Harry. "Good for making toast on a cold winter's night." "Your house is old-fashioned then?" asked Greaves. "Victorian," said Harry, "though with gas fires and lights." "Gas lamps," said Vasey, looking at a wall lamp. "Putting in electricity would be impractically expensive," said Harry. "So, no electricity at all?" asked Vasey. "I don't miss it," said Harry. "Now these stairs were for servants, so they're a bit steep," he explained and led them up to the ground floor. The police looked around, like fish out of water. "Nice photo," said Vasey. "That your kid?" "My godson," said Harry. "My aunt, my wife, and I, all that's left of our family." The policemen quietened down, and Harry led them into the enormous dining room, with the 20-yard-long table. "Our family was a lot larger in the past," said Harry. "This is the old silver store, I think," said Harry, and showed them the small storeroom. "We don't use it," he said. "Butler's pantry. Someone's bricked over your dumb waiter," said Vasey, looking around. "How do you get food from the kitchen?" "Our servant does it. Before I married, I ate in the kitchen," admitted Harry. He led the police up the stairs to the first floor. He opened the door to the library, all bookcases, and the glass cabinet around the scroll rack. "Our library. As you can see, we're not growing drugs in there," said Harry. As he hoped, the Muggle police did not enter the library. Any one of dozens of the books might have killed them, but at least none of them were being temperamental today, or maybe Creature was helping. Harry led them across the landing to the drawing room, he said and waved a hand. Vasey and Potts walked in and whistled. "Wow," said Potts. Greaves, who'd been eyeballing the row of doors, went into the drawing room at that. Harry followed Greaves in. The photos and paintings were all oddly still, the couches neat. "Your family?" asked Greaves, indicating all the blacks on the walls. "My godfather, my adoptive father's family," said Harry. Potts was looking at Harry's wedding photo. "Very old-fashioned formal wedding?" he asked. "It's my wife's mother's culture," said Harry. Greaves coughed nervously. "We have 14 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms, and an office, if you would, gentlemen," said Harry. Harry knocked on the study door and opened it. He stood stock still, stunned. Daphne sat at the desk, in an elegant Muggle dress, No sign of the usual mechanical calculator and piles of parchment. A silvery laptop computer and the family ledger sat on the sparse desk. Harry made head motions to the desk. "Charms," said Daphne quietly. "Daphne, dear, the police," said Harry. Daphne stood, and Sergeant Greaves came in, took one look at Daphne, and stopped. Mrs. Black, Daphne Black, I see my husband is showing you around. This will go faster if I assist," said Daphne, her accent back to its pre-marriage glassy sharpness. Harry admired her figure in the dress. She was looking elegant rather than sexy, which was a mercy, thought Harry. Greaves backed out of the room. "Harry Potter, you said your name was," said Greaves to Harry. "Harry Potter Black," said Daphne, striding out in her dress. "Honestly, Harry," she said icily, "as if I'd have married Harry Potter." "Quite, dear," said Harry. "Sergeant Arthur Greaves," said Greaves awkwardly to Daphne. Harry was given Potts and Vasey, who stood around on the landing. "Harry, I will show Sergeant Greaves the 3rd floor. You take yours this floor, 4th, and the attic." "Visitors' bedrooms," said Harry, showing the 1st floor bedrooms. "No windows," said Potts, his brows furrowing. "Victorian house," said Harry. "Now we're going up 1 floor, 2nd floor, visiting family. If you'd please not look in my sister-in-law's cupboards and drawers." "Sister-in-law gets a nice room," said Potts. "She visits often," said Harry, closing the door to the big front bedroom. "This middle bedroom's very big," said Vasey, gazing over the immense room. "Well, for the oldest family, when they visit," said Harry. "My aunt with my godson mostly." "What happened to your family, if you don't mind me asking?" asked Vasey. "Terrorists happened," said Harry very bluntly, "and the older ones died of being old." "Must be a real hassle keeping this place clean," said Potts, changing the subject. "Our servant does that. You will not be seeing him," said Harry. Vasey and Potts shared a look, and Harry led them up past the 3rd floor to the 4th floor. "Wow, what a view," said Potts, going to the far window. "My room," said Harry, opening his door. Vasey came in. "More photos." "My parents' family," said Harry. "The Potters and their friends." "It's very light compared to the rest of the house," said Vasey. "My aunt envied it as a girl," said Harry. Potts looked out the window of the bathroom. "Roses everywhere." "My wife liked them, so I changed them every 2 days," said Harry. "Now this is my late uncle's room. Please don't touch anything," said Harry, opening the door to Regulus's room. Potts and Vasey came in to look. "When did he die?" asked Vasey. "He went missing back in 1980, said Harry. "We didn't know for sure till 97. "Oh," said Vasey. "Yes, he was murdered," said Harry. "Now I believe we need to see the attic." Potts and Vasey flashed their lights around the attic. "Lots of really old stuff," said Vasey. "We got rid of most of the rubbish a few years back. Now it's spare lamps, that sort of thing," said Harry. "Clearly not a drug-growing operation." "People would make a drug lab out of that coal room of yours," said Potts. "I hope we can keep the family finances afloat without resorting to crime," said Harry blandly. They were getting to the bottom of the spiral staircase from the attic when Potts asked, "You're not posh. Mrs. Black is." "I was raised very badly by my aunt and uncle in Surrey after my parents were murdered by terrorists. I would have a very different accent had my family lived," said Harry in a very dry tone. "Jot the 2 surnames thing." Harry held out his left hand and showed them his signet ring. "Head of the House of Black, whose last remaining house you are in." "But adopted." "By my godfather, my father's best friend. My great-aunt was a Black, and my father's family intermarried with the Blacks on and off," said Harry. "Now, as I don't seem to be growing anything except roses." "It's all the fireplaces, isn't it?" said Potts. "I expect with them off this is." "A cold shithole," said Harry, "though my wife would use different words." "Why is there nothing of your wife's in your room?" asked Vasey studiously casually. "Because she has her own bedroom the size of the library, and she snores," said Harry. "Sorry, sir," said Vasey politely. "And uses my bathroom. The view from the bathtub is rather wonderful at night." "Saw the bubble bath, sir," said Potts. "Please don't call me that," said Harry. "Now I think I hear your sergeant going down the stairs." Harry recast the muggle-repelling wards as soon as the police left. He firmly closed the outer doors and went to the kitchen. Daphne sat at the kitchen table. "That was most unwanted," she said. "Creature, bring us a drink," said Harry and sat down opposite her. "Drinking in the kitchen," said Daphne. Creature appeared with a bottle and 2 small glasses. Daphne poured. "Port," she said. Harry tried port. It was strong. Harry sighed. "I was lucky to keep them out of the library." "Greaves asked about the scrolls, so I told him they're 1,000 years old and you study them," said Daphne. "He nearly had kittens." "Any trouble?" "He entered my bedroom. Wanted to verify the room occupied the whole end of the house," said Daphne. Harry tensed. Was he inappropriate? He growled. Daphne snorted. "I had my wand in my hand in my pocket the whole time. I'd have stunned him and had you fix it later. I'm flattered you're getting all protective of me." "I'm not," said Harry tightly. "They were inquisitive about our separate bedrooms. I simply told them you snore." "I do not," said Daphne. "It is quite soft, but you do," said Harry. "And that I sound like a muggle and you sound posh." "What did you say?" "That my family died and I was raised in Surrey by relatives," said Harry. "It's true." "It's not like Potters or Sacred 28, said Daphne, taking a sip of port. "Peveril are more pure than Potter," said Harry, "and Mum was Slytherin of some sort." Silent port drinking happened. "Why'd you get changed?" asked Harry after a glass of port. "Nice work disguising your desk." "Because muggles would ogle me in jeans," said Daphne. Harry had to admit she had a point. "Well, 4 really, 2 at least in just jeans." "You look very nice, very lady of the manor," said Harry. "Because I am," said Daphne, then shaking her head. Harry wondered what she wanted in life. He knew it wasn't him, obviously, but she did like the whole house in the country thing, as she kept going to see her horse at her mother's and to her sister's. She probably wanted a house in the country, Harry realized, and it came to him he probably had one that was intact. "I do know where there's a manor house. I think Cousin Tom owned it. He died. It's probably mine," offered Harry. "I've never heard you talk about a Cousin Tom," said Daphne. "Yes, I have. Tom Riddle, cousin up through the Gaunts and Peverils," said Harry. Daphne coughed. "He was your cousin." "Oh, come on, we're all related," said Harry. "Magical in England, even you're a distant cousin, I'd bet." "Mother checked," said Daphne. "You're like an 8th cousin. Probably the least related person I could have married." "Well, look, we did that right," said Harry with a quick crooked smile. "Much closer through the blacks. Only 200 years since a black married a greengrass," said Daphne. "She became a black." "Well, so you don't have much black blood." "No, just you," said Daphne and had a big swig of port. Harry went to bed that night and wondered drunkenly about asking Daphne to come sleep over. Well, obviously and stuff. Well, mostly and stuff. He woke up twice with gunky pajamas, where 2 British magicals get together by accident. The course of true love never did run smooth. The course of this story is once again more like a pinball on an improbable journey. By an orc, the Harry Potter Wizarding World setting and characters by J.K. Rowling, with no intent to profit from this work. Chapter 10, Cousin Tom's Manor. The next morning, a hungover Harry went looking for Little Hangleton. It was on the Muggle maps, but not the Apparition Almanac. The hangover from port was manageable with a potion. Harry apparated to the nearest trig station and looked around, finally seeing Little Hangleton and apparating there. A brisk walk up the low hill took him to the old Riddle place. Harry's skin itched as he got closer, repelling charms. The place was a mess. Harry's older and more experienced eyes showed him all manner of problems, lots of water ingress, walls with missing mortar. And it was actually shorter than 12 Grimmauld Place, smaller than the house his family had once owned. But unlike that, not burnt down, 3 stories, the ground floor windows boarded over with old planks. Harry drew his wand and cast some muggle-repelling charms around the building, this side then walking around doing the sides. The back of the building had a small door into a small extension, onto a larger extension, then the building proper. Harry wondered if it was a laundry and kitchen. Harry stared at the roof, repaired the tiles in 7 casts of the repair charm, and cast a few repair charms on broken windows. It looked like it might keep out the rain now. Harry shrugged at the building. It looked like a lot of work. He walked to the front door, unlocked it with Alohomora, and went in, lighting his wand. He walked around taking notes in a small notebook. Number of rooms, a bit of a maze. Harry counted 8 bedrooms, with radiators in most rooms that looked like the central heating from Harry's old school in Little Whinging, and had en suites. A tricky extension on the end of the building away from the driveway had its own extra sitting room off the parlor and a large bedroom. It was more old-fashioned, might have been for a grandparent, someone who didn't do stairs. When he told Daphne it had en suites and what looked like central heating, in addition to a few old fireplaces, she just raised one eyebrow. "It's really dilapidated," Harry said defensively. The tingling in his pants was just bloody unfair. And she'd done something in the last few months, because he couldn't help looking at her if she was in the room. Something with her hair, the tiny wispy bits under her hairdo drove Harry completely insane. He suspected she might have somehow mixed a Mortentia into her perfume, the mere sniff of which had him unable to think about anything but, well, looking at her, listening to her talk, while staring at her lips. His hands shook just thinking about her sometimes. And she'd taken to lying like a large blonde cat on the couches in the parlor, reading, which was totally unreasonable. He could barely concentrate on Newt's revision. He rather suspected Daphne had not taken Newt-level potions to lull her opponents into a false sense of security, as he was fairly sure she'd bewitched him with her Amortentia-laced perfume. But she was playing some sort of devious Slytherin long game, as she didn't do anything except ask him to read some of his Newt-level textbooks aloud. Harry tried desperately not to stumble over the words, to concentrate, and to clear his mind. It wasn't his finest effort. Eventually, the time came for Harry to front up to the ministry, to the WEA office for his Newt examinations. Harry felt a sense of vague anxiety, but at least where wasn't a Voldemort plot to solve this time? There was a sort of queue of people standing in the hall outside the WEA, called in by name, and from time to time people came out, either standing and waiting or leaving. Transfiguration was being examined by old Professor Tofty, a short wizard with more hair growing out his ears than on his head. All of it was wispy yellow, and he looked rather like he too might be part goblin. He was very cheerful, though. "Turn this bat into a handbag," said Professor Tofty, pulling a struggling bat from a cage. Harry struggled to remember the incantation, but managed to transform the bat into a smart black leather handbag with a silver clasp in the shape of a bat. "Oh, well done, Mr. Potter," said Professor Tofty. "I'm married. I know quite well what handbags look like," said Harry. Why she had to have half a dozen made no sense. Hermione got by with one massive bag. "So now," said Tofty, "turn this writing desk into a raven, then reverse it." The writing desk was a smart leather-topped desk with attractive spindle legs. Harry cast the spell, and there instead was a confused-looking raven. "Rock," it crowed. Harry used a generic transfiguration reversal spell, and the desk sat, largely as it had been. Tofty opened the lid of writing desk and took out a bundle of ragged cloth. "These rags into respectable robes," he said, handing the rags to Harry. As Harry handed Tofty an elegant dark gray robe with black embroidered trim, he mused about how much easier life was as an adult wizard. At least until someone undoes the transfigurations on your clothes. Tofty took a bucket from behind the desk and tipped it on the stone floor. "Water, mud, and some leaves. Vanish this mess," instructed the small professor. Harry flicked his wand. Having fought messes and stains for a year, he no longer needed to say the incantation. "Combat transfiguration, extend spikes from the floor," asked Tofty. Harry waved his wand, concentrating and saying the spell for conjured metal. A shrubbery of spikes of black iron slid upwards out of the floor like reverse icicles. Conjure something from thin air. Harry conjured up a balloon animal, a pink panther. Conjure flowers, said Tofty. Harry cracked his neck and wordlessly dumped out 100-odd red, heavily scented roses. Professor Tofty sighed. "Ah, young love," he said. "That will be all, Mr. Potter." Harry wondered briefly if he should tell Professor Tofty he was being potioned and decided that he wouldn't believe him. She'd get away with it because she was beautiful. Well, verging on gorgeous these days. Harry's charms examiner was a tall, thin, bespectacled man in a close-fitting gray robes. He had graying blonde hair, Derwent Wilkes, he introduced himself as. He carried a clipboard. "Make this fruit bowl dance," asked Wilkes. Harry did so, and had the two bananas tango, while the apple hummed the tune. "What was that dance?" asked Wilkes. It seemed rather risque. "A tango," said Harry. "Humming fruit." "I can't sing or play a musical instrument, but I know the tune well," admitted Harry. "And now, for extra credit, I believe you can cast a Patronus," asked Wilkes. Harry cast, and out came Prongs, breathing silver smoke, silver mist trailing off him. Harry twisted his wand. "Derwent Wilkes," he said clearly, and twisted his wand again. "You can also use a Patronus to send short messages," said Harry, and with a flick, Prongs trotted in a circle, then said, in Harry's voice, exactly what had been said. "Well, yes," said Wilkes, and drew a large circle on the sheet of parchment on his clipboard. Harry's Muggle Studies examiner was a short, narrow-faced man in a brown robe. Bob Sugden. "Now for the practical. I will pretend to be a Muggle, and you, Mr. Potter, will have a conversation and arouse no suspicion," said Sugden. They talked for a bit. "And now, describe the offside rule in football," said Sugden. Harry blinked. "That's a trick question," he replied. "I'd say I think it means one of our team can't get ahead of the ball, but it's a trick question." "Why is it a trick question, Mr. Potter?" "Because nobody actually understands the offside rule," said Harry. "Not even telecommtators." Sugden picked up his clipboard and marked it. "That will be all, Mr. Potter," he said. "And, yes, I know perfectly well what the offside rule is. That's the—" Harry Potter called a black-haired wizard in a gray robe Harry recognized as a typical ministry uniform. Harry walked in and was led to a large room. "This is your defense practical examination," said the wizard, and he nodded to another wizard holding a clipboard. We're prepared to give you an O, Mr. Potter," said the first wizard. "Let's do this properly," asked Harry. "If you would, cast a shield charm," asked the talkative one. Harry flicked his wand, and a huge blue soap bubble shimmered almost visible in front of Harry. The examiner used their wand to fire a red spell at it. The red spell stopped. "I was expecting to see the shield," said the examiner. "You'll have to try harder than that," said Harry. The examiner fired a blue bolt at Harry. The shield barely glowed, and the blue bolt fizzled out. 10 blue bolts later, Harry's shield was still practically invisible. "Try something with some a bone breaker or entrail expelling curse," suggested Harry. A black spell whizzed out of their wand and hit Harry's shield that flickered momentarily into visibility. "And now, we will have a short duel. No permanently injuring spells, obviously. Mr. Potter, you don't need to do this." Harry turned side on and held his wand out. "Begin," said the second wizard with the clipboard. Harry fired an expelliarmus that the examiner blocked. "You are rather famous for that," they said. Harry jabbed his wand at the examiner, and an orange bolt hit their shield and knocked them backwards against the wall 10 feet behind them. "Duel over," said the second wizard. "What was that?" "Knockback jinx," said Harry dryly. "The secret to overpowering spells is to never have done the reading about why it's not possible," thought Harry. "The power he knows not, if you will. As long as I never tell Hermione, she'll lynch me. Or Daphne, for that matter, she'd be very sarcastic." The second wizard drew something round on the clipboard they were holding. "Ahem," said the second wizard. "The Auror office would like if you'd have another bout. To see if you could be, an Auror." "As long as I go home looking unhurt," said Harry philosophically. He could do without being yelled at. The examiner drew a brass bell from their robes and rang it silently. A bit later, a group of red-robed aurors came in and stood around, a gray-haired one coming forward dollish. "I'm going to duel you. Nothing dark, nothing we can't fix quickly." "We already suggested he not expel Aramis," said the first examiner, who was rubbing their back. Dawlish stood with his wand ready. "Line up about 20 feet away," he said. The other aurors had spread around the walls of the room and were watching intently. Harry wondered what to do. He didn't feel like a long, complicated fight. Harry raised his wand. One of the examiners said, "Begin." Harry stepped right and fired a massive red bolt at Dawlish. Dawlish had shielded, but Harry's overpowered spell shattered the shield and knocked Dawlish against the wall. Harry put his wand away and recited, "And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal," he said, because maybe they'd get confused and think he was powerful or something. The trick is to not know why it won't work, then do it anyway. Harry then shrugged. "Are we done?" One of Dawlish's colleagues was casting spells on Dawlish, who was apparently knocked out. "So, Potter, you joining soon?" asked another auror. "No," said Harry. "I'm going to sit quietly and pretend I don't exist." He turned to the examiners. "Try to persuade the aurors to pretend I don't exist too." He whistled on the way out of the ministry. Might have been a waltz. =0=. Over breakfast, Harry said to Daphne, "We need a potions lab." "What?" asked Daphne, surprised. "We buy potions we could make for a fraction. The police thought the coal room would make a great drug lab. We should use it for potions instead. You could learn 6th year, the book's fantastic, and then newt potions. I've been skimming the books. We could save a lot of money and have certain potions in stock," said Harry. "Are you suggesting you require my presence in bed?" asked Daphne. Then she licked her lips. Harry's brain, like a frayed string, snapped. "Not in bed, but plenty of other places," said Harry cheerfully. "Well, I never," said Daphne, and he was pretty sure she was blushing. "Apart from Yule in the hall cupboard." "So you like that?" asked Daphne. "The more important question is, did you?" asked Harry. "I'd like to pleasure you, and if that counted, I think we've got all kinds of things to lean against or over." "Are you implying you'd like me to be a loose woman?" "I like how tight you are," said Harry very suggestively. Daphne definitely blushed. "I like your arse, the way it's like 2 quaffles, the way your hips roll around, the way you stuck your arse out, wanting me. It's my most intense memory ever," said Harry. Daphne sat looking very red in the face. "You can't talk about that sort of thing over breakfast," she said. "Well, I'm really horny now, I admit." "And you think I'm made of ice," said Daphne. "What am I supposed to do?" Harry said, "Agree. I'll lock the flue and we'll shag." "Lock the flue and we can discuss this urge of yours," said Daphne. "Discuss" turned into laying Daphne across the dining table and shagging, her legs wrapped around Harry's shoulders. Daphne lay on the table, a bit sweaty. "These robes will need laundered," she said. "Was it okay?" "Quite pleasant," said Daphne, "but I do have work to do today." "I'm going to put the coal into a space-expanded coal bucket and set up a potions lab," said Harry. "Shouldn't take too long." "Stone benches," said Daphne. "Concrete blocks," said Harry, "like giant stone bricks, but hollow. Muggles use them for all kind of stuff and they can be joined with mortar." Harry went to the hardware store and bought everything to make a couple of concrete barbecues and had it delivered. The store delivery driver knew Harry's garage well now. Harry unfolded the beach chair in the coach house, took a textbook, and sat down to read while he waited. It would probably be late afternoon before the stuff turned up. Creature popped in nervously a few minutes later. "Mistress is wondering where Master is. Mistress is being in the drawing room." Having run into the apparition boundary that was part of the walls of the house before, Harry walked to the kitchen first. Daphne was sitting in a dress that qualified as Muggle on the couch. "Harry," she said, "are we lovers?" she asked. "I don't know," said Harry. Daphne was a good friend now, and he liked snogging, and actually having sex was really nice. "I like shagging you." Would you rather shag someone else? Asked Daphne. Harry thought, not really, said Harry. You are. I dunno. I used to like Ginny, really like her body, but these days, I keep judging all women against my ideal, which is a lot more like you. I'm your ideal woman, asked Daphne incredulously. A lot like it, said Harry. I try to just accept. Also, you're quite close to most of Sirius's porn mag centerfolds in general dimensions, with a prettier face, and not 30 years out of date. I wouldn't say that because you're also a witch, and I like having my bits connected to me. I'm not. Daphne held her hands out, indicating front-mounted quaffles. Harry shrugged. You seem quite large enough. Astonishingly large for how you look sometimes. I'm not that tall, she said, not talking about how she did that. Which gives you an excuse to wear brain-meltingly sexy shoes, said Harry honestly. Damn, just gave my personal Slytherin witch ammunition. When did I start thinking of her as my personal Slytherin witch? Harry wondered. Harry decided to barge on. I think of you as my personal Slytherin witch, he admitted. Daphne smiled a small smile. Oh, that's so cute, she said. If I wanted to sleep with you tonight, just sleeping, would that be okay? I might be overexcited, but yeah, okay, said Harry. Well, it's nearly time for lunch, so go get changed, said Daphne. Harry apparated away, got Creature to keep an ear out for muggles, and got changed. Harry sat, waiting for lunch and Daphne in the dining room, when Daphne walked in wearing a short, tight robe with a massive scoop on the neck, nearly barring both her breasts, and a hem that came halfway down her thighs, and her high-heeled boots. Are you here for lunch or to be lunch? Asked Harry. A quick bite to eat and a spot of cunnilingus, asked Daphne politely. Where did you get that robe? Asked Harry, his pants now far too tight. It's a traditional marriage night robe, said Daphne. I've had it since we got married. Christ, Harry exclaimed. If you turned up in that on our wedding night, I'd have given me a very rotten shag, asked Daphne sarcastically. Well, said Harry, we should have lunch, he said, rearranging his boxers. Daphne ate lunch very politely. Harry couldn't help staring at her breasts. So white, mounded, and if she moved too much, she'd fall right out. His brain wasn't really braining. Harry rather rushed through his post-lunch cup of tea, and Daphne used a seize and pulled charm to slide the table setting away from Harry. Then she pushed her way onto the table and lay, her legs over Harry's shoulders. She pulled up her hem and pulled aside her skimpy underwear. Harry, still sitting at the dinner table, leaned forward and began to lick. Daphne lay back and slowly worked her way up to groaning. Harry looked up and stared. Her breasts had fallen out of the robe, and she lay, panting. Was that enough? Asked Harry. May I have some more, please? Said Daphne, and Harry busied himself. After the third, Harry sat up. I'm getting a sore back, and I've had nothing but a great view. Daphne held both breasts, mashing them together. They fell out of the top. Well, I wouldn't mind. Harry moved his chair back, and her legs wrapped round his hips. Is the table comfortable enough? He asked between thrusts. Quite adequate, gasped Daphne between thrusts. Afterwards, Harry asked, any particular reason for this today? Well, we missed out on our wedding night, said Daphne, and well, your line about me being your Slytherin witch had me feeling all witchy, and hooking her boots behind his arse. Is this going to be a regular thing? Asked Harry, helping Daphne off the table. She rearranged her breasts back into the robe top. It's a little drafty, and if someone came in, a bit hard to, look decent, said Daphne. This sort of robe is usually only worn in the bedroom. Oh, the muggles have clothes like that too, said Harry. Some of their fashions are scandalous, agreed Daphne. Well, lunch is over, so, much as I'm going to regret saying this, maybe you should go put some actual clothes on. Your tits are cold, said Harry. Are you sure? Said Daphne. You didn't handle them. Harry caressed her breasts. They're a little cold, really best for warmer rooms, said Harry. Do muggles really have bedroom-only clothes? Asked Daphne, arching her back. I'll show you later, said Harry, bending down and kissing her décolletage. Can we got to bed? asked Daphne. "I'd like to be warm and have something soft to lie on while you and I again." "My room," said Harry, kissed Daphne once on the lips, and disapparated excitedly. Daphne appeared mere seconds later in Harry's room, which was warm and sunny in the early afternoon. Daphne shut the door with her wand and started awkwardly undoing the robe. Harry helped her enthusiastically. Daphne lay back naked on the warm bed. "I'd like some more, please," she said with a smirk. Harry pulled off his robe and dropped his trousers, fumbling off the rest of his clothes. 20 minutes later, Harry lay, naked next to Daphne in the sunny bed. "Your bedroom is unfairly sunny," said Daphne. "I've a good mind to sleep here all the time." "You snore," said Harry, kissing her on the neck gently. "I'll change," she said. "I promise I'll be good." "You could be bad instead," asked Harry. 5 minutes of showing Daphne pornography later, Daphne said, "So, Sirius had bequeathed you deviant clothes tastes. How does she do that?" The woman in question was bent double. "I've no idea," admitted Harry. "Looks impressive, though." "I'm not that flexible," admitted Daphne. "Try pushing my leg up, I get stuck." Harry held her ankle and pushed. She was right. "Flexibility is all about stretching over time," said Harry. "I learn a little for Quidditch ground drills. Would always had us do stretches." "I'd like a warm bath," said Daphne. "I'm all tired and sore," she said coquettishly. "Worn out by multiple orgasms," said Harry. "You poor thing." "My husband is an insatiable beast," said Daphne, with a smile and a gleam in her eyes. Creature popped into the room. "Master, the muggles are here." "Bugger," said Harry, frantically pulling on underpants, jeans, and a jumper and disapparating to the kitchen with a crack. The fat, middle-aged delivery truck driver looked at Harry's flushed, disheveled, shoeless appearance as Harry opened the alley door. "Having a bit of a post-lunch party, were you?" he asked. "Just put the pallets in here," said Harry, opening the carriage doors. "You got room for all this in your backyard?" asked the driver, twisting the handle of the pallet truck, which hummed loudly and slid up the slight slope into the carriage house. "Well, I'm making a workshop in the basement, actually," said Harry, watching as the second pallet of premix mortar was pushed in by the electric pallet jack. "You better look out, the fuzz will be all over you," said the driver, joking. "They actually searched my house last month, so yeah," said Harry. "My house is gas-heated and really old. Their helicopter heat detection thing went crazy. Just all the fireplaces converted to gas, no insulation and a lot of heat going up." "Shit, how did that go?" asked the driver, looking sympathetic. "My wife was a bit put out," said Harry. "Her family's posh, they've never had police in the house." The driver looked thought the window at number 12. "Your house isn't exactly tiny either, Mr. Potter," he said, eyeing the form before handing Harry the clipboard to sign. "Her parents have a manor in the country," said Harry. Harry closed the door after the driver and apparated into the downstairs passage, walked quickly to the kitchen, and was in his bathroom in one more crack of apparition. He turned on the taps, poured in some bubble bath, and walked to his bedroom where Daphne lay on his bed, flicking through the pornography, a sheet draped over herself. "Mrs. Black, I have started your bath," said Harry. "She looks absolutely delicious," Harry thought. "After my bath, you can show me this little manor," said Daphne. "Somewhere with central heating and en suites would be rather nice." "Nice first thing," said Harry, "or if my wife feels ill. Not having to hike into the Arctic bathrooms or apparate with a headache." "Do the en suites have baths?" asked Daphne. "The best bedroom has one that looks out over the grounds. The windows are diamond panes and mullioned," said Harry. "While I bathe," said Daphne, standing, wrapping the sheet around herself, "you can go make those potions benches." She rubbed her back as she left. "Daphne, did you injure your back today?" asked Harry. "Only a little, husband," said Daphne as she padded to Harry's bathroom across the landing. Harry followed her. "I asked you at the time if the table was okay, and you assured me it was." "I was being dutiful," said Daphne, "pleasuring my husband." Harry followed her all the way to the bath, where she turned off the taps and, holding the towel as screen, descended into the pink foam. "Please don't be like that," said Harry. "When I'm asking if it's okay, I really care," said Harry. "I could easily have put cushioning charms on it." Daphne, who had sunk till only her nose was above the bubbles, said, "Perhaps my comfort was neglected. I thought you were being forceful," she said. "Not if you're going to get a sore back," said Harry. "I enjoyed it, and it was great to finally see the sexy wedding night robes. But I don't want you getting hurt." "I'm a witch, I'm not made of china," said Daphne. "I'll rub bruise paste on when you're out," said Harry. "Bruise paste? I've got some in the cabinet," said Harry, "for dancing shoes." "Is that what that jar is?" asked Daphne. "I thought it might be some sort of failed pomade." Harry popped down to the kitchen and walked to the shed. He looked at the instructions on the sacks of mortar and, with difficulty, pulled open the rusted trapdoor to the coal store. "Wingardium Leviosa," had the sacks flying down into the darkness. Harry popped down and set up a bluebell flame in a conjured jar. The coal went into the dented coal scuttle. Space expanded with a packing charm. A bit of dust vanishing, and the room was merely old and dark, lit by the flickering blue light. Harry apparated up to the coach house and levitated the blocks down into the dark. Harry was finally done moving things, so he leaned the empty pallets against the coach house wall. Spreading mortar with a wand was, Harry decided, like spreading icing on cakes, but miles easier. The two benches went up very easily, and Harry thought he'd been quite creative laying one course on their sides, making a row of shelves under the benches. He hadn't expected to get a lot of bench length, but he had enough for a couple of cauldrons. He mortared the whole top surface, charming it flat. Done. Harry apparated to the downstairs passage, saving 5 yards of walking, and walked into the kitchen. He washed his hands in the laundry sinks, now looking merely very worn. Fortified with cleanliness, he apparated to his bathroom, where Daphne lay in the bubbles. "Are you taking a break?" she asked. "Done," corrected Harry. "Time for your back to get bruise paste massaged into it." "Massage," said Daphne. "That sounds worth getting out of the bath for." Daphne sat still in the bath. "Potter, I'm getting out," she said. "Daphne, before you got in on my bed, I was licking you off." "Get out, I'll dry you off," said Harry, getting a fluffy towel off the towel rail. "I'm shy," said Daphne. "Not in those robes you weren't," said Harry. "They're traditional," said Daphne. "Let me get out on my own, please." Harry took the bruise paste and went to his bed. Daphne, in 2 towels, arrived soon afterwards and lay on the bed, face down, and fiddled with the towel. Harry sighed. "Daphne, take the damn towel off. We were making love not 4 hours ago on this bed." Daphne took the towel off and lay, legs firmly together. Harry looked at Daphne's back, several long, narrow scrapes where the table had rubbed on her back. Harry took his wand and very gently apiscide the scrapes. "Oh, that feels better," said Daphne, as Harry opened the bruise paste and very gently rubbed it on her sore back, concentrating on the newly mended scrapes. "Is the rest of your back okay?" Harry asked. On my back really," said Daphne. Harry used more fingers and gently rubbed bruise paste over her back. Daphne eventually relaxed. "Ah," she exhaled. "Anywhere else?" Harry asked. "Back of my head," Daphne admitted. "Oh, Daphne, I'm so sorry," said Harry, feeling he'd been an awful brute. "I should have cast that cushioning charm." Harry gently rubbed bruise paste onto the back of Daphne's scalp, working it through her hair. "I'll have to wash my hair," she said, lying limply on the bed. "I'll scourgify it gently," said Harry, "and towel dry, you'll be better." After Harry finished drying Daphne's hair, she sighed. "Well, time to dress for dinner." "Want to go out for dinner?" Harry asked. "We can just go to a Muggle restaurant, have dinner, then go see the Riddle place." "What would we wear?" asked Daphne. "Tidy dress for you, tidy casual for me." "You're wearing a suit. Reguluses if you must," said Daphne. "I'll need an hour." "You don't need makeup. You're beautiful as you are," said Harry. "And you can just use that big clip thingy. You look lovely like that." "Are you quite done giving me dressing orders?" asked Daphne. "We'll need coats," said Harry. For the exploring later. I'll see you in the library in an hour, said Daphne. Harry had no idea why she needed an hour, and suspected he should not ask. An hour later, Harry was wearing Regulus's suit and his oldest tidy shoes, a coat on the arm of his chair, reading a very odd scroll from Rowena Ravenclaw. She kept referring to things Slytherin obviously knew about, and Harry didn't know what things like the problematic spell referred to. Some of the scroll talked about the castle itself, and Rowena apparently had firm ideas about some things to do with the magic in the, for example, staircases. By the way she wrote, Salazar had equally firm, different ideas. He'd have to sort all the letters and piece it together like an invisible jigsaw. It reminded Harry very pleasantly of the fun puzzle-solving bits of his childhood adventures. Ahem, said Daphne. Harry put the scroll down carefully and looked up. Daphne was standing in a belted Burberry coat. In boots and her Lady of the Manor dress, her face preternaturally even and her hair, as Harry had said, clipped back by a single curved comb. Her hair fell in a mass down her neck, her ears exposed. She looked far more sophisticated than Harry had. He knew any business having a wife like. He stood up. Daphne, you look very nice, he said. Daphne looked critically as Harry pulled on the long tweed coat. He'd found it in the cloakroom some time ago and spent a while getting it to smell nicer and not have holes. We'll go to something in Islington. We can just apparate to Islington Green, said Harry. By the Tesco's, said Daphne. There's a street with restaurants. One will interest you, Harry said. True to his word, 10 minutes late Harry was walking. Daphne insisted on being arm in arm down a well-lit Islington street. He couldn't help remembering her naked today. The Devious Ferret, said Harry, the name's amusing. We will go to one with many patrons and no gimmicky name, said Daphne. She sniffed. You're wearing that cologne, she said. We're going out, said Harry. It's expected, isn't it? At Tington's was cozily lit and half full, of mostly older, expensively dressed people. This, said Daphne, standing by the door. Harry realized why she wasn't moving and opened the door for her. She swept in and Harry followed. There was a woman all in black at a small desk with a cash register. Harry walked over. My wife and I would like a table for dinner, said Harry. Daphne looked about calmly. Any preferences? Asked the woman, her brown hair in a quoit down her back. Not near the kitchen or facilities, said Daphne in a tone that could cut glass. The woman smiled minutely. This way, she said, picking up a menu and walking off. Harry followed Daphne and remembered to push her chair in for her. Daphne sat and waited. Anything to drink? Asked the woman. Water, said Daphne. We're driving after dinner back to the manor. The woman almost cringed and instead handed Daphne a menu, then Harry and left. Back to the manor, asked Harry quietly. We are dressed casually. Now the servants will know how to treat us, said Daphne. Treat her, thought Harry. Harry looked in the menu. Daphne said, oh, they have seafood. I shall have the lobster. Harry didn't know if he liked lobster, so thought about. They had some really exotic foreign stuff his uncle would never have stood for, and Hogwarts didn't serve. I'm going to have the Chinese pork belly and greens, said Harry. Oh, it's a little fatty, but the greens will be quite nice, said Daphne. We had it in Beijing on holiday once. Father ordered it. The beef flank noodle soup looks quite authentic. It's very homey food from China. I wonder what proper Indian food is like, said Harry, making conversation. Ask the Paddles where to eat. They'll know somewhere that's not touristy, said Daphne. Pavarti will answer your owl, won't she? I expect so, said Harry. You will not be writing Q Chen, added Daphne firmly. Cho. Q, said Daphne. Really, she rolled her eyes. How do you know that? Asked Harry. She was in choir at school, said Daphne. Hogwarts wasn't sophisticated enough for a Lushang in the orchestra, but she sang quite well. Which told Harry quite clearly that Daphne had been in the choir. Harry vaguely remembered the boppy song in 4th year after sorting. There's been a lot of people singing, and some toads and instruments. Some of the voices had been, oh bugger. The high bits, Daphne had sung some of those. He had a vague recollection of the high bits sounding a bit like Daphne's voice. "Why don't you sing?" Harry asked. "You did inquire. I can even remember a little bit." "Fourth year or sixth," said Daphne. "Sixth year," Harry thought, interrupted by a jug of water and 2 glasses being put on their table by someone, a young man all in black cotton. "Sixth year, I'm not sure I remember," said Harry, and he glanced at Daphne. She had a look on her face that had been quite pleased, quickly shifting to annoyed. With Snape's betrayal. Crap, the weird song after dinner the day Snape did a runner. It was all in Latin. "It was all in Latin," said Harry. It had been mostly high, haunting bits. "You did a lot of that one," said Harry, and he looked over at Daphne. She had the strangest look on her face, like she'd taken a horrible potion and instead of an aftertaste like sick, it had tasted really nice. Her eyes were a bit shiny in the corners. "You all right?" asked Harry. "Fine," said Daphne, and she composed herself. "You remember my solo." Harry thought, once again, of how incredibly lucky he could be, sometimes. "I'd like to hear it again," said Harry. Daphne turned her face away. "I couldn't possibly. I'd need weeks of practice. I haven't done any vocal exercises in a year." "Well, not here," said Harry, "at home, when you feel up to it." "I would really need some help," said Daphne. "I suppose I could get a few of the old choir together, and someone to play something." Her neck was slightly pink. She was blushing. "I'm not musical, sorry," said Harry. "I know," said Daphne. 7 years of the Hat singing off-key and Dumbledore's awful school song. Every year, Professor Flitwick would offer for the choir to lead the school for that. Everyone could have been singing the same tune, said Daphne wistfully. Harry winced. "That was always dire," said Harry. "Dumbledore was a monster," agreed Daphne. "We've got the gramophone. You could get some music, you know, to listen to," said Harry. "I thought you wanted quiet," said Daphne levelly. "I didn't realize," said Harry. "Get some. Is there some at your parents'?" "I have a few discs," said Daphne. "Mostly Father's collection." "Well, there's music stores too," said Harry. "Be nice to liven the place up a little." Harry thought, shit, she's hardly had friends around, been worked to a frazzle, till the calculator and not played music in the house, all worried I won't like it from a throwaway line. Harry resolved that he really should talk to his wife. A young man in black cotton shirt and trousers arrived with a notepad. "Are you ready to order?" he asked. "Harry will have the beef flank noodle soup. I'll have the lobster if it's less than a day old," said Daphne. "All our seafood is fresh this morning," said the young man. "That will be fine. A treacle slice for afters, and a profiterole," said Daphne. "Anything to drink with dinner." "We have a long way to drive, and then back tonight," said Daphne. "So neither of us will, thank you. Do you have an oolong?" "Oui, I do," said the young man. "A pot of oolong then," said Daphne. "That will go very nicely with the beef flank soup." Daphne handed the man her menu, and Harry followed suit. "I could have ordered that myself," said Harry. "You're not used to restaurants," said Daphne quietly. "Next time, you're doing all the talking, and we'll see if the service is different." "You think?" Your accent asked Harry. "We'll come here again, and you'll do the talking. Then we'll find somewhere more expensive and make an evening of it. Twice. Once with you doing all the talking, and once with me," said Daphne. "It might be amusing." "Are you messing with the staff?" asked Harry curiously. "Not at all," said Daphne. Harry finally realized Daphne wasn't wearing any jewelry, except for her wedding ring. "You, aren't wearing a necklace or earrings," said Harry. "We're going exploring after. Seemed foolish to risk losing something nice," said Daphne. Harry wondered if the lack of shiny things was Daphne reacting to his. "You don't need makeup," remark. The meal arrived, and a pot of tea. Harry tried some of the soup. It was comforting, though some of flavors were odd. Daphne daintily took a forkful of lobster tail from the shell, where it was in some sort of sauce, and tasted it. Her face transformed from caution into a smile. "Oh, this is good," she said, and had a little more. "Have you had lobster, Harry?" she asked. No," said Harry. Well, have a little, you might like it, said Daphne, and reversed the fork she was holding and handed it to Harry. Harry took a tiny bit. It was different. Harry took another bite. It was, he thought, okay. Would you like some of the soup? Harry asked, handing Daphne her fork. Daphne took a bite of lobster and sauce and chewed thoughtfully. On balance, I think maybe, she said. Harry took the pottery spoon and got some soup on it and held over for Daphne to sip. Daphne blushed on her neck and sipped. Not bad, she said. Can you use chopsticks for the solids? Daphne asked. Harry looked at the noodles, meat and greens in his bowl. Oh, he said, that's how. He picked up the chopsticks, held them curiously. Daphne made a noise and Harry looked over. Daphne was eating more lobster, clearly enjoying it. Harry picked up the fork from beside his bowl and used that instead to pick up some greens. After a long battle with his soup bowl, fortified by nice green tea, Harry sat and looked around. The restaurant had filled up a bit. Mostly older couples, some younger ones, but those dressed in expensive suits and dresses. The younger women were, Harry thought, reasonably pretty. Not a patch on Daphne, who looked like she was dressed right down, which in a way she was. She was also picking at the lobster tail with her fork, looking for remaining tail. We will need to have that at home, said Harry. Clearly agrees with you. Can Creature even cook lobster? Asked Daphne. If he has no experience, I can get a cookbook and do it, said Harry. You did say you cook, said Daphne. It's quite complicated. My relatives didn't like lobster, but I've done fiddly stuff before, said Harry. Spatchcocked quails, that was a pain. Daphne gave Harry a long look. You cooked for your relatives. Well, I've had a few years off from cooking, and I think you'd be a better customer, said Harry. With that, Daphne stopped looking idly at the lobster tail shell. A waiter came surprisingly quickly and took the plates away. As they fill up, service gets faster. They need to get us out, said Daphne, and second advantage of coming early if you've something to do later. Harry thought that he'd come earlier quite enough for the day. A minute or so later, 2 dessert plates came, Daphne getting some sort of small tower of odd pastry balls, like the eclairs sometimes seen at Hogwarts feasts, with some golden sauce drizzled over it, Harry getting a modest slice of treacle tart with a lattice top, sprinkled with icing sugar. Daphne rolled her eyes at the treacle tart and stabbed a ball with a small fork, took it and bit in. Harry watched in interest as she took a small bite of pasty ball and had to lick and flex her pink lips to contain the cream it was stuffed with. Harry hadn't thought of watching Daphne eat dessert as a spectator sport. He looked away before he got totally distracted and took a fork to his treacle tart. Daphne made little slurps as she contained the cream. Harry looked up from his plate, getting overexcited just from the sound. Daphne was finishing off the first profiterole. She caught his glance. Oh, I couldn't eat them all, she said. Too much cream for me. Harry raised his eyebrows and stared. Daphne's lips twitched and she looked away. Prat, she said softly. Harry parted off a small crescent of treacle tart with his fork and asked Daphne, try some, it's quite good. Daphne rolled her eyes but accepted the fork with small crescent of treacle tart. She nibbled the end of the crescent, frowned and ate the portion, and savored it thoughtfully. Not as bad as I remember, she said. Harry took his fork back and ate some more. I'd never had it before. School, said Harry. Neither had I, said Daphne. Harry pointed his fork at Daphne's plate. Fine, but be careful not to get cream on me, said Daphne. Harry stifled a smile and carefully, slowly skewered a ball with the fork and ate it carefully. Not regular whipped cream, he said. No, said Daphne, much thicker. Harry looked at the next ball, injected, he thought, through a small hole, and ate it. Daphne took another and nibbled at it. Harry watched. It was quite erotic. Still, that sort of thing didn't happen. Except the book indicated it did. The book was turning out quite useful. Harry concentrated on his treacle tart. Daphne put her fork down with a click. Harry looked up. The stack was hardly reduced in size. Got sick of them? Asked Harry. I can't eat all of them. I'll swell up like a pig, said Daphne. Harry speared one carefully and ate it all at once. Delicious. Well, they're pretty nice, said Harry. Most boys would scoff any left over, said Daphne. Well, I'd rather watch you eat one, all at once, said Harry quietly. Daphne crossed her arms and looked sternly at Harry. Humor me just one, said Harry. I know you could get it in. Daphne rolled her eyes, skewered a single profiterole and opened wide and ate it. Less fiddly that way, said Daphne. I'll give you that, she said with a faint smile. Harry smiled at Daphne and said, We'd better get going. Raise your hand. One finger up, hold it till you see the staff look and point to the door, said Daphne. Harry performed that gesture, and after a short wait, Daphne had a cup of tea. A tall, narrow black leather folder was discreetly laid by Harry's elbow. Just put your card in it, said Daphne. The folder went away and came back shortly afterwards with a slip of paper. That's the receipt, said Daphne. Pocket it, but don't look at it in polite company. Harry put his card away and pocketed his receipt, stood and helped Daphne with her chair and coat, then shrugged on his tweed coat. One of the older men looked at Harry curiously, and Harry nodded minutely to the stranger, and thinking it was appropriate, took Daphne's elbow and left the restaurant. Oh, manners, Mr. Black, said Daphne. Seemed the right thing to do, said Harry, linking arms and strolling down the street looking for an alley or deep shop front. They found an alley a short time later and ducked in, and Harry faced Daphne and put his other arm around her side along, he said, and she nodded, a trifle grimly. After an annoyingly long interval of crushing blackness, Harry reappeared holding Daphne just outside the Riddle house. Harry took a deep breath, Daphne's perfume. It smelt delightful. Daphne rested her head on Harry's coat. I dislike that rather a lot, she said, and took a deep and unnecessary breath. Well, we're here, said Harry and stopped holding Daphne. She looked over Harry's shoulder, then turned. Oh, she said, that's quite unloved, said Harry. I was going to say, interesting. Harry quickly cast hominum revelio, detecting nothing. He said, well, the front door. Harry opened it with a wordless unlocking charm, and they entered, Daphne lighting her wand. I put up additional muggle-repelling charms yesterday, said Harry, lighting his as well. The house smelt of damp, of being shut up, and faintly of garbage. Daphne looked at the stone steps, upstairs. Bedrooms, loft rooms above that, said Harry. You tell me what most of these are. And led her left into an abandoned room, furniture pushed about, a single high-backed chair by the fire. Harry swallowed. This room, he'd seen fragments of it. You didn't tell me it was furnished, said Daphne, amused. Some rooms are. Some, well, Tom and friends messed them up. Your cousin Tom was nothing but trouble, said Daphne. She waved her wand, vanishing dust away. Sitting room, she said, jacquard brocade, a little dated, but might be all right. With a second flick of her wand, the couches pushed themselves away from the fireplace. Through here is another sitting room, said Harry, and led Daphne past the fireplace to a room only a little smaller, with a lower ceiling and smaller furniture. Daphne made an hum noise. Vanish the dust, she said. I'm not doing all the cleaning. With a lazy figure-8 wave, Harry cleaned the room, and with a swish and flick, put the sheets in the corner. Oh, this is older. I was thinking for an elderly relative, asked Harry, because they've a bedroom though there. Bathroom, asked Daphne. Just Lou, said Harry. Elderly relative, said Daphne. That odd couch by the wall is actually an invalid's bath, she added. The bedroom, asked Daphne. Best you not look, said Harry. Tom had used it. Harry was thinking about burning everything in there. Back to the hall, the dining room was opposite, a little roughed up, the table with knife marks. This table is only big enough for 10 people. Whatever will we do? Asked Daphne. Replace it, probably, said Harry. Repair it, just because your cousin's thugs made a mess, doesn't mean we should waste money, said Daphne practically. Harry waved a hand and Daphne lifted her wand, increasing the light output. Harry vanished the rubbish on the table and carefully, slowly cast a repair charm on it, the gouges filling and rising slowly till they were level with the surface. Needs a good polishing, said Harry. Well, I'm not using my back, said Daphne. Sorry, said Harry instantly. Daphne sighed slightly. They passed the hall cupboard, and the next room was a wood-paneled room with a huge fireplace and a bay window, with armchairs and couches, all a bit roughed up. A snug, said Daphne, how sweet. What? Asked Harry. The warm, soft room to while away evenings and winter in, said Daphne. The next room was a cavernous kitchen, with light-colored wooden ceiling beams. Well, the kitchen's certainly large, said Daphne, spying the fireplace facing the snug with another bay window. Is that a mini snug? Asked Harry. Somewhere for small meals, said Daphne. Out the back door is a scullery and a wood room, said Harry. Not coal. What's the little room? Said Daphne, inspecting the room narrowing the left side of the kitchen by the mini snug. A sort of office, said Harry. Daphne poked her head in big enough. Where does the door go? Downstairs, Lou, said Harry. Daphne snorted. My office, with ensuite and kitchen. There's a bedroom with ensuite back up the hall here, behind the sitting room, said Harry. Also used and gross. I know who it was. I will burn everything in there. So, show me my ensuite upstairs, said Daphne. Harry led Daphne up the quite steep stairs, turned right and right again onto a landing. Funny this. There's this room on the left. Harry walked into a good-sized bedroom, with an elderly bed and wardrobe, big ensuite, with a bath. Daphne explored the ensuite, nicer than home, but a bit cramped. Harry smiled and took Daphne to the opposite bedroom, and showed her the ensuite looking out over the grounds with a clawfoot bath and shower and sink and loo, and enough room for feels spacious. The best ensuite, Harry said. The rest of the rooms? Asked Daphne, and Harry took Daphne to the stairs and opened a door opposite the landing and stepped up into a hallway, a funny arrangement. Oh, it will keep the warmth in, and the front bedrooms can be for guests, the back of the house for family, said Daphne, and stepped up. The other bedrooms are poky, but I think you'll like this one, said Harry, and led her to the back of the house, where a door led to a room the size of the sitting room, with a large fireplace on the near wall. On the far side of the room, a door led on. So this is what? Asked Harry. The room had some sheet-covered couches and objects. Daphne whipped her wand, and all the sheets dashed themselves into the corner. Daphne looked around, Harry holding up his wand and lighting the room brightly. This, said Daphne, is the upstairs parlor. Mine, she said. Well, you'll like the bedroom mostly. Daphne was led to a satisfactory room, with ensuite, though no bath, only a shower and large built-in wardrobe. A bath instead of the shower, obviously, said Harry, but apart from that, okay. I like having a wall around my actual bedroom, said Daphne, and the parlor is big and should be warm if the fire was lit. Harry showed Daphne the remaining family bedroom, on the left passage from the family side of the top of the stairs. We passed another passage, asked Daphne. Ah, the stairs to the lofts, said Harry. Daphne followed Harry up the boxy staircase to a landing. A large space opened in front of her, with a sloping ceiling. It was full of rows of shelves with trunks on them, covered in dust. There's more rooms to the right, said Harry, and Daphne explored. 2 large rooms with V-shaped ceilings and dormer windows, and one smaller room, directly over the bathroom with a window looking out on the dark countryside. Daphne could see the lights of a village not far away. There's a village just down there, said Daphne, surprised. Little Hangleton, said Harry. Tiny place, a shop, a pub, some houses. Like Appleby, said Daphne. Huh. My parents live a half-mile from Appleby. You know Appleby Arrows, she said. Oh, they're better than the Cannons but don't win the league, said Harry. Their father's team, said Daphne. I vaguely recall him telling me that, said Harry, that night. Daphne giggled. You were both so sick. And there's a cellar with a lot of storage. Coal and containers, I hadn't checked them. Well, I'm cold, this place smells. Roofs, chimneys, windows, and get some heat happening. Where's this central heating? Must be in the cellar somewhere, said Harry. It's a big cellar. Daphne braved the cellar door, but not the stairs. Not in heels, she said. Quite low heels, said Harry, realizing Daphne had seemed short all night. I didn't want you getting overexcited, and we did exploring. Safer shoes. Does the house have grounds, outbuildings? Large grounds, some sheds, a groundskeeper's cottage, an abandoned glass house, and backs onto the cemetery, where the Riddles ended up. A private or public cemetery? Asked Daphne. Not just Riddles, said Harry, but the grounds run down to it. I think the property is the whole hill. Well, tomorrow in daylight, said Daphne. Shut the door, we're going home. Harry waved his wand, and the door shut and loudly latched. The both vanished, with loud cracks of disapprobation. They reappeared on the stoop at Grimmauld Place, and Harry let them in. Daphne waited till the door was shut before saying BRR. Harry, right paddle for a restaurant recommendation, said Daphne. So you liked it? Asked Harry. It was a night out, said Daphne. I'm intrigued by that little place in the country, quite homey. Yes, said Harry, only 9 bedrooms. My parents' cottage is 2. Well, they didn't live at Potter Manor. It was torched before you were born, said Daphne. We had a manor, asked Harry. Some oak and plaster thing from the 13th century, said Daphne, in Stinchcombe. Oh, said Harry, you looked it up. I'm off to bed. Good night, said Daphne. Harry apparated to his room and took off his suit and went to get his pajamas. His bed was all messed up. He found his pajamas eventually and pulled the bed roughly together and got in. It smelt of sex, and Daphne, and sex. Harry rolled uncomfortably, and it was cold. He got up, put on some slippers, and walked downstairs, not wanting to make loud noises. He knocked gently on Daphne's door. What? She said through the door. My bed's a mess and is cold. I'd like to sleep here, wife, said Harry. Daphne replied, sleep, not anything else. Harry entered and walked the 20 feet to the bed, the fireplace warming the room. Daphne lay in the bed, her hair twisted up for sleeping, just sleeping, she said sternly. Harry climbed in. The bed was warm, and though he found the pillow too soft, he settled down. Knox, cast Daphne, and the light went out. Harry took off his glasses and closed his eyes. Just before he thought he was falling asleep, he remembered Daphne saying, I thought rough was a thing. And that put today's activities in a completely different light. And she'd really liked the hall cupboard and was lying probably asleep right next to him. Where 2 British magicals get together by accident. The course of true love never did run smooth. The course of this story is once again more like a pinball on an improbable journey. By an orc, the Harry Potter Wizarding World setting and characters by J.K. Rowling, with no intent to profit from this work. Chapter 11. Harry woke up from a pleasant dream, married to a woman who loved him. He opened his eyes, still darkish. He found his glasses and he was in bed with Daphne. She was sleeping on her side, looking peaceful. Harry's heart ached. He bit his lip, forcing the tears to stay put. His friend who was his wife who, sometimes they had sex. Quite great sex, but ultimately not what he'd wanted since he was 12. Also because at 12 he had no idea or inclinations about sex, but never mind. In his mind's eye he saw his parents in the winter, kissing, in love, and his wedding photo, 2 still stuffed robes with staring eyes and expressionless faces. He sighed gently. He'd liked the outdoors photo so much better, but the other one was expected. Harry got up and left the bedroom of his wife, headed to his bedroom. The bed was remade and he sniffed, clean again. He got the box of photos out of the concealed cupboard and sorted through it. Daphne, in her wedding gown, holding a bouquet of flowers under a tree, turning just an instant a smile. A happy smile. That was how she should look in a photo. A lot later in the pile, Harry, arms crossed, half laughing at Dennis as he took the photo. Looking like a lord of the ancient and noble House of Black, dressed to impress, but sharing a moment's humor with a friend. Dennis had said something about not needing to have a stick up his arse, Harry remembered. Harry looked at the 2 photos, both perfect really. He got dressed for a muggle or dirty jobs day. He went to the kitchen in a bang of sloppy apparition, walked to the workshop and cut off 2 pieces of wood from the used pallets. Oval frames, that's what this needed, 2 vignettes. It took Harry some hours. He looked at the result of hours of transfiguration failures and undos. He had 2 oval-framed candid photos of Harry and Daphne, and he knew exactly where they were going. Walking, to keep the noise down, he went up to the drawing room and put candid Harry to the left of Harry and Daphne on the right. Ovals, outdoors, smiling, real people. The rectangle in the middle, the formal photo, both sitting, immobile. A wizarding photo, undetectably not a muggle one. Nobody moved in it. Harry sat on the couch sideways and looked over the back at the 3 photos. He sort of zoned out, and not even really thinking about her waist in the dress, the way it clung to her arse. Just not thinking of anything, staring at the pictures. Daphne saying, "Oh, you're here," snapped him out of his fugue. "I woke up and you were gone," she said. Harry blinked. Daphne was in robes. "I put up some pictures," said Harry. Daphne walked over and turned, following Harry's gaze. She stared for a smile, then broke into a sob. She sniffed. "You have a talent for composition," she said thickly, and took a deep breath. Harry could see her shoulders moving, her posture entering a formal pose. She stared at the photos for a long time, then suddenly swept forward and stared at the center photo closely, her face inches from the glass of the frame. "Oh," she said, "we are moving." "No, we're not," said Harry. "I asked Dennis if he'd used the wrong developer." "Come and see," said Daphne, sounding interested. Harry got up and walked around the couch, to stand close to the picture, head a bit higher than Daphne's. "Still," he said. "Look very closely at the edge of your mouth," she said, sounding intrigued. Coincidentally, that meant standing quite close to Daphne, so close he could feel some warmth from her body, and smell that strange perfume of hers. Harry really leaned close to the formal portrait and stared at his larger-than-life mouth. Did he really have such a large lip? He stared, then so quickly he could have missed it. Formally posed Harry's lip, just the corner twitched minutely. Harry's eyes shot to the outdoors Harry, his mouth twisting into a small, amused smile. The ghost of that same smile was on the formal photo. He'd never seen it. Now, he couldn't not see it, like the glint of a distant snitch. Harry looked at the formal photo of Daphne. A pure-blood wife, frozen and heartless. He looked at her lip, unmoving. Her nose, not moving the photo. Her eyes, they darted, just for an instant to the right, looking at formally posed Harry. Harry tried to speak, but his throat was paralyzed. Finally, he choked out, "Your eyes, watch. It's easier to see on the right one." Daphne moved over, Harry stepping back, Daphne leaning, then suddenly snorting. "I looked. I wasn't sure you were holding the pose. I glanced, just the barest instant." Harry looked at the outdoor photo of Daphne with a bouquet, turning. And for an instant, looking a little sideways, too. "I did this by accident," said Harry. "If you had done it by design, you'd be the greatest compositionist ever," she said. "You're still you, I'm still me. We're just sitting very still for the photo." Harry sniffed. Allergies, dust, something. "I'll be down for breakfast in a bit," he said, and left the room, before he cried. Before he would have heard Daphne sobbing gently for a life she never had. Harry went and put on a robe and apparated to breakfast. Daphne did not attend. Harry returned to his room, hung up his robe and put some boots on and went to the drawing room to look at the pictures. Maybe they really were moving. Maybe he'd imagined it. Harry walked into the drawing room and curled up on the couch. Sniffling was Daphne, still in her robe. Harry dashed around the couch and knelt by her side. "Oh, Daphne, what's wrong?" "Our marriage. It's not what I wanted," she cried. Harry reached out and hugged his sobbing wife. "I know, dear. It's not what either of us wanted." His chest ached. Maybe they'd been hexed. He dismissed that idea immediately. He surely would have noticed. As he held her closer, the pain in his chest subsided. Eventually, and it felt like forever, she stopped sobbing, sniffled her nose, and wriggled to get more comfortable. Harry felt he had to do something. He suspected offering sex wasn't appropriate right now. Having a wife was so complicated. "Creature," Harry called out. Creature appeared with a pop. "Yes, master," croaked the house elf, bowed low. "Fetch a goblet of juice for mistress. And some small pieces of fruit," said Harry, head raised from hugging Daphne. Creature popped off. "Juice, small pieces of fruit. asked Daphne, sniffling. I'm not 6. You've lost moisture, and you need a little breakfast, said Harry, stroking her back and sniffing. Best I could think of. I'm only used to looking after Teddy. You silly man, she said, and lay on the couch. Harry wondered, for a second, if she'd be interested in sex. She was lying on a couch in his drawing room, after all. I was, going to ask you to come with me to the Riddle house today. Explore a bit, maybe get covered in putrid-smelling filth. The usual, said Harry. Daphne snorted and rolled onto her side. Harry perched on the front edge of the couch and stroked her back gently, and resisted the urge to stroke her arse. Valiantly resisted. You can't go, said Daphne unexpectedly. We promised George Weasley you'd invite him next time. Harry's hand stopped on her back. She harumphed feebly. Harry suspected she was a nasal person. She did act like a big cat sometimes. He started stroking her back again. Creature appeared with a pop, holding a goblet and silver plate with cut fruit on it. A small fork lay on the side of the plate. Mistress's snack, said Creature, and put the goblet and plate on the floor jut by the couch, next to Harry. Creature, go to Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes and invite Mr. George Weasley to an adventure at one of Harry's houses that may involve getting dirty, said Harry. Creature is not a post owl, said Creature. I'm busy, and so is the mistress. Help us out, Creature, said Harry. Creature disappeared with a crack. Harry stroked Daphne's back, then her hair. Come on, Daphne, at least drink some juice. Daphne sat up a bit, and Harry picked up the goblet from the floor and offered it to her. She sipped a little, then sniffed and drank. Harry watched as her throat bobbed. He felt so sad and helpless. He could feel the sadness in Daphne, echoing in his own heart. Harry did not think that this was novel, surprising, or indeed a symptom of having more than a friend he shagged. He was, as people know, quite literally raised in a cupboard by gits. Daphne handed Harry back the goblet, and Harry held her the plate. She picked up the fork and ate a piece for fruit. I could feed you if you'd rather, said Harry. Daphne made a face at Harry, but her heart clearly wasn't in it. Later, George Weasley coughed from the drawing room door. I'm not interrupting something, am I? He asked. Harry looked up. George was wearing a battered denim jacket and jeans that had seen better days. Daphne got up from the couch quietly and left past George, her face turned away from George. Harry stood up. Hi, George, said Harry. Just some relationship stuff. George sauntered over and eyed the goblet and plate, feeding your wife on the couch. Your elf did say you were busy with Mistress in the drawing room. Harry turned to look out the window at the Muggle park. I've got another house, Voldemort's dad's house. They were Muggles and have a place in a small village, Little Hangleton. I used a map, but I'll side along you there and we'll come back before Daphne's. Daphne strode into the drawing room in her slime disaster memorial jeans and jumper, her hair tied back in a ponytail, her face showing no hint she'd cried. Harry, you should bring anything you might need. I'll get Creature to bring lunch, she said briskly. Daphne, you know he's getting, Harry whispered, a little old for long trips. Get him to make a hamper, tell him to clean the silver or something. Daphne nodded. We'll need a few minutes for that, she said, and disapparated with a crack. Harry felt a vague sense of loss, of what he did not know. Is he really getting a bit past it? Asked George. Yeah, said Harry. It seemed like, time to bring George. There's a good chance I'll get covered in something. What's the adventure? We've seen the house, and I've spent an afternoon on roof tiles. There's chimneys to clear, and it has central heating. Somewhere in the basement, and the boiler's probably off or broken. You can show me how tools work on plumbing, said George. I need a good laugh. Daphne stepped into the room. I hope we don't end up filling that house with soot. The furnishings are somewhat intact. Oh yeah, George, Voldemort used the place as a base, so some rooms need cleared out and everything burnt. Like the bed he slept on, the chair baby Voldemort used. That sort of thing, said Harry. George took that statement with aplomb. Daphne pursed her lips. You didn't tell me that yesterday, she said, looking a little puffy around the eyes, but not red-eyed at all. Harry looked at her feet. Trainers. No high-heel-related issues for him today. I'll just go get a few tools. Show George the scrolls. Harry apparated downstairs. Creature was busily packing a hamper. "Creature, can you tell me where to go for some profiteroles?" asked Harry. Creature could make them, if Master gave Creature a few hours, said Creature. "Well, after the hamper's done, some profiteroles. Mistress has a soft spot for them," said Harry. Creature started darting around, in a frenzy. "Creature, stop, what's got into you?" asked Harry. "To make a special treat for Mistress. Creature is excited. Creature wants to get to that task quickly," said Creature. Harry left for the tool shed, walking into the coal cellar and apparating straight up. Some screws and nails, a hammer, screwdriver, all dumped into the plumbing toolbox. Harry took the box to the courtyard and left it on an edging stone, and popped into the corridor, and walked back to the kitchen, popping into a corner of the library. George was looking at the scrolls and scratching his chin. So Harry really is the heir of Slytherin, from his mum, and Slytherin was grumpy old git, and his wife wrote dirty poems to him. Harry spoke up and went a gaming night weekly with Godric Gryffindor. Unless his wife was ill, then he stayed home to look after her. "So did they live in the castle?" asked George. "Hogwarts, I mean." "I can't tell. Rowena Ravenclaw seems to have. I'm making a lot of notes on who says what. Salazar Slytherin seems to write in red on letters he gets provoked by." "Well, are we ready?" asked George. "The kitchen, to pick up the hamper," said Daphne. "George, with me, kitchen," Harry said, and disappeared with a crack. George followed. Harry took George to the back courtyard and said, "Well, hang on, I'll side-along you there, then come back for a few things." "I hate side-along apparitions," said George, grabbing Harry in a hug. With a loud crack, they disapparated. Harry and George cracked into the universe at Riddle House, next to the front door. "There's muggle-repelling charms around the house, but that's all," said Harry. "Can you extend them around the lawn, maybe?" said Harry, and disapparated with a crack. Harry walked down to the kitchen, where Daphne was supervising Creature packing the lunch hamper. Some small pieces of quite delectable things from Harrod's food court were being packed. "Oh, yum," said Harry. Daphne looked at Harry. "We can't live on that stuff. It's far too expensive." "We just need more income," said Harry simple-mindedly. "Are you all right?" "No, I am not all right," said Daphne. "But thank you for asking." She laced her hands together and waited. Harry looked at her hands and disappeared with a crack, reappearing moments later, holding some gloves. "Gloves for you," said Harry. "Protect your hands from cuts and filth." "I'm a witch, I can heal myself," said Daphne. Harry held out a hand, he asked. "I don't want my wife's hands getting injured. You work very neatly on the accounts using the calculator. If you were hurt, that would be painful." "Are you pampering me?" asked Daphne as Harry kissed her hand. "Less than you deserve. I should be able to support you without you having to work on the business," said Harry, letting her hand go and looking at the floor. He therefore missed the glare from Daphne he was neither expecting or noticing. Creature finished packing the hamper and announced, "The hamper is packed, Mistress." "The silverware, and then the top row of plates in the drawing room," said Daphne. "Yes, Mistress," said Creature and winked at Harry. Harry nodded minutely. Daphne pulled on the gloves and went to grab the hamper, Harry using his greater reach to snag it first. "I've got a box in the courtyard. You can apparate with this. I'll bring the box." Daphne strode off, and Harry followed her, carrying the picnic hamper. She looked cute today, but even without high heels on, her bum looked nice. Though that could just be jeans, mused Harry. 14 steps up the back stairs to the garden. Harry's pants were tightening. Her hips moved in a way, thought Harry, that reminded him exceedingly that this was his wife's bum, that he'd shagged her, and that she was probably doozing him with a Mortentia or something, and the way her bum swayed as she took stairs made him crazy. There were, in fact, 45 steps up to the back garden, and Harry wondered how one broached the idea of one's wife putting on some of her higher heels and walking up every single staircase from the kitchen to his room. The idea occurred to him that, technically, she could do that naked, and Harry nearly choked on his own saliva. He resorted to thinking of Dobby dying to get his head back into anything but staring at her stupidly. Time to apparate. Harry appeared at Little Hangleton with the toolbox. Daphne cracking into visibility a moment later, holding the hamper. George Weasley in his denims was sitting on a park bench that hadn't been near the front door before. His denims and missing ear gave him a distinct air of being some sort of trouble. "Found it in the weeds," said George, standing up. Harry nodded to George. "The keys, Alohomora." George drew his wand and opened the front door. "If the Lord and Lady would carry all the heavy stuff, I can follow." "Straight down the way, to the kitchen," said Harry. He made sure not to be behind Daphne again, or he'd drop the damn toolbox on his feet. Harry followed George down the dark passageway under the stairs to the kitchen, where he put the plumbing box down and drew his wand, casting multiple cleaning charms on the nearby table. "It's clean now," he said, and Daphne heaved the hamper onto the table. "Is the water running?" asked Daphne. George turned a tap on a sink, and with shuddering groan, the tap ran with discolored water. "That soon ran clean, looks okay, best to boil it," said George. "Who knows where it comes from?" "First job is getting the heating on," said Daphne. "Harry, George, follow me," she said, and led them to the cellar door back up the passageway. She lit her wand and opened the door. "It's in there," she said, more light. Harry looked around the hallway and found lever-style light switches near the kitchen door. "This place has electric lighting," said Harry. "Wonder if it's on." Harry flicked a switch. Nothing happened. "Must be off, I guess," said Harry. Daphne and George, two purebloods, looked uncomprehendingly at Harry. "There should be a metal box outside, on the side of the house." "Where you can look in it," said Harry. "And a panel of rectangle things on the wall, I think," he said uncertainly. "You think?" asked Daphne. "I've never owned a house with electricity before," said Harry. "Is this getting the central heating going?" asked Daphne. "It might need electricity," said Harry, walking back into the kitchen. He opened the side door to the kitchen and walked out to the back path. Beside the door was a gray painted metal box in the wall. Harry lifted the front on a hinge, and inside was an odd-looking clock with lots of dials. A meter, thought Harry. They'd had a worksheet at St. Gregory's about reading meters. He went back inside and looked on the wall. There was a marble slab high on the wall beside the door, covered in white porcelain boxes, a brass knife switch at one end. Harry pulled the lever of the switch down, and with a crackle, the switch sparked briefly. "There's light," said George. "How does that work? You're nowhere near it." Harry walked back to the now cheery hallway and looked beside the cellar door. A white pottery lever stuck out of a black circle. Harry pulled it down, and the cellar lit up with a yellowy-orange light. Daphne put her wand away. "Lever by the door, I like this electricity stuff," she said. Daphne descended the stairs in front of Harry. "Harry, what's in the containers?" she asked. "All these big jars and tins, they all look rather old." Harry got to the bottom of the stairs and looked about. Old tins of food. Huge cans of beans, tinned potatoes, tinned peas, all really old. And tins of Spam, cartons of Spam, boxes of powdered eggs. "They had enough food for an army, but it's all really old. I don't think anyone should eat it," said Harry. George vanished some cans and found bottles in small open crates behind. "Hey, there's wine and beer. Harry's got loads of wine and beer. Harry, party this weekend, here." Daphne was vanishing more ancient cans. "Aren't you very busy on weekends, George?" "Not too busy to drink free wine and beer," said George. "You could probably get all the Weasleys over for a working bee, Mum would being the food. You're supplying the drink. They'd have this place fixed up pretty quickly." "That woman will not be attending," said Daphne. "Oh, yeah, probably not Ginny," said George apologetically. "She's training with the Harpies anyway, or is supposed to be." Daphne, having vanished all the cans she could see, squeezed past the stairs and looked into a dark corner, lighting her wand. "Harry," she said sharply, "there's a firebox." Harry pressed in past the shelves to a small clear space in front of a large firebox, one with something like a house boiler, but large and horizontal atop it. "George," Harry called, "I have a feeling we're about to have an adventure." Daphne panned her wand light over to the wall. "There's a lever," she said, unsure. Harry looked over, and there, as a knife switch on a marble panel, which was engraved like a tombstone with one word, heating. Harry strode over and pulled the lever for heating down. It mated with a crackle of sparks. "That was pretty," said Daphne. Harry was about to explain about the sparks being unwanted when the firebox started to make a loud whirring noise. Harry jumped, startled, and asked Daphne, "Did you do that?" "I'm just making the light," said Daphne. George pressed in past the stairs and asked, "Who did what?" There was a faint crunching sound from the firebox and a soft thud. Harry opened the firebox door. A slowly turning metal auger was dropping small pieces of coal and dust into the firebox. Harry drew his wand and incendiated the coal lumps. After a few attempts, they started burning. Harry closed the door. "Well," said Harry, "I've lit the fire." Daphne coughed gently. George snorted. "What?" asked Harry. "You're a bit covered in coal dust," said Daphne, and George waved his wand, and Harry's face was covered in magical foam, stinging and removing the mess, he assumed. It faded quickly, whatever variant of Scourgify that had been. "Better," said Daphne with a momentary smile. "We'll need the coal scuttle. Where is the coal kept, do you think?" Harry pushed past the boiler to a large metal bin behind it, a metal pipe the size of the auger connecting the two. The bin, on metal legs, filled the basement space, bolts joining up the panels it was made from. "Not here," said Harry. "Must fill from outside, I guess." "Once you find its filler, use the coal scuttle on it," said Daphne. "We don't want to run out of coal." Harry apparated out to the kitchen and went out the side door. In the corner of the house, where the wing extended, was a square brick structure like a tiny chimney, with a large round brass cover. Coal fill was cast into it. Harry Alohamoraed the lid open and found a dusty pipe down to a coal bin. Harry apparated home to Grimmauld Place's courtyard and recovered the space-expanded coal scuttle from the kitchen, where Creature was making some sort of pastry. "Coal," said Harry. "New house uses coal for everything." "Master is abandoning Grimmauld Place," wailed Creature. "Grimmauld Place is our home in London. This place, the Riddle House, is a little country place," said Harry, "and good work. Mistress loves profiteroles. Looks like we're having a big picnic tomorrow at Riddle House. About 10 people. We'll need a few little things. Can you do some pies?" "Creature will check with Mistress," said Creature. "Well, if you did cook some pork pies, say, they could stay in the cold room till we ate them," said Harry. "Quiche and pork pie and a terrine," said Creature. "Do what you think is best," Creature said Harry, and left to the courtyard. He hoped he'd said the right thing. Daphne said that sort of thing, and it worked out okay. Harry apparated back to the head of the cellar steps. "I got the coal," said Harry loudly. Daphne and George were inspecting bottles in the cellar and came up. George was holding a bottle. "Well, show us the filler," said Daphne, and Harry led his supervisors to the coal hole and was about to pour in coal when George said, "You'll need more than that." Harry poured coal out of the scuttle, stopping when the scuttle was finally empty. "Why do you have a space-expanded coal scuttle?" asked George curiously. "Because Harry turned the coal room into a potions lab," said Daphne. "Very quickly, too." "Well, that boiler's going to take ages to heat up," said George. "Harry, go heat the boiler," commanded Daphne. "So why a potions lab?" asked George as Harry walked. "We were using a lot of potions, and as Harry observed, we could make them for much less," said Daphne. "Harry thinks I could do 6th and 7th year potions as well," she said quietly. "If you want some help, I'll come and help," said George. "You've been really good for Harry, and Mum will be derisive if she finds out you're buying potions." Harry couldn't hear what they said next, as the blower on the boiler was making a bit much noise. He drew his wand and cast a warming charm on the boiler, then touched it, still icy cold. He cast the heating charm again and really pushed as hard as he could, willing the boiler to heat. There was a faint creak, then metallic tink-tink-tink sounds. Harry kept pushing on the charm till his arms started to shake. He lowered his wand and patted the boiler. It was scalding hot. "Aya," he yelped, jerking his hand off and stuck it under his other armpit. Daphne apparated next to Harry and looked about. How are you hurt? Boiler's hot. Put my hand on it, said Harry, feeling stupid. Show me, said Daphne nervously. She held his hand gingerly with both hands. Harry's palm was an angry red, starting to blister. George, called Daphne, Harry's got a burn on his hand. I don't know how to treat it. So I think it's St. Mungo's for us. Sorry about cutting the adventure short. George apparated next to Harry with a crack and asked, Show me. Harry held out his hand, his fingers swelling. Oh, nasty, said George and drew his wand and cast a charm on Harry's hand. The blisters shrank away, the redness reducing slowly, till a minute later Harry's hand looked normal. I got good at burns. Well, Fred and I did. Occupational hazard, said George. Daphne seized Harry's hand and bent down, inspecting it closely, then tenderly touched it. Is it still sore? She asked. It's fine, really, said Harry. Daphne squeezed his hand and released it. George coughed, and that's how you two go through so much potion, he said jokingly. Daphne folded her arms across her chest angrily. Harry, do something. Mr. Weasley has made aspersions, she said. Harry thought for a bit, then said to George very blandly, The thing is, I'm insatiable. George burst out laughing. Harry, you sly dog, you'll kill me. I have never said that about you, said Daphne stuffily. But when I said that to your sister, she nearly died, and you thought it was funny, said Harry to Daphne. The Weasleys, much as you might be pained by this, basically adopted me. George is like the brother I never wanted. George messed Harry's hair, lucky you. I got Percy as the bother I never wanted, he said jokingly. Harry, this boiler isn't insulated at all, said Daphne. Going to need a very big boiler blanket, agreed Harry. George looked confused. It's a Muggle-made thing, like a parka for your boiler. Keeps the heat in, costs less, said Harry. And the water runs hot sooner, said Daphne. And the hot water doesn't run out, she said and leaned against Harry. You have your moments, you know. Well, time to fix up this house a bit, said Harry. A bit of repointing on the exterior walls. George, do you know the charm for that? Dad made me learn it, said George glumly. Daphne, can you vanish all the stuff that Cousin Tom and his friends used? Asked Harry. The wing chair as well. I'm keeping the frame, said Daphne. I want a wing chair in my parlor. Harry and George spent hours summoning dirt, transfiguring it to sand and lime, and charming it onto the brick walls. George stopped, his wand shaking. Harry, I'm a bit tired. I'm more a maker of potions than a transfiguration and charms expert. It's okay, George, said Harry, observing the wall was much improved. Some more wands, another day or so, this place will have decent walls again. So, you and Mrs. Black. I know I got on her wick last time talking about little blacks. You and her. Are you going too? We will probably have a child to be the heir of Greengrass. It goes to her stupid cousin otherwise, said Harry. But, you and her, asked George. Harry sighed. George, are you shagging anyone? Angelina, asked Harry. We have an understanding, said George, goring red. My wife and I have an understanding, and a ring and a marriage contract, said Harry, not mentioning that he also got 5,000 galleons. Please don't give her a hard time. It's not her fault. It's just how things turned out. He was fairly sure Ron had never mentioned it, and once you realized that yes, she could be on the front page of which weekly as Basili, the celebrity model everyone envied. Well, saying that he'd got a small fortune for putting up with her made it sound even worse. You're quite fond of Blondie, aren't you? Asked George, even though she's a snooty cow. Harry's hands had curled into fists. I asked nicely, said Harry loudly. I have to choose her over you. Don't make me have to cut you off. Don't give Daphne a hard time. His eyes pricked with tears. Probably lime dust, thought Harry. Just kidding around, said George. Daphne's family don't do it like that, so keep a lid on it, said Harry. Imagine you're joking around, but no calling her Blondie, and no talking about kids. And don't bloody mention Ginny. Daphne's got a massive insecurity about Ginny. Well, said Harry, pausing, that and her height. So the high heels aren't just to look sexy? Asked George. You have no idea, said Harry, and she bloody knows. There's a few pairs she trots out just to melt my brain. What's she on purpose? Said George, looking like he'd taken a bludger to the head. You know what marriage night robes look like? Asked Harry. George nodded. Photos of those are a fond memory of my youth, said George. Well, those robes, stockings and very high heels, said Harry and shuddered. His pants were too tight immediately. Fuck, said George. That's illegal, or should be. Now I'm going to imagine that when I see your very reserved wife. She's got a dirty sense of humor. She's just subtle about it, said Harry. In our first year of marriage, she used to lean over and whisper in my ear, then go sleep in her own room. I was so uptight, I just about burst a blood vessel. Loved to wind me up, still does. Oh, so that insatiable crack of yours is me fighting back in an allowable way. And it really did twit her sister, Lady Malfoy, rather well. So, she and Malfoy used to. No, thank God. Daphne had to chaperone them, sisters a bit younger, actually. Harry stopped casting. I need to go see her about a thing I'd forgotten. Can you go and check the chimney tops? No broom, asked George. Well, apparating onto a roof is pretty irresponsible. You might not be up for it, said Harry. George vanished with a crack, and another crack from up high somewhere. Harry apparated inside and went to the front parlor. The wing chair was stripped to its wooden frame, not even its stuffing left. Harry continued into the second parlor, a little cleaned, and then into the bedroom where Daphne was finishing vanishing a mattress. What? Asked Daphne, her hair a little messed up, jersey a little dusty. Her gloves were a little stained. She looked, in a word, adorable. I was just reminiscing, and I remembered that you said if I ensured Draco never got out of Azkaban, you might kiss me, said Harry. I haven't had that kiss yet. You come in here wanting a kiss, said Daphne. Your hand is too dirty, said Harry, and a promise is a promise. Daphne sighed fine, she said. Harry walked closer, wrapped her in an embrace, and looked down at her head. I'm up here, said Harry. Daphne stood on tiptoe and Harry and kissed her softly. Happy no Draco Day, he said, still holding her, by the arse now. She was sort of hanging off his hands and steadying herself by wrapping her arms around his waist. Well, and grabbing his bum for no reason Harry could comprehend. Tori still misses him, you know, she said, feeling a lot like a warm, snoggable witch in his arms. We need to find her another man, one who's not a complete pillock, said Harry. Well, I can't think of one, said Daphne, Harry letting her down. And don't get so grabby, said Daphne rather softly. I was holding you up so I could kiss you. Holding your arse was incidental, said Harry. Though kissing and your arse are two of my favorite things. Kissing your arse is very nice, though not with company around. Well, enjoy that thought. That's all you're getting today, said Daphne, giving him a rather weak glare. Where's Weasley? She asked, though she was still in his arms and didn't actually feel cross or tense. He rather felt that was a complaint for the sake of dignity. On the roof, checking the chimney pots, said Harry. You can clean the chimneys. Use that conjured screen, poke your wand though it. Harry cast a patronus, whispered in Prongs's ear, and the spectral silver stag shot thought the ceiling. You use a patronus charm as a message owl, said Daphne. You're ridiculous. George knocked on the front door and came in. In here, said Harry. Chimney cleaning time. Harry, they all connect up. You'll want to block off the other chimneys on this side, said George. Half an hour later, the chimney was cleaned out, and only Harry's wand was sooty. Thank you, George, said Daphne. The house would have been full of soot. Oh, I know a spell for soot, said George. Removing soot, asked Harry. Well, yeah, agreed George. One for that one, too. Daphne turned around and George elbowed Harry. There, on the bum of her jeans, were two white, limey handprints. George made an OK sign. Harry tried not to make a noise and jerked his thumb towards the door. Get out, George. Harry scourgiffed the bum of her jeans to remove the lime. Daphne, startling, what was that? She asked, gasping. I got some dust off you, said Harry. He wondered why she'd gasped. He thought she would hardly have felt that. Well, you've got handprints on your bum, you know that? Asked Daphne, deadpan. Then she smiled slightly and lifted her nose. Harry resisted the urge to ravage her right here, right now. He could exercise self-control even if she was being sarcastic. Harry decided dinner was going to be 1, Muggle, and 2, casual, and 3, a business dinner for the Blacks and Weasley's Wheezes. So they went to McDonald's, charmed a booth private, and Daphne got thoroughly horrified by the Dacre and food. This is rubbish, said Daphne, putting the burger down. It hardly tastes of anything, and there's nothing to drink but that sickly fizzy stuff. She paused, looking pained, and covered her mouth and belched. Og, she said. We're going somewhere with decent food. Yes, home, said Harry, picking up the tray of McDonald's and tipping it in the rubbish. Mr. Weasley, formal dinner dress, said Harry, 50 minutes. Harry and a suspicious Daphne found an out-of-the-way spot and apparated home. Daphne waited till the front door had shut behind her. Was that a prank? She asked. Well, I've never been to a McDonald's, said Harry, but I'd heard it was the worst takeaway food there is. Even Weasley didn't like it, said Daphne. Well, see you at dinner, dear, said Harry and apparated to his bathroom. He rather felt he'd won today. Creature, Harry called. Creature appeared. We're expecting a guest for dinner. Our mistress's profiteroles done. Yes, master. Only 6 or 7, and drizzled with something sweet, said Harry. A mixture of honey and cognac, asked Creature. Oh yes, said Harry, brilliant idea, Creature. That will be all. Creature popped away. By the banging of the water pipes, Daphne had started a shower. Harry washed off the thin film of lime and soot, and put some cologne on and apparated to his room, and selected a particularly stuffy embroidered robe and started dressing for dinner. And the pointy shoes. He looked at himself in the mirror and retrieved Slytherin's locket. With a few careful spells, it was back to looking vaguely the right shape, so Harry put it on. His reflection looked sufficiently old-fashioned. He took the locket in his hand and hissed "open dollar" to it. It opened, still full of broken glass. Harry looked at the broken glass and carefully vanished it with his holly wand. Over on the wall was the photo of Mum and Dad, aged younger than him now, kissing. Harry looked over at it and thought about how this marriage wasn't what he'd wanted, or even what Daphne expected, thought Harry. He sat down on his bed, kicking his jeans away. They flopped over, and there, on the seat, was a grimy pair of glove prints. She'd not been kidding, and was one to talk about being grabby. Harry thought about the picture of Daphne on the wall in the drawing room that showed a hint of the person she was, when she was more relaxed. He didn't have any pictures of Daphne naked, smoldering at the camera, which was a shame, but he had more photos of Daphne and somewhere to put them in his locket. So he summoned the photo box and leafed through it, finally finding some of the outdoor photos from his wedding, one with Harry and Daphne in formal robes, but outside. Daphne holding a bouquet, looking faintly amused, Harry rolling his eyes. Harry shrank it with a careful circular wand motion and pressed it into the dented back of the locket. It sat there, a couple in wedding robes. Harry transfigured the cardboard into porcelain. The photo shuddered, but the animation charm didn't stop. They might not be married the way they wanted, but she really had her moments. The front of the locket, what to put? Finally, Harry picked out a photo. Who knows what Dennis had done, of Daphne throwing the bouquet, which was a Muggle thing witches didn't do. Behind her, some of her bridesmaids made lunges at the falling flowers. To one side, Astoria stood, arms crossed, staring at the sky. Harry shrank it and pressed it in, again transfiguring it. The locket looked mended, though the back had an irreparable rupture from Godric Gryffindor's sword. He clicked the locket shut. He didn't need to show anyone, and he was the only person alive he knew who could open it. And the way she moved in that dress, well, she might as well be naked. And he had a fairly accurate memory of her naked now, and felt quite impressed at the French linger she'd come back from Paris with, which managed to hold fairly still what would otherwise jiggle. Harry checked his reflection. He looked somewhat smug. Hell, he felt as smug as he looked. He summoned a pointy hat and with a few pokes of his wand had the point sufficiently crumpled to look like the old sorting hat. He put it on. Now he looked like he'd crawled out of an ancient painting. Fantastic. He lifted his chin and glared at the mirror. Yup, that looked pretty bloody serious, thought Harry cheerily. I'm married to a beautiful witch who's really easy to sexily rile up. Narcissa Malfoy's still staying in Azkaban, though. I'm not that grateful, and Narcissa was a Death Eater in all but name. Harry apparated downstairs and took up a frightfully casual post at the head of the dining table, ankles on the end of the table, crossed, his pointy shoes in the air, his chair on its back 2 legs. Harry laced his hands behind his head and thought about what to do next at the Riddle house. Someone apparated into the hallway with a crack, and Daphne glided into the dining room and lost speed. She stared at Harry. Are you trying to blend into a Hogwarts painting? She asked, in a dark blue robe, her hair pinned back. Harry eyed her for a moment. She looked beautiful and a little confused. I'm dressed for dinner, said Harry, dropping his feet off the table and landing the chair with a clunk. You're wearing Slytherin's locket, said Daphne. You never wear that. I might be twitting George, said Harry. And am I supposed to quickly dress like some vintage witch? She asked. You look perfect the way you are, said Harry. I know a fancy hairdo takes ages, and you don't really have anything really fusty. I beg to differ. I have some of Grandmother Black's outfits, and they are extremely fusty, said Daphne. They were still around, asked Harry, feeling his eyebrows creeping up his head. Creature packed some of them away before a hippogriff could eat them, said Daphne. I could. I'll make it worth your while, Mrs. Black. I have organized your favorite dessert. Daphne disappeared with a crack. Harry hoped she could pull something amusing off. She reappeared in the same spot 15 minutes later, in a black robe with black and silver piping, a collar that went nearly to her ears, large spiked shoulders and complicated triangular cuffs that almost covered her hands. Her hair was rolled into a bun on the back of her head, covered in a black net, and a pillbox hat that matched the dress sat on the top of her head. Harry blinked. Bugger me, he said, Walburga Black's blonde granddaughter. The idea, quite strange, of snogging Daphne dressed like this occurred to Harry, but the memory of the old witch sort of cancelled out her looks. Daphne smiled smugly. Not quite as medieval as your outfit, she conceded. A black velvet hat with a good crumple instead of that modern hat, some really awful jewelry, black and clunky. Earrings, necklace, bracelets. Not with gauntlet cuffs, said Daphne, but extra rings. She smirked briefly. Poison cup rings, said Harry, grinning. Damn creature, Harry called. Creature appeared with a pop and did a double take. Mistress, so like my mistress, and master, you look like one of the family paintings. Creature, go get some black jewelry, earrings, necklace, and some poison-holding rings, 2 and 4 more rings for mistress, black stones, said Harry, at once. Creature wrinkled up his face and disappeared with a loud crack. Are you sure that it's healthy to send him to do that at Gringotts? Asked Daphne, sounding more serious. He'd die happy, said Harry blandly. Daphne nodded. Oh, hat, she said, and disapparated. She reappeared a moment later with a black velvet hat. She put it on her head. Well, what do you think? Still needs the jewelry, said Harry. Also, you look sexy in a weird, old-fashioned way. Well, I'll go wait in my room, said Daphne, smiling slightly. You deal with Mr. Weasley. Harry apparated down to the kitchen and checked on the meal. Creature had done well. The food checked on, Harry had a sudden idea, and popped to the chair George would be using, and considered conjuring a fart cushion into it, then decided for more amusement to put them on Harry's and Daphne's chairs instead. He popped up to Daphne's door and knocked. Daphne said, "What is it?" through the door. Our chairs have fart cushions on them. George's doesn't. A small additional prank, said Harry through the door. Oh, how droll, said Daphne loudly through the door. Harry apparated back to the kitchen, and not a moment too soon, as George stepped out of the fireplace in respectable robes. Then he saw Harry, in robe, pointy shoes, and hat. Oh, you dressed to the times a millennia ago, said George. Well, George, we've a few minutes before Daphne is ready, so we can go for a drink in the drawing room. A drink? A mere tipple, said Harry. George disappeared with a crack. Harry reappeared in the drawing room and levitated some glasses and brandy from the leaded glass-fronted drinks cabinet. "A little brandy," offered Harry. George sipped the offered brandy. 3 different drinks later, Creature popped to Harry's side. "Mistress is being ready, master." "George, the front hall," said Harry, putting the glass he was sipping from down. Harry disapparated to the front hall and walked to his chair, and stood waiting. Daphne swept in, crumpled velvet hat, black glinting earrings, and a necklace of black pearls. She held out her hand, covered in black glinting rings, one poison ring on her index finger. Harry gently kissed her knuckles and let her go. Daphne sat, and a raucous, wet fart filled the room. She smiled politely, and Harry indicated to George that he sit. George sat gingerly. Harry then sat down, another wet, fluttering fart. George looked embarrassed. Harry felt a smile stretching his face. Daphne was keeping a straight face. Damn, she was good at that. The first course appeared, and it was, as Harry had hoped, quite delicious. The look on Daphne's face when she got a small stack of profiteroles for dessert was priceless. She was actually surprised, and she tasted the sauce. She gave Harry a frowning look. George asked, "Do we not get dessert?" Daphne waved a hand, and plates appeared for Harry and George. Creature clearly thinking, Daphne needed the full fusty house elf treatment tonight. George left muttering about people who pranked respectable businessmen. The door shut and Daphne snorted. "The fart cushions," she said. "That was awful," and she smiled, her eyes glinting with amusement. Doing silly stuff with her was fun, thought Harry. Harry was getting ready for bed, putting the locket away when Daphne knocked on his door. "Husband?" she asked, though the door. "Yes, dear," said Harry, going and opening the door. "Do you require me?" she asked, in a dressing gown and nightgown. "To sleep, perchance to dream," said Harry. "Not for?" asked Daphne. "Come to bed," said Harry. "You keep the bed warm and smell nice." "Even when I fart like a horse with colic?" asked Daphne, lips twitching. "Sure," said Harry, putting the locket back in the moleskin pouch and tucking it into his pajama jacket. "Why do you keep it there?" "Well, it really is Slytherin's locket. I'm the last of the line, so I really don't want to lose it," said Harry. "Shame someone wrecked it," said Daphne, taking off her dressing gown and sliding into bed. Harry closed the door and came to bed, climbing in "Good night, Daphne. Best to well rested before the picnic tomorrow." Daphne waited till Harry was lying down to sleep and then asked, "Do you not want me?" "Well, we need the sleep," said Harry. "You'll be here tomorrow and the days to come." "Good night, Harry," said Daphne. "Knox." She sighed. "Harry," asked Daphne quietly. There was something on her mind. "Yes." "Mummy gave me this advice before we got married," she said. "What?" "To never go to sleep leaving your husband horny, or vice versa," Daphne sighed. "I know," she yawned. "Normal people say never go to sleep angry with your spouse, but Mummy can be a bit continental." "You're tired, I'm tired," said Harry. "And now I'm going to have horny dreams all night. Thanks, dear." == 0 == Harry woke with an arm on his chest. It was awkwardly like she liked him or something. His pajamas felt a bit crusty in the pants department. "Harry," she asked sleepily, "do you require me?" We need to get up and wash," said Harry, running out of the room feeling a disturbing mix of needing to pee and wanting to shag at the same time. Back at Riddle House after breakfast, "What you muggle repelled the whole property?" Harry asked George. George shrugged, his denim jacket a little more ripped today. Across the lawn, Fleur said to Daphne, "You are not happy with Uri?" she asked. "Our marriage has not been what either of us hoped for," said Daphne. "It was arranged, and a succession of accidents had us wed." Fleur nodded. "My marriage to Beale. He is very much a man, yes, and loves me very much, and our little Victor, she is our star, but my mother-in-law, she does not think I am good enough for her Beale. And my sister-in-law, she calls me Flem, though these days I call her Cum. She is always covered in it anyway." Daphne coughed. "She is a famous Quidditch chaser and young. Well, she finds many willing wizards. She loves the fame and attention. But you are probably sad because Harry is a little man, yes. Fleur put her fingers very close together. Daphne blinked and blushed. Oh no, Harry's more than big enough, said Daphne and sniffed. He and you make love, said Fleur, I can tell that. Special occasions mostly, said Daphne dismissively. He has this photo of his parents from when they left Hogwarts. They're 17, 18, and in love, and they turn to each other and kiss. It's very sweet. We never had that. An arranged marriage without love. And they died at, how old, 22, said Fleur, and nobody will ever see them fight because they are the sacred dead, yes. I did not think him a cruel man, perhaps I was wrong. Fleur sauntered off to talk to her Beale then. Harry came by a few moments later. Had fun talking to Fleur, asked Harry. Actually, a rather serious discussion of life, said Daphne. Is everyone behaving? Asked Harry. If anyone's giving you a hard time, just tell me. Well, oddly, yes. Fleur had some things to say about the youngest Weasley man. Harry looked around. Ron's not here, he said, confused. You go ask Fleur, said Daphne neutrally. Harry walked off, finding Fleur sitting on a conjured chair holding Victor lovingly. Both blondes looked happy. Unlike his one, he thought. Hey, Fleur, Daphne said you two had been talking about Ron had been hassling her, said Harry. He's not here, so how? What did Daphne say, exactly? Said Fleur, kissing her daughter's little nose. That you had things to say about the youngest Weasley man, said Harry. If Ron's been hassling Daphne, I'm going to really lose it. This is difficult enough without Ron making it worse. Beale, I have to have a big sister talk with Harry, said Fleur, handing Victoire to Bill, who looked at Harry and rolled his eyes. Harry followed Fleur along the lawn to an overgrown garden. Fleur cast a privacy charm, then strangely said, Harry Potter, you are a cruel, stubborn man. Harry blushed. Look, I apologized and rubbed bruise ointment into her back. I asked her as we were doing it, and she said the table was fine. After her bath, she had scrapes and bruises. I felt so bad. Fleur started to laugh at Harry. Oh, you British, you're all sex mad. Taking your wife on the dining table. She insisted on being the dessert course, said Harry defenselessly. And those damn wedding night robes are well. Fleur snorted. I think Daphne might be a bit of a provocateur. But you are the youngest adopted Weasley, said Fleur. And your poor wife, she tells me about you measuring her against your mother's photograph. Oh, not 18 and in love and kissing kiss kiss. Your wife is therefore an unwanted annoyance, who you make love to but not nearly often enough, and somehow you forget to love her when you are not. Sticking it to her, thought by the sounds of it, her definition of adequate is quite vigorous. We had to get married, protested Harry. We didn't choose. And he certainly didn't mention that Daphne liked Harry to work up a sweat, and mentioning that she thought that rough was a thing he was never admitting that. Nobody would understand, people would think he was an awful brute. Hang on, she joked about that. That is a lie, said Fleur, her eyes suddenly darker than Harry remembered. You could have denounced her. I couldn't do that, said Harry. She'd have had a terrible life if I did that. And the one she has with you is so much better, asked Fleur. That's the whole point. We're stuck, said Harry. We're friends and, well, sometimes more. And she liked it over tables, banisters, and in cupboards, but that's okay, thought Harry. But you do not sleep next to her and wake her with kisses, said Fleur angrily. This is not some romantic thing, said Harry. Nobody chose this. You chose, said Fleur, and yet you judge the woman you chose against your parents, who died aged, 21? With a baby who doesn't remember Mama and Papa ever arguing. So your mother and father are the angels, and your wife, who you chose, she is not your love. I can't be like that, said Harry. It's arranged. We do what we have to. And you choose not so sleep with such a pretty woman. Is it that you like boys? Ginny Weasley was quite boyish once. Harry stared at Fleur. It's not like that, he said, tugging at his hair. You have separate bedrooms, yes. And I had a separate bedroom from Bill. What would happen? Asked Fleur. Nothing, that is what, she said vehemently. But it's traditional, said Harry, feeling very British. And you are 100 years old now, asked Fleur. Maybe she snores. She does actually, said Harry with a pout. Fleur looked at Harry disbelievingly. Really? A woman that young snores? Softly, admitted Harry. Like a large cat purring, but it was still snoring. Then sleep though it, or she could learn to sing, said Fleur, dismissing the point. Oh, she used to. She's out of practice, said Harry guiltily. I only found out the other day she's not had music in the house, not sung because she thought I wanted quiet. What does she sing? Asked Fleur curiously. She sang a solo in Latin in 6th year at a school. She as in the choir. It was high and haunting, said Harry. And why has it taken you over a year to find this out? We went out for dinner to a restaurant for the first time, admitted Harry. It was fun, I suppose. Lots of different food, and we, talked. You do eat meals together? Asked Fleur. Well, yes, but that's generally quiet or talking about the business, said Harry. Take you wife to dinner more often, said Fleur. Or I will come and take her away. One of my cousins would take her. Harry reacted unthinkingly. That's my wife. He snapped, feeling angry and confused. Oh, you are unusual man. Try not to be so cruel, said Fleur. Or I will curse your penis off and give it to your wife. This is as confusing as that week at St. Mugno's, Harry complained. That. I, had to get a potion for, my relatives. They never showed me any affection, admitted Harry. It didn't really bother him anymore, and the thought of doing all the work to make voodoo dolls or something seemed a bit of a faff, really. Fleur turned her head sideways and looked at Harry with one dark, suddenly bird-like eye. How are you so normal? She asked. Thanks, said Harry. That was not a compliment, said Fleur, waving her wand and walking off, towards Daphne, who was arguing with Mrs. Weasley. Harry had had enough. He was going to do something right today. He apparated over behind Daphne, wrapped his arms around her shoulders, and interrupted Mrs. Weasley. Molly, much as I love you like an adoptive mother, Daphne is my wife. If she wants things a certain way, that is how they will be. She is the sole person I need to please, and she works far too hard for the family business to have to argue with you. Daphne, who'd been stiff and froze when Harry held her, relaxed into Harry's chest, leaned her head back slightly and whispered, Thank you. Harry inhaled, whatever that was she wore, and the scent went right up his nose and down to his bits, which tingled, in a good way. Mrs. Weasley was staring at him, Harry realized. He'd apparated over the lawn and was holding Daphne quite closely, but he was effectively at home, and the other Weasleys had done more in front of Molly. It wasn't like she was grinding her arse into his lap. Stupid, sexy thoughts. And now his pants were too tight. Mrs. Weasley closed her mouth to a flat line, nodded slightly, and walked away. Sorry about that, said Harry. Hopefully the water is hot soon. I could get your good end suit clean and you could have a nice bath with a view of the grounds. We can just go home to Grimmauld. Your bathtub has a view, said Daphne. This one has a miles better view, unless it's night, said Harry. I fear at night I'd be the view, said Daphne. Oh, you are anyway, said Harry. Cursed bubble bath. It holds the heat better, said Daphne. It hides the hot blonde, said Harry into her neck. HMH, said Daphne very softly. Her bum completely coincidentally bumped his lap softly. Fleur arrived at where Harry and Daphne were standing. He is a very stubborn man with a terrible upbringing, said Fleur. My little sister is lucky to have been beaten to him by you. He is very handy, said Daphne, and surprisingly powerful. Oui, said Fleur, I did not notice. Oh, wait, he beat me when he was 14 in the Triwizard tournament, she said sarcastically. Harry, would you really fix up the ensuite? Asked Daphne. I'll go check what needs doing, said Harry, and disappeared with a crack. Well, asked Daphne. You're lucky he's as sane. Did he really get no love? Asked Fleur. Didn't even know what it was, said Daphne. I don't know where they live if I knew. I'd help, said Fleur, hexing or hiding the bodies. Thanks, said Daphne. I've got friends from school who'd help, but it's nice to make new friends. I pity you, said Fleur. He can be very, started Daphne. Forceful, taking you, making you feel wanted and vulnerable?" asked Fleur. Daphne frowned. "I was going to say juvenile," she said. "He persists in wearing these hideous pointed-toed shoes that were unfashionable 400 years ago. We're just dressing for meals, not reenacting the founding of Hogwarts." "Dressing for meals?" asked Fleur. "We compromised. We dress for meals in proper robes and wear Muggle fashions in the house, or if doing something messy," said Daphne. "Why dress up for breakfast?" asked Fleur. "I've always done it. My family only wear robes," said Daphne. "I'm not going to go fully Muggle." "And you make Harry Potter dress up for tea and toast?" asked Fleur, incredulously. "He was stubborn, but I insisted," said Daphne. "You and Harry, you do not do the anal yes?" asked Fleur. "Of course not," said Daphne. "I'd thank you not to ask." "It's just you'd have to take the stick out of your arse first," said Fleur. "I'm Mrs. Black. I have a social standing to maintain," said Daphne. "Your family, they are not extremely rich and powerful?" asked Fleur. "We are in the sacred 28, said Daphne. "We've always been respectable, and now I'm someone famous." "How does a dragon act?" asked Fleur. Daphne stood quietly at this for a second. "They breathe fire, fly around, and Harry outflies them, and they crash," said Daphne, confused, but determined to prove she knew Harry Potter. "Can a dragon act not like a dragon?" asked Fleur. "Of course not," said Daphne. "Well, Mrs. Black cannot not act like Mrs. Black. Whatever you do is what you do. Harry Potter hates his fame, celebrity, and gossip, so he avoids it. Have you seen him fight?" "I got him to destroy 3 dueling targets once," said Daphne. "Nobody would believe me," I said. "I've seen him fight, at Hogwarts," said Fleur. "If he was to wear a tutu, he'd still be Harry Potter." Daphne looked thoughtful. "But my sister comes to visit," she protested. "She married the Malfoy boy?" asked Fleur sharply. "Well, yes, but that was the same set of contracts, and she liked him. Harry sent him to Azkaban," said Daphne. "Yes, my Weasley family had a party when they heard he'd died," said Fleur. "My sister was in mourning," said Daphne stiffly. "He was a nasty little worm," said Fleur. "Before the Yule Ball at Hogwarts, he suggested some things I could do for him. Harry is excessively merciful to his enemies." "But he would have been 14, said Daphne. "And he thought a Partvila would naturally want to do things for the great Draco Malfoy. Your sister needs a good man. There are spare Weasleys, but they're not very sophisticated." Daphne looked over at the Weasleys. Some of them were casting repair spells on the building, others were summoning dirt and sand. "They are helping," admitted Daphne, "but Astoria needs a respectable man." "Well, can you think of any man your age not taken who's not awful?" asked Fleur. "Oh, nobody pure blood," said Daphne, irritated. "I have tried to get her to consider half-bloods. They're not so bad." "Your husband accepted," said Fleur. "Harry's got his good points," admitted Daphne. As if summoned, Harry appeared with a crack, with dirty sleeves. "I've got your bath ready, Daphne." "My bath?" asked Daphne, but the working bee hadn't finished. Harry disapparated with a crack and reappeared a minute later. "Warming charms," he said, and went to help with the repointing of the house. Daphne shrugged. "Well, I suppose some repointing won't hurt," she said. Hours later, everyone had a faint dusting of lime, and the walls were largely repaired. Molly Weasley came to see Daphne, looking pensive. "Have you got somewhere we can set up for lunch?" asked Mrs. Weasley. Daphne nodded. "The kitchen. It's very cavernous." Mrs. Weasley followed Daphne and thought the side door and looked around. "It's a bit big," she said, finally. "Well, we got these tables clean the other day," said Daphne. "A pity it's not on the flue yet." "How do we light it?" asked Molly, and Daphne looked around and saw 2 rows of switches by the kitchen door. She strode over and flicked them all down, the kitchen lighting up with warm yellow light. "Electric lighting," said Daphne. "The house is Muggle after all." "Are you going to keep it like this?" asked Mrs. Weasley, uncertainly. "Well, after all the gas lamps at Grimmauld, I rather like electric light. And the central heating, the whole house is warming up. Harry only lit it the other day." He's very handy, said Daphne, looking at the kitchen stove. It had switches, too. Ignore that. Mrs. Weasley used unpacking charms, and Daphne got a pile of cutlery out of a drawer. She dumped it in the sink and scouged it before putting it on the table. Mrs. Weasley found plates in a cupboard and also scouged the plates. You don't trust the housekeeping? Asked Mrs. Weasley. Harry's cousin Tom's friends were a despicable bunch, said Daphne. It took Harry ages to fix the dining table. And the rest of the dining room is still a mess. His cousin Tom? Asked Mrs. Weasley. I thought his cousin was called Daedalus or something. Tom Marvolo Riddle. This is his parents' house. He called himself Voldemort, but really, he was a Tom, said Daphne deliberately casually. Mrs. Weasley dropped a plate onto the floor, which shattered. This is you-know-whose house. He's dead, Harry's next of kin. I vanished his mattress this morning, said Daphne. I think the bedroom of the hall was Peter Pettigrew's. Harry wanted to vanish anything that creep touched. Mrs. Weasley stood very tensely. I understand that Harry's trying to put the whole war behind him. But his house, she said. Daphne repaired the plate on the floor and floated it to the sink, where she scourged it. Well, it's smaller. That Grimmauld Place has gardens and suites and central heating. I was sold at central heating. Grimmauld Place is dreadfully cold in the mornings, said Daphne, floating the plate to the table. The Weasleys and Harry arrived and noisily ate lunch. Harry looked at Daphne and tilted his head slightly. Daphne shook her head minutely. Harry smiled. Mrs. Weasley had brought enough food to feed everyone twice, so the Weasleys stayed till after supper. After they left, Harry turned to Daphne. How'd it go? He asked. She was very frightened that this was cousin Tom's parents' house, said Daphne. For such a bloody dangerous witch, she's a bit nervy. Harry snorted. I'll lock up downstairs. Your bath awaits. Oh, good. I'm sick of cleaning charms, said Daphne. I'm treating the kitchen as soiled. I haven't had time or help to clean out the drawers and cupboards. Do you want to keep them? Asked Harry. We could get new ones. Let's not waste money, Harry. If this place needs something complicated done, we'll need a professional. And Muggle, repair wizards if the central heating plays up. We probably should get someone to come and service it, said Harry. It's working, but it's rather old. You work out how to get a Muggle in past all those charms. Did George go completely berserk? Said Daphne, walking to the stairs. He was bored, said Harry. Which is worse? Bill had a look and put a few specialized ones up too. Well, I'm having a bath. Amuse yourself, said Daphne, leaving up the stairs. Harry went to the kitchen and used unpacking charms and massive scourgifies to clean out all the drawers and cupboards, then directed all the contents, though the sink, and back into the cupboards. It was, Harry thought, a bit less neat and not as good as Mrs. Weasley's animated dish mop, but without mops and soap, it was good enough for now. No tea towels either, he thought. Having made the cupboards nice, Harry slowly cleaned off the floor and walls and ceiling, getting splattered a bit by the ceiling's foam. The kitchen looked lighter and was definitely clean. There was a row of labeled bells hanging on curved springs along one ceiling beam. They had the names of rooms. Odd. Harry decided to ignore it. He tackled the downstairs loo, which was not that bad, but it got completely scour-feed. Thinking this had all taken a while, Harry went upstairs and knocked on the en-suite door. How are you doing? Asked Harry. I was having a very nice soak, till you interrupted, said Daphne through the door. Well, it's probably time to go home and go to bed. They're coming again tomorrow, said Harry. Oh, that kitchen, groaned Daphne. I did all of that, said Harry. It's all scourgified and repacked, and the walls and ceiling. Then I redid the downstairs loo. The really essential bits are decent. Well, said Daphne, accompanied by the sounds of running water. How much outside is there to do left? At this rate, the walls will be decent by noon. Setting that many wands loose indoors should have a first clean of everything by bedtime tomorrow, said Harry. Having to conjure towels is a bit annoying, said Daphne through the door. Well, at least you're clean, said Harry. The shower's got a nice view too, said Daphne. Have a shower before you go home. You're covered in lime dust. I dread what will happen when I blow my nose, admitted Harry. Well, have a shower, said Daphne. Are you done? Asked Harry. I'm decent, said Daphne, and Harry entered the big, warm and sweet. A radiator on the wall had the room warm, if a bit damp. Harry cast a wide area drying charm on the walls and sat on the loo to undo his trainers. Clean your clothes before you get dressed, said Daphne, whose outfit wasn't covered in lime dust. What are you going to do? Asked Harry. You only take a few minutes in the shower. I'll dry my hair properly, said Daphne, and left the bathroom to sit on a stool in the bedroom. Harry pulled the door shut, cleaned his clothes a bit and stripped. The shower was much less old-fashioned than Grimmauld Place, but still rather antique. It was, however, warm and did have a nice view out the window to the last glimmering of the day. Harry got dressed again and caught up with Daphne, who was cleaning the bedroom a little. Time to go home and go to bed, said Harry. And before you get any ideas, I'm knackered, but you're coming to bed with me. I'm not defying Fleur tomorrow. For sleeping, said Daphne with a yawn. That set Harry off and he yawned. She looked half asleep already. And to keep the bed warm. I'm missing this central heating already, said Harry. Daphne sighed. We'll be able to camp here by Monday, she said. Warm floors, warm loos with windows. Look, use my bathroom, said Harry. Oh, how generous of you, said Daphne softly. Come on, apparating on 3, said Harry. On the count of 3, they both apparated to the stoop at Grimmauld Place. Harry opened the door, and they stepped in, to the smell of roses and fireplaces. Harry sniffed. He said. Being away for a day, it's not so bad these days. It has its good points, said Daphne. I'm off to bed, said Harry. Grab a nightie and pop over. I will have the whole bed warming charmed by the time you get there. You'd better, said Daphne quietly. Harry apparated to his room, cast an incendio into the fireplace, and started carefully charming the bed. Once done, he stripped off his clothes and put on his pajamas and slippers and went to the bathroom, which needed more warming charms, and did his teeth. He was lying in bed, feeling dead tired when probably Daphne knocked on his door. Come in, said Harry, his wand in hand. Daphne came in a housecoat and slippers, carrying a pillow. Harry blinked. I've got pillows, said Harry. Yours are too hard, said Daphne. She closed the door, took off her housecoat, threw Harry's spare pillow on the desk and got into the bed, snuggling into her pillow, which looked to Harry far too soft. Harry pointed his wand at the discarded pillow and banished it to Daphne's bed. Where'd it go? Asked Daphne. Your bed, your pillows are too soft, said Harry, and he leaned over, kissed Daphne's hair, and cast a spell to put the lights out. He yawned. Do you expect sex? Asked Daphne, yawning. Just go to sleep, said Harry, yawning again. I'm tired, you're tired, and we've got more work tomorrow. Daphne rolled over in the bed. She smelt of her perfume. Harry stared at the ceiling for a bit, took off his glasses and went to sleep, the flickering fire lighting the corner of the room. Harry woke up in the middle of the night and felt warm. Next to him lay Daphne, her back to him. Harry leaned over and kissed the nape of her neck softly. Daphne made a soft grunt. Harry felt absurdly pleased that in her sleep she still went HMH, and it didn't mean she didn't like it. Harry lay in the dark bedroom, the fire having guttered out while he slept, and stared at the ceiling, barely visible in the light leaking round the curtains. For all that she'd claimed to be prepared for a marriage for business reasons, she actually wanted a husband she'd chosen who loved her. Harry sighed. The more he knew her, the more normal she seemed, apart from her angry outbursts. Though he mused, that was about things like not knowing why Weasley's wheezes was depositing into his vault. As long as things didn't get out of control, she was a remarkably calm, reasonable witch. Harry frowned and glanced over at her. Was that all it was? She had control issues. Still, that made a bit of sense. She made plans, had ledgers and stuff. For all that she was outdoorsy with her horse and stuff, she was really a bit of a nerd. Harry watched her shoulder rising and falling. A pretty witch who I'm married to. I shouldn't have made fun of her when she was saying my dadding history was funny, thought Harry. She was already a prisoner of her family's expectations. If she'd been a good Quidditch player, though, she'd be very close to the perfect woman. She had liked the firebolt when we flew it at Hogsmeade, though. Harry dozed off, with a faint smile on his face, unaware that once again, being a wizard was messing with his sense of time. He had experienced a tiny spot of flash forward. Like almost everyone that had studied divination with Sybil Trelawney, he obviously felt divination was a load of old cobblers, except when a seer made a prophecy. But like most magical people, he had a fairly good ability to do divination, which he normally mistook for just impulsively doing things. That one day, his life would be saved by someone with a much better grasp of divination was, well, it hadn't happened yet, so Harry was quite content to sleep. Well, he woke up twice, but in both cases, due to atrocious wet dreams featuring Daphne Greengrass and a bottle of massage oil, riding him. After the second time, he wondered if it was really much better than dreaming of Cedric dying. Whether he was experiencing more flash-forwards or just an overactive imagination would be left for time to tell. Well, except Daphne rolled over at that point, and her sleeping face lay on his shoulder, and an arm lazily covered him. Well, dreaming about murder and torture didn't feature snuggles, thought Harry philosophically. Chapter 12, It's Better This Way. Harry woke up to the smell of Daphne, and that perfume of hers. He lay in bed, sore but warm. Daphne was breathing softly. Harry thought Fleur's got a point. This is nicer. Also, Daphne's mum is weird. Neither of us were up for it last night. Dreams don't count. Harry got up and did all the usual morning warming charms and ablutions, and went back to his room to a still sleeping Daphne. He poked her gently. "Oi, wake up, work to do," he said softly. "MMMPH," said a sleepy Daphne. She was, Harry realized, cutely sleepy and cute when asleep, at least as cute as Teddy. Harry, being the second most oblivious person in the room, did not realize that meant anything particular about how he felt. Harry got back into bed and called Creature. "Creature, breakfast in bed today," he said. Creature disappeared silently. Harry put his head down and woke up to the smell of bacon. Daphne was sitting up next to him, eating breakfast and reading some letters. She was looking businessy, not cute now. Harry sat up. "Anything important?" he asked. "Minor issues from black books and a few tenants making requests. Nothing that can't wait for the week. We've got an army of weasels to herd," said Daphne casually. Harry looked in his breakfast tray. Under a lid on the tray, the bacon's all gone, he said. Not really annoyed, just resigned that if he got to the breakfast later, the bacon would be gone. "Well, there was bacon earlier," said Daphne with a small smile. Harry contented himself with scrambled eggs and a kipper, and a cup of tea, which was sitting under a warming charm. "Breakfast in bed's not bad," observed Harry. "Are you going to sleep all day?" asked Daphne, looking down her nose a little. "I've already got up and warmed the bathroom," said Harry. "You go when you're done with breakfast, then I'll need to get dressed." Daphne blinked. "I have seen you naked," said Daphne dismissively. "Well, I have seen you naked too," said Harry, "but I'm thinking more about some comfortable socks and some more clothes that I don't mind ruining." Daphne got out of the bed and rooted around in Harry's dresser, her figure in the nightgown looking delectable. She ended up setting out a warm top he'd had since 6th year and a quite comfortable old pair of jeans. "These are horrible and barely fit. Ruin these," said Daphne, and swept out of the room in a ripple of nightgown. He wondered if her breasts had actually got bigger, as they certainly looked bigger this morning than they did most days. And she hadn't put on a housecoat. She didn't usually look like she had on her wedding day. Well, apart from today. Also, exceedingly awkward erection. Harry got dressed, pulling on some old shoes from the cupboard, complying with the spirit of ruin these. In the distance, the sound of pipes juddering and banging and water rushing. Hopefully, still in the pipes. Daphne must have apparated to her room from the bathroom, as she wasn't there when Harry went to clean his face. So Harry went to the kitchen and conjured up another massive load of flowers. "Thanks for the kipper, Creature," said Harry. Creature stopped in his vase filling. "Master is going to abandon the house and leave Creature with nothing," grumbled the old elf. "Well, you can come to Riddle House. It's smaller than here and Muggle. It has central heating, so most rooms are quite warm all the time. There's a big boiler in the cellar. It has electric lighting, so you can't magic the lights on and off. There's a little lever on the wall by the door, said Harry. Muggle rubbish, said Creature. It's free, Cousin Tom had it, so it's mine now, said Harry. And it has en-suite bathrooms, off the bedrooms, nice in the morning. It's got lots of gardens and lawn, all a bit messy, but it's in the country on a hill and there's not much pollution. And no elf? Asked Creature. Don't think so, said Harry. You can come, but don't overwork yourself. You need to be around to train the next generation of Black House elves. Creature gave Harry a very odd narrow-eyed glare at that. Daphne appeared in a crack of apparition a bit later, in a frumpy black dress that Daphne must have transfigured from something of Wahlberg's. Dress? Asked Harry. I don't want to wreck my jeans, and I don't need Weasleys eyeing my derriere, said Daphne. Noted, said Harry. I want to grab a few things before we go. Like your derriere that I got a nice look at as you picked out clothes for me, but we've got things to do. Tesco? Asked Daphne. Tesco, Harry agreed. A dish mop, some washing liquid, and more high-tech porcelain cleaning products had Harry satisfied. Daphne said they should get something to have with tea. Harry decided jammy Dodgers would do, and grabbed some tea as well. Daphne stopped and stared at him, so he walked back to where she was by the tea. What? He asked. You just chose a tea variety, she said. What if I don't like it? She added, and lifted one eyebrow. Harry froze. The tingle in his bits was merging with worry, like she had more than one way of lifting her eyebrow. Harry wanted to bite his hand, but felt he'd lose what little dignity he had. She very methodically read the labels on all the tea for sale, and decided on orange pekoe, then insisted they get a box of sugar cubes and milk. And milk. Tea with milk and 2 sugars, said Daphne. You should have learned how I like my tea by now. Harry was about to move off when she added, I mean, you know how I like to be licked off. Is it too much to ask for tea the way I like it? A frightfully sexually disturbed Harry took Daphne out of Tesco, down a side street, and they apparated to the kitchen of the Riddle house. She was taunting him, evil, sexy wife. Harry unpacked and really explored the room, finding some old appliances on the back wall. One looked like a drum with legs, and the other a metal cupboard. What are those? Asked Daphne. A metal cupboard. Clothes dryer, explained Harry. Old, and I wouldn't risk it. That's a clothes washer, an old one. They're like self-stirring cauldrons for clothes. That one's ancient. Modern ones are automatic. The clothes come out clean but damp. Some dry the clothes too. So they're a bit rubbish, said Daphne dismissively. I think, I dunno. Creature might come later. He's worried we'll abandon him, said Harry awkwardly. Oh, said Daphne. Our elf is like family, our greengrass elf, Creature's. Old and weird, said Harry. He was always like this, according to Andromeda. Well, go open the doors for the Weasleys, said Daphne. We'll have to put up more protections. Salvio Hexier, at least, has to wait till the walls are done, said Harry. After lunch, said Daphne. I'll get some more booze out. They really can drink. They're free labor, said Harry. Let's not stint. Stint, said Daphne. Since when did you say stint? You're rubbing off on me, suggested Harry. You keep working me this hard, and you might see that again on your birthday, said Daphne, with a raised eyebrow that felt rather suggestive. Harry was quite sure she'd said one thing, but she had meant something else. Harry felt his face flushing and left to open some doors. There was something very wrong when a girl could say no and lift an eyebrow and you felt sexually tantalized. It's one thing to have a very beautiful wife, but she shouldn't be able to do that. It wasn't fair. It's not like she got turned on when he sat in bed with her or anything. The Weasleys brought more food than before, and Harry hurriedly scourgified the abandoned refrigerator, which had at least been empty. Turned back on, it buzzed and started to cool. It's old and rubbish, but it's like a charmed cold room, explained Harry. New ones are better, and the milk would keep better cold. By lunchtime, George had found the old garage had a car in it. Mr. Weasley was intrigued. A Walsley 1460, he said. That's what its badge says it is. Harry looked at the car. It looked very, very old-fashioned with arches over all four wheels and boards down the sides, and all black. He went to eat lunch, and Daphne and Mrs. Weasley both looked quite disheveled, with splots of bleaching on their dark clothes. "That muggle cleaning potion of yours is the very devil on clothes," said Mrs. Weasley, "though it's cleaned up the bathrooms a treat." By Sunday night, Harry's arms ached. The house was surprisingly clean, though all the linens and mattresses needed to be replaced. The Weasleys, and Fleur particularly, had gone from room to room, cleaning with spells. Fleur had made lists of things she felt needed special attention. She gave Daphne the list as she left, kissing Daphne on the cheek. Harry apparated off and started Daphne a bath. "I've set you a bath running," said Harry when he returned. Daphne was practicing washing charms in the sink. It was a messy, amusing process, the dish mop washing plates and floating about. Harry went back to carefully vanishing layers out of Pettigrew's old room. Daphne came and called out, "Harry, enough. It's been scourgified to death. Let it go." "That traitor touched it," said Harry, giving the bedside table an overpowered vanishing, sending to into nothingness. "Well, past time to go home and go to sleep," said Daphne. "We've got so much to do with tenants this week. Some of the newer leases need renewed." Harry once again slept with Daphne that night. In a we sleep in the same room way, not the other way, but like some kind of weird clockwork, he once again had two wet dreams about the witch sleeping with him. Harry woke up with a big warm lump against him. It was quite nice, he supposed. Breakfast in bed was pretty good too, warm feet and a warm lump of nice-smelling wife. Also tempting to grab hold and snog, but that felt risky. It's not like she'd said it was a sex time. The next 4 days of meetings at Gringotts and the leaky cauldron with tenants were long and boring. Harry got back from the morning's meetings, and Daphne bustled off to get changed. "You needn't change," said Harry. "We're just going out this afternoon for more meetings anyway," he conceded. Lunch was, for all that Harry had wizarding clothes on, fairly informal as lunch at a 20-yard long table can be. Creature had made soup and cheese on toast. Harry looked at Daphne over his soup. "Well, you're a great negotiator," he conceded. "I'd have got irate by now." "You're being very important," said Daphne. "By saying nothing and looking serious, we get a big advantage." "I'm bored out of my mind," admitted Harry. "As long as you don't fall asleep or yawn, nobody will know," said Daphne with a slight smile. That night, Harry sank into his bed, grateful for rest. The warm witch in his bed seemed quite content. "Night, Harry," she said sleepily. "Knox," cast Harry, kissed her on the head and rolled over to sleep. Harry woke up in the morning with an arm over a sleeping Daphne. It was pleasant. Harry withdrew his arm carefully and Daphne made a MRPH and rolled over. Apart from a bad case of morning wood, no ill effects today. His pajamas had started to smell of Daphne's perfume. Harry cleaned his teeth thoughtfully. He thought he had a few more days of paperwork with tenants and back to Little Hangleton. Daphne walked into the bathroom. "Get out," she said firmly. Harry put his toothbrush down and left, closing the door behind him. Some time later, the loo flushed. Harry waited till Daphne passed him in the hall and went back in the bathroom to finish up. Oh, she'd crapped. Fair enough. He cast that air-freshening charm. Harry was finishing his breakfast when Daphne got up. "Off to dress Muggle for the day," she said. "Don't," said Harry. "You don't have to dress any particular way. If you're more comfortable in a robe, wear a damn robe. I'm going to wear those jeans you hoped I'd destroy and go see the Riddle house." "I want to go see to the study," said Daphne. "Fine, I'll be bringing some tools. Some doors need to be adjusted," said Harry. They apparated from the back garden. Ages later, Daphne emerged from the office by the kitchen hours later, in that stained, bleached old dress, covered in a thin layer of dusty grime. "The Riddles kept good records," said Daphne. "Did you know the electricity costs money?" "I remember something about that," said Harry. "Power bills." Well, and a telephone bill. Whatever that is, said Daphne, sounding like an airhead. I haven't seen a telephone here, said Harry. What does one look like? Asked Daphne, looking slightly vague. Hard to describe, said Harry. He frowned. I know what a telephone looks like, said Daphne airily. There is one at the pub in Appleby, on the wall. That was apparently a Daphne joke, Harry concluded. She did airheaded blonde impressions, which was ridiculous. She had a mind like a rat trap. Harry walked into the office by the kitchen. Daphne had cleared out all the shelves, piling up a few wooden boxes of records, neatly labeled by date range. Hermione would approve, he thought. Harry looked at the boxes, wondering where they came from. Transfigured from empty beer crates, said Daphne. There's the black thing, I suppose, said Daphne, and pulled an odd-looking telephone with a blank dial-up off the floor. It was tied down with wire, which seems a bit silly, and has this silly handle. Daphne rummaged in the rubbish basket and pulled out a black handle that curved around like a very old telephone. Harry took the handle and held it to his head. It was the right size to be a handset. Harry put the handle on the black hooks. There was a click. This is an old telephone, said Harry, feeling fairly sure. I don't know if it would work, even if it had its wires, said Harry. I've never seen one this old in person. But that doesn't mean much. My aunt and uncle had nothing old in their house. Well, what would we even use one for anyway? Asked Daphne. Oh, calling a repairman to come fix the central heating, to order more coal, said Harry. Daphne looked at the telephone on the desk. Looks a lot more comfortable than putting your head in the fireplace, she said. You'll have to work out how to turn the muggle-repelling charms down. All we need do is put them on doors. You proved that at Grimmauld Place, said Harry, trying to give Daphne credit there it was due. We need lunch, said Daphne firmly. Let's go to the pub, said Harry. Your dress is practically a muggle dress. The pub? Asked Daphne. It's just down in the village, said Harry, and cast a few cleaning charms on Daphne. Her dress looked dreadful, so Harry charmed it to look like her Lady of the Manor dress. Daphne looked down. Nice illusion, she said, with a slight, fleeting smile. He could have transfigured it, he supposed, but that felt intrusive. And what if he'd accidentally turned it into something from the porn mag? And Harry had to quickly clear his mind. A small headache started between his eyes, sodding occulamancy. Sodding Snape, stupid sexy wife. The pub was called the Strangled Lark, and had a picture of a bird with a fist around its neck on its signboard. Harry opened the door for Daphne and let her into a dimly lit pub. It had tables and chairs, and a short bar along the back wall. She hesitated slightly in the doorway. In the front right corner of the pub, a jukebox softly played something old. The tables were mismatched and battered, the chairs a little battered. A dartboard had pride of place on one wall. Along one side of the room was a row of booths. It wasn't that different to say, the 3 broomsticks, there was even a fireplace, which was out. On the wall near the door was a small vending machine for something. A tall, broad man in dark clothes and an apron with mutton chops and a nearly bald head stepped out from one end of the back of the bar and stood behind the bar. "Ello," he said. "Ainsworth, Ted Ainsworth. Welcome to the Strangled Lark." "Harry Potter, my wife Daphne. We've just taken over the old Riddle house," said Harry. Ted Ainsworth, bartender, looked surprised by that. "The old Riddle house. That's been boarded up my whole life. I see you've been cleaning. That'll take a while." "Since the 50s, yes," said Harry. "My cousin Tom Riddle inherited, and he died a year or so ago." Tom Riddle. There was a Tom Riddle lived there, I was told. Died there, too. "That was cousin Tom's father," said Harry. "What's for lunch?" "Pies, crisps. We've got some cottage pie, but that'll be a little while to warm up," said Ted. "Microwaved is fine. Probably," said Harry, looking at Daphne. "Something to drink." "Cider. A pint of cider," said Daphne surely. "A pint, then," said Ted, with a moment's hesitation, pulling a glass out and setting it under a spout and pulling on one of several levers. "And for you." "Ginger beer?" asked Harry hopefully. "Hard or soft?" asked Ted. "We've got some old-fashioned stone crock stuff if that's your thing." "Oh, yes," said Harry. "A pint of that." Harry hoped it would be country stuff. You're both not driving for a while. The cider's got a bit of a kick and the hard ginger beer. Well, it's not scumpy, but it's stronger'n beer. You've got scumpy? Asked Daphne with interest. Harry had no idea what they were talking about. Not officially. It's homemade, said Ted. Of course, said Daphne. Harry, scumpy, it's like cider decided to go be a spirit. It's underproof, said Ted, and I'd rather you didn't go telling people. It's a local drop, no revenue. I assume you two are moving in up there. It's nicer than our townhouse, said Daphne, for all that it's a bit weathered. There was some queer business a few years back with the old groundskeeper dying, said Ted, putting the pint glass of cider in front of Daphne. Cousin Tom and his friends, said Harry. Tom's idea of fun generally had someone dying. Harry concluded in a derisive tone. Ted looked nervous at this. Oh, don't worry. Harry stopped Cousin Tom, said Daphne archly. He decided Harry needed to die like his parents. Tom killed them too. Ted Ainsworth gave Daphne a searching look. All above board. Harry got a medal for it, I think. Before my time, though we did go to the same school. Harry was a legacy, of course, said Daphne in an aristocratic tone. Oh, said Ted. These days I do property maintenance for the rentals I inherited from my godfather, said Harry. Go kick that shepherd's pie off, will you, Ted? Ted Ainsworth raised a finger. Your ginger beer in a moment, he said, and went round the end of the back shelves to the back of the pub. He came back in mere moments. You're in luck. Irene's had today's in the Aga. It's still hot. She's going to dish it up. Now for that ginger beer. The pint glass was filled with slightly cloudy ginger-colored liquid from a squat gray bottle that did indeed look like stone. Ted put the glass in front of Harry. Take it slowly. It's a bit peppery, he advised. How much? Asked Harry. Ted pushed buttons on a till and said 9 pounds. 50, he answered. Harry fished out his wallet, found a lonely old 10-pound note and handed it over. Do you take card? Asked Harry. Not for less than 20 quid, said Ted. You show up often enough, I'll run you a slate. Harry wondered about that, having a slate at the local pub. Like living somewhere, really. Ted handed back a 50-pence piece. Harry pocketed it and took his mug to where Daphne was sitting, in a booth. Daphne took a sip of the cider and smiled, a bit different to the pub at home, but okay, she said. High praise indeed from his snooty wife. Harry sipped the ginger beer. It had a bite to it. Harry swallowed, his threat burning slightly. Oh, he said, hot. Hot? Asked Daphne. Do tell, she asked curiously. Harry slid the glass over, and Daphne cautiously took a sip, then a bigger one. Not bad at all, she said. 2 and you'll be legless, she noted. I'm not much of a drinker, admitted Harry. One of your more redeeming characteristics, said Daphne, sipping her cider. So cider? Asked Harry, mentally sidelining Daphne, listing a redeeming characteristic of his. Appleby, lots of apples, lots of cider, said Daphne. The local pub, well, it's mixed, she said quietly, more cider than butterbeer. Weak stuff for kids, strong for adults. Daphne looked nostalgic, and daughters of important families who insisted. She said with a wry smile, summer after 4th year, we all got silly on it. Mother was not amused, then we all turned up home squiffy. Harry felt the momentary urge to complain about how awful his summer that year had been, but realized it was in the past, and Daphne knew anyway. The general bits. Well, I was never allowed out to get up to no good. My cousin Dudley did all that with his gang, said Harry. Another redeeming characteristic, said Daphne. What's microwave? She asked. Muggle warming charms, said Harry softly, sometimes uneven. Oh, is that all? Said Daphne. Silence. Where did the groundskeeper live? Asked Daphne. There's a little cottage on the grounds, said Harry. And you haven't checked it out? Asked Daphne. No, said Harry. Repelling charms on the way home, said Daphne. That's the sort of place local children would break into for fun. Did you and Astoria get up to no good? Asked Harry casually. Of course not, but we heard about one of the empty houses in Appleby getting broken into, said Daphne, with a slight narrowing of her eyebrows. The cottage pie was quite good, considering what it was. Daphne looked at her 3/4 empty plate. "I'll stop before I get fat," she said. "You're looking peaky," said Harry. "Eat up." "You've been working me like a house elf. What do you expect?" said Daphne. "Eat up and a good day's work," said Harry. "I'll take you to Shea Black for dinner. I hear the service is quiet and the cooking edible." "At least it's economical," said Daphne. "Are you going to sell that car for £100,000 now?" she asked with a slight smirk. "I was thinking about keeping it. Mr. Weasley is amazing with cars. The Anglia was big enough for all the Weasleys. It should have only fit 4, Harry said more quietly and flew and went invisible. "I think that sounds quite convenient." It had a space-expanded boot. "A boot, like a portkey?" asked Daphne. "The bit on the back, a cupboard of sorts. 5 school trunks, no problem," said Harry. "That sounds awkward for the head of the misuse of Muggle artifacts office," said Daphne very softly. "I think law enforcement's not his true calling," said Harry with a slight smile. "Well, I hope while he's fixing the car we don't need him at Black Books," said Daphne politely, which sounded like approval of a sort. The afternoon, for Harry, was a succession of doors that stuck or didn't shut properly. "You realize when we go to open some windows, there will be endless problems," said Daphne, who'd got the study cleared out and had plonked the boxes of archived records on the kitchen floor. "Well, it's a bit cold for that yet. I'll put those in the attic," asked Harry. "I suppose," said Daphne. Harry, not feeling at all like apparating with boxes, levitated them and walked upstairs all the way to the attic. The nearest room had lots of old trunks and suitcases on tidy shelves. Harry put the crates of papers neatly at the end of the shelves and pulled out a suitcase. It was labeled TR. Harry opened it. It had felt heavy. It was full of men's clothes. Harry looked through the clothes and realized they were winter clothes, terribly old-fashioned clothes. Harry cast an unpacking charm on some of the trunks, and they bumped down off the shelves. An unpacking charm aimed at one resulted in a trunkload of Victorian women's clothes being scattered about. Harry used a packing charm and snapped the trunk shut. These trunks, suitcases, and things were full of old clothes. Harry packed them back onto shelves and apparated back to the kitchen. "I found something," said Harry, not sure if this was important. "What?" asked Daphne distractedly, who was cleaning the cupboard that had held the small appliances. "The trunks and suitcases are all full of old clothes," said Harry. "Unless you want 50 to 90-year-old Muggle clothes, we've got a lot to get rid of." "We can sell that to Muggle old clothes shops," said Daphne. "There must be poor Muggles, just like we've got Weasleys." A dig at the Weasleys again, thought Harry. "Well, too tired. Let's go home, eat, and go to bed," said Harry. "And will you kiss my hair goodnight?" asked Daphne. "I could probably manage to kiss you properly," said Harry. "It's nice waking up in a warm bed." "Don't get ideas," said Daphne. "Too tired," said Harry with a laugh. "Let's go eat." Harry and Daphne apparated home to Grimmauld Place. Creature greeted Harry and Daphne at the front door, and supper was waiting for them. After a surprisingly elaborate supper, they apparated off to bed. Harry did kiss Daphne's cheek before turning out the light. "Cheek," asked Daphne, "you're slipping." Harry kissed her again on the lips. As he went asleep, he couldn't help think, that was nice. I want to do that every night. Though if we weren't renovating, we wouldn't be so tired, and maybe we could shag. He woke up on his side with Daphne's bum wedged in his lap and feeling very tense. She stretched cruelly. Harry kept the whimper in manfully. Daphne woke up and yawned, grinding her bum into his lap again. She got out of bed and went to the bathroom in just a nightgown. Harry let the whimper out. Ruddy hell, she's a monster. =0=. Days passed, punctuated by nice sleeps in bed with what Harry could only describe as a covert snuggler. She almost always woke up lying partly on him. Harry was lying in bed staring at the photo of Mum and Dad on the wall. Daphne was sleeping half on his chest. This wasn't what his parents had had. Harry sighed. And she, for all her talk of being prepared for an arranged marriage, had wanted someone who was attentive. Harry reminded himself to kiss her hand and stuff. Lots of and stuff seemed to be a good idea. Daphne went off to black books to do management things, and Harry decided to check if his pillow was actually on her bed, and perhaps try to get a better idea of what made her tick. On the wall behind her dresser was a terrifying art photo of a school-aged Daphne pulling her older self out of a mirror. That had to be Dennis's work. He bent and checked the bottom of the photo. There was a signature D. Creevy. It was, well, he saw Dennis's point. There were trunks, a dressing screen, and Harry tested. One pillow was too soft, the other about right, and on the bedside table a tattered paperback. Harry had a quick peek. The title was Lady Morgan's Lover. Harry blinked. Was this? Surely she didn't read that. Harry skimmed it. He was tall, dark, and handsome, and poor Lady Morgan, otherwise a strong, independent witch, went to jelly when he visited her lonely tower. Harry put it back down, and an impulse peeked under the bed. A wooden box with a chicken motif that he'd made, thought Harry, and inside paperbacks, mostly old and tatty. Harry checked the covers, romance novels, so he checked the backs. And there was definitely a pattern to it. The witch heroine always had a tall, dark, and handsome lover. Harry put it all away and left, faintly disturbed. That sort of stuff would rot your brain, he thought. And as he closed her bedroom door behind him, with the certainty that it didn't help her, what with developing unrealistic expectations. Some of the books clearly dated from her time at Hogwarts, judging by the receipts she had used as bookmarks. Harry was just dozing off that night with Daphne lying warm and soft nearby in bed when he glanced over at the photo of Mum and Dad and caught sight of Daphne as she rolled over. And a thought that her books had given her thoughts about life that, like his photo of his Mum and Dad, might be a little unhelpful. Harry scowled. There was no way he was raising this with her. Harry imagined saying, "Oh, Daphne, don't read romance novels, it'll rot your brain." And then her reaction, which would be cutting. Possibly a cutting curse for all that, and she'd be really cross with him for snooping. He looked at Daphne, who had settled down on her side, facing him, and her face was relaxed. She looked beautiful at times like this, he thought. He dozed off, waking twice in the night to sticky pajamas and, thankfully, a sleeping wife, who had not been asleep at all in the dream. It wasn't till he was showering the next day that he realized with a sudden insight that she'd put bookmarks in novels. A mystery. Obviously, that called for some more sneaking into her room and looking, while wearing his invisibility cloak. The first novel had a bookmark at a well. There was kissing and snogging, and then what Harry had to assume was supposed to be a sex scene, though it left out the actual details, so he supposed you had to use your imagination. Harry put that one back carefully and checked another book. After the fifth book, Harry started to feel uncomfortable. She'd bookmarked sex scenes where the female protagonist had sex with her tall, handsome lover. And in general, they were, if the cover art or blurbs were anything to guess from, dark-haired. He resisted the urge to ruffle the messy bit of his hair at the back of his head. It wasn't like Daphne had always wanted a tall, dark, handsome lover. But the books seemed suggestive. He guessed, based on the books, that he should try a little more old-fashioned hand-kissing, glancing at, and evidently be the way some pages were dog-eared and tattered, liked sex in places other than beds. Harry's pants got very uncomfortable, as that brought to mind a certain Yule party at her parents'. He swallowed with difficulty, put the books away, and went and had a shower, well, and stuff, while imagining Daphne enjoying certain acts in various locations. It was hard to look her in the face at dinner that night, though he tried to really act interested, as he kissed her hand. Obviously, with all the foundation she wore, there was no easy way of knowing if she was blushing. Maybe he was imagining her ears being a tiny bit pink. About a week later, Daphne refused to come to bed, though they'd had lots of good sleeps, both of them warm. She was pretty bad at ending up draped all over him by morning. A bloke could get a strained wrist from furtive trips to the loo, and the temptation to feel up cute sleeping Daphne was strong, but that just felt wrong. They had sex when she came to his room and said so, not just every night because they were in bed. "I'm sleeping in my own bed, covered in hot water bottles," she said. "Not to knock you, but I'm after more comfort than a sleeping Harry Potter gives. And I think I'll be getting up in the night a bit too." Harry slept fitfully. His bed was far too cold and empty. He woke up in the middle of the night, holding her pillow. The next morning, he apparated to Daphne's room in his pajamas and knocked on the door. "Go away," groaned Daphne. Harry entered carefully to find Daphne curled up in the bed, looking bleary. Harry's stomach ached a little. He must have eaten something dodgy yesterday, he mused. And she didn't look cutely sleepy this morning, just bleary-eyed and sickly. "Hot water bottles?" asked Harry. "MMFP," grunted Daphne. Harry conjured one, filled it, heated it up and put it carefully into the bed where Daphne snatched it. "Thanks," she said tiredly. "Bad again this month?" asked Harry. "Duh," said his normally eloquent wife. "We could go to St. Mungo's. They might be able to do something for you. Find a potion that works something. Anything," said Harry. Daphne opened her eyes and looked over at Harry. "You actually care, don't you?" "Yes," said Harry. "You're my wife and a good friend. I'll warm up the bathroom. Do you want a bath?" "Oh, Merlin, no. It's dreadful. It goes red." "No thanks," said Daphne. Harry shivered in horror and got out of there. He warmed up the bathroom and called Creature, having the elf make up breakfast trays and light the rest of the fireplaces to warm up the house. Harry was missing the central heating at the Riddle house, and he hadn't even lived there. He vanished the roses and conjured some fresh ones. Daphne seemed surprised when Harry got into her bed and kissed her hair gently. "Creature's making breakfast. We'll go to St. Mungo's afterwards." She drew back and stared dumbly anyway. "The dining room," said Daphne. She groaned. "Breakfast in bed here," said Harry. "You're wrung out and I slept badly. The bed was far too empty and not warm enough." "You miss me?" she asked blearily. "I missed you," admitted Harry. "You make the bed smell nice, you know." "Not today," said Daphne. She did smell different. Harry patted her shoulder sympathetically. Breakfast arrived silently. "Oh, I couldn't stomach bacon today," said Daphne. "Well, I'll eat some and give Salazar the leftovers on the way to the flu," said Harry, trying to contain his excitement. All the bacon was going to be his. "That bird is a menace," said Daphne. And Harry got all the bacon. He wanted to make greedy nomming noises, but held it in like a mature adult. Daphne got out of bed and pulled on her robe, stumbling to the bathroom. Harry apparated to his room and got changed into the sort of robes he wore to visit tenants. Not grand, but not casual either. He did put on some sensible shoes rather than have a fight about it. He popped back down to the hall outside, Daphne's room, and knocked. Daphne came out looking tired in her usual lunch robes. Harry supposed they were her tidy, casual robes. He held her hand. "Want a lift to the fireplace?" Harry asked. "If I didn't feel so bad, I'd appreciate being pampered," Daphne replied with a wan smile. They vanished and reappeared by the fireplace. Creature was doing the breakfast dishes. "Creature, we're going to St. Mungo's. Daphne feels poorly. Have lunch." "Soup, something ready for us," said Harry. "Yes, master," said Creature with a surprising little bow. Harry cast a pinch of flu powder into the big fireplace and called out, "St. Mungo's," and stepped though with Daphne. The usual tumbling green awfulness, but Harry stepped out firmly, Daphne hanging on his arm. If Harry's other leg hadn't collapsed, it would have been his best ever flu arrival. As it was, he fell down and dragged Daphne over. She got up to her knees, looking very cross. "You are the very worst person to ever flu," she said. Harry felt embarrassed and stood up and helped her to her feet. Harry could smell disinfectant. The welcome witch hastened to Harry and Daphne. "Oh, it's you, Harry Potter." "Harry Potterblack," said Harry. "My wife, Daphne, is unwell." "I'm having a really bad period," said Daphne very bluntly. The welcome witch looked a bit surprised by that. "She can hardly sleep. We need to see a specialist and get her a better potion or something," said Harry. "Oh, said the welcome witch. "I'll get someone to come." She hurried to her podium and scribbled on a parchment, and charmed it to turn into a paper aeroplane and fly off. Mr. Potter, Mrs. Potter, take a seat," said the welcome witch. "Mr. Black, Mrs. Black," said Harry, "just to make this clear." Daphne was looking quite surprised when she sat down next to Harry. "What's got into you?" asked Daphne. "I hate hospitals. I hate the whole Harry Potter, the boy who lived thing. I practically had my own bed in the infirmary at Hogwarts," said Harry stiffly. "But mostly, I hate hospitals." Said Daphne, and she sat in obvious discomfort. A little while later, a green-robed healer, an older woman with gray-brown hair, came in. Mrs. Potter. Here, said Harry quickly. And it's Mrs. Black, just as I'm Mr. Potter Black, said Harry. Oh, yes, said the older woman. We'll go to a room. Will you need Mr. Black? Not unless you can't give me something for this, said Daphne. Then he's back on conjuring hot water bottle duty. The older healer smiled slightly at that. Take a seat, Mr. Black. There are magazines. Harry sat down and waited, as Daphne and the older healer left. Harry sat, got bored, and read What Broomstick magazine. They had a belated retrospective on the firebolt. Harry got engrossed in the article, and the next one, till he'd run out of magazine. There was a copy of Better Towers and Palaces that Harry was almost going to ignore, till he saw it had an article on house elves. It was titled House Elves, Necessity or Waste of Galleons. That proved interesting. He was really on the fence now about another house elf. They cost so much, it was cheaper to just hire a witch or wizard as a servant. As did the advertisements for furniture, which were animated photos of a room and had wizards come in and change the furniture periodically. After 5 minutes it looped and Harry turned the page. For all that it was magazine for people spending much more money than Harry ever wanted to spend, some of the articles were interesting, and the furniture advertised. Some of it looked nice. And the magical knickknacks, well, Harry hadn't realized he even wanted a stuffed alligator before. They looked good hanging from the ceiling. Much later, Daphne came over. Harry, she said. Harry looked up. Sorry, got absorbed, he said and stood. We need to drop by an apothecary and get a special prescription made up, said Daphne concisely. Are you okay now? Asked Harry nervously. I've had some charms. I'm feeling better, but the potion will help more, said Daphne. The apothecary wanted to thank the great Harry Potter. I am here with my wife to get a medical potion ordered, said Harry grumpily. Can we stuck to business? Daphne reluctantly gave the apothecary the script, which they glanced at, did a double take and suddenly changed in demeanor. Terribly sorry, they said. I'll get this started. Where should it be delivered? 12 Grimmauld Place, said Harry. Daphne was surprised when they got out of the shop. What's got into you? She asked quietly. I just want to get my wife a potion so she can feel better, and he wanted to waste time with bullshit, said Harry, putting an arm around Daphne. We're going to the front stoop. Daphne didn't object to being apparated to her room once Harry was in the front door. I'll have Creature bring lunch to the drawing room. Get into your warm, soft clothes and rest on the couch. I'll be back with conjured hot water bottles, said Harry. Daphne sat on one of her parlor chairs. I'm tired. I'll have a little rest first. Okay, I'll be waiting for you in the drawing room, said Harry and appeared off. Harry was reading a magic text when Daphne arrived in the drawing room in a loose, fleecy sweatsuit and slippers and tucked her feet under Harry's leg. Creature, Harry called. Lunch in the drawing room. Mistress is very tired. Daphne dozed off and Harry found himself looking at her haughty features, in repose merely aristocratic and beautiful. Harry thought about that. Yes, she was beautiful in a grumpy, upper-class kind of way. Here, right now as she dozed, Harry felt quite sorry for her. Lunch arrived on a tray, carried by Creature. Harry pointed to the coffee table. Is Mistress getting better? Asked Creature very quietly to Harry. There should be a potion arrive for her. It will help. She's had some healing charms, said Harry. Is Mistress going to die? Asked Creature with a trembling lip. Mistress is in discomfort and could not sleep well. That is all, said Harry. We'd both miss her if she died, Creature. Would you? Said a sleepy Daphne. I'm quite touched. Harry looked over, surprised. Creature vanished. I'm going to write to your sister. She can come and visit, said Harry. And you're going to claim to be insatiable, said Daphne. You've no appreciable sex drive. I'm hardly going to demand sex. We're not, said Harry. You're quite a decent lover, said Daphne. Shame you're never interested. What am I supposed to do? Asked Harry. Nuzzle your ear in bed, he asked rhetorically. Daphne sighed. That's not likely, is it? she asked. Harry wondered about that as he got up and went to the library. Maybe he should, he thought. He wrote a quick letter to Mrs. Astoria Malfoy, Malfoy Manor. Salazar only gave Harry 2 vicious bites before taking the letter and flying off. Harry healed his fingers carefully. "Creature, are you tormenting this owl?" Harry asked. "The owl bites me," said Creature. "Give it bacon," said Harry. "Mrs. Malfoy, Mistress's sister, should be dropping by," he said, and apparated to the drawing room. Daphne was slowly eating soup. I suspect Salazar might not have the sweetest temper," said Harry. "He bites you, he bites me, he bites Creature. I asked Creature if he tormented the owl, and he..." "He said what?" asked Daphne. "He evaded the question," admitted Harry, embarrassed. Daphne gave a small snort. Harry Potter, outsmarted by a house elf. "Oh, about that," said Harry, and he explained about the cost of a servant versus a house elf. "That's atrocious," said Daphne, sounding peeved. "Well, it would be handy at Riddle House," said Harry. "That name needs to change. Potter House." "I suppose. The locals will call it Riddle House forever." "The locals probably have sex with livestock," said Daphne. "Ainsworth looks like he sneaks up on horses." Harry snorted. "He does not," said Harry. "You're from a small village, too." "I'm from a manor, outside a small village," corrected Daphne. Harry got absorbed in the book on potions he'd brought back from the library. "Harry," Daphne interrupted Harry firmly. "Yes," asked Harry, looking over at Daphne, who was lying looking wrung out. "Another hot water bottle, please," she asked. Harry conjured one up, filled and heated it. Several pages of complicated reaction charts later, Astoria Malfoy swooped into the room wearing casual robes. "Daphne, dear," asked Astoria, "Harry's letter said you'd been at St. Mungo's." "Awful period, I couldn't sleep. Harry dragged me off to St. Mungo's. They've done some charms, and there's a new potion coming by Owl should help," explained Daphne, sounding tired. "And Harry dragged you to St. Mungo's?" asked Astoria. "Harry's taking good care of you then." "Husbanding my resources," said Harry, and got a small shove with a slippered foot for his pun. "Look, when Daphne can't sleep at all, it's time to go see a healer, much as I hate hospitals." Harry gave Astoria a look. "You look like you could do with a lie-down," he said, and drawing his wand, levitated the other couch around so that it faced the couch Daphne was in. "Lie down and have a rest yourself," said Harry, conjuring another blanket. "He's better than a house elf," said Astoria, slipping off her boots with a flick of her wand and lying down. "Tori, are you all right?" asked Daphne. Astoria jerked her head at Harry. Daphne sighed. "Harry's my husband, Tori. He's family," she said. "I had a bad patch ended yesterday," admitted Astoria. "I'm taking the solution, I'm fine, though I wouldn't mind a snack." Harry conjured a table and called Creature, who was excited to make morning tea for Mrs. Malfoy. "Daphne," asked Harry seriously, "can I ask why Astoria's not well?" "You may," said Daphne politely. "And," asked Harry politely, I have a blood malediction. It runs in the family. I take a girding solution, I do tire easily, but I can do most things," admitted Astoria, a bit embarrassed. "And Daphne, do you have this?" asked Harry. "No, Harry, just bad period pain," said Daphne. "And no, any children wouldn't have it either." "And I assume your family have tried everything, and nobody can cure it?" asked Harry. "Well, obviously," said Astoria. "Can we not talk about it?" she said, sounding peeved. "I've got something in mind," said Harry, and got up, and retrieved a particularly thick bundle of scrolls from the scroll stand in the library. Harry sat down and started leafing the scrolls. Salazar Slytherin's collection of Parseltongue healing spells. "Harry, what are you doing?" asked Daphne curiously. Harry put the scroll down and concentrated. "Parseltongue healing spells," said Harry carefully. Daphne nodded. That had come out in English then, thought Harry. "If your family never went to India for a cure, there's a chance a Parseltongue healing spell might help," said Harry. "Salazar Slytherin collected some," Harry continued, starting to lisp. Do you think there's a chance? Asked Astoria cautiously. I've never used any, so I don't know if they're that good. A book about Parseltongue said Parseltongue healers are well respected in India, so maybe it works well, said Harry. We can always take a trip, said Daphne firmly. Harry leafed through spells, stopping and reading one more carefully. For Women's Troubles was its name. Harry pulled the scroll out and read it carefully. Might be useful for Daphne. He put it to one side. What's that? Asked Daphne. A spell for women's troubles is its, hissed Harry. Daphne looked at him aghast. Harry stared into her, pretty blue eyes, and concentrated. A spell for women's troubles, said Harry. Might be worth trying out. Daphne frowned. We're looking for a spell for Astoria, not me. Get back to work, she said kindly. He gets stuck in Parseltongue when he reads spells, said Astoria. It's terribly creepy. He means well, replied Daphne, not shuddering. Much. I felt that, said Harry, still reading. Harry dear, don't speak when you're reading Parseltongue spells, said Daphne. It comes out in Parseltongue. Harry kept reading through the bundle, which was becoming spells for more and more awful problems, until he came to a spell for weaknesses of the blood. Harry pulled it out of the small remaining bundle and put the unchecked spells to one side. You found something? Asked Daphne. Harry looked over, and there was a teapot and biscuits. He waved his hand, and a biscuit shot across the room into his hand. He bit into it. Would you like some tea, Harry? Asked Daphne. Harry nodded. Oh, you're still reading. Thanks for not hissing, said Daphne. Harry took his cup of tea and sipped, reading along. He put the teacup down on the floor and turned and stared at Daphne for a while, then he spoke up. I think this spell might help. It will take a while to learn, but... Oh, just try casting it off the scroll, said Daphne irritably. Harry picked up the other scroll and hisses and waved his wand, finally tapping Daphne on the knee with his wand. Daphne blinked at Harry. What was that? She asked. I thought might help, and it was a lot simpler, said Harry. Daphne got up. Excuse me, Torre. I need to go to the loo, she said and left hurriedly. Astoria looked at Harry. You cast a medical spell on Daphne, but not me, she asked, sounding quite peeved. She seemed to do the same tones as her older sister, Harry mused. Her spell is a lot shorter. The one for you has really complicated wand movements, replied Harry, picking up a scroll and waving his wand while reading. After finishing a long pattern, he did it again, stopped and repeated till he was swearing. Ace, Harry exclaimed. Astoria turned her head. I don't speak snake, she said stiffly. Bloody spell has a clockwise hook, then later on it's anti-clockwise, then clockwise, then clockwise. I keep thinking it'll just alternate, said Harry. What the hell, said Astoria. Was that whole spell it takes bloody ages, she exclaimed. A lot of medical spells do, said Harry. I've had a lot of injuries, he added. Oddly, I've spent a lot of time in hospital too, said Astoria. That is an absurdly long wand movement, must be a very hard spell. Harry chuckled. The Patronus charm has a half circle and a jab. It takes months to learn. The mental state for the spell to work is the hard part. You really can cast a Patronus? Asked Astoria. I heard you did. Since I was 13, said Harry. Now I'm going to practice the words but not the wand motions. Daphne came back as Harry finished his third attempt at the incantation of the longer spell. Harry dear, please copy that scroll and keep a copy somewhere safe. If you ever lose it, I will cut your bits off, said Daphne politely, with a slight smile. Harry wasn't sure if she was kidding. Astoria looked at Daphne aghast. What? I feel fine, just tired, said Daphne. I did have an unpleasant few minutes on the loo, but I feel cured for now. I'll be dropping by for that charm, said Astoria pointedly. He seems a lot more useful all of a sudden, said Daphne, smiling and leaning back. She wiggled a slipper under his thigh. Harry handed Daphne a scroll and pointed at it twice, while reading the other, longer scroll. He's stuck, said Astoria, and you've got him so under your finger he just chooses not to speak instead of accidentally hissing. I can only imagine what... With a flick of Harry's index finger, a yellow bolt from Harry's hand hit Astoria, and she yelped. Wordless, wandless light stinging hexes, said Daphne. Isn't he resourceful? She asked casually. Astoria rubbed her arm. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Potterblack, said Astoria. Harry waved his hand downwards distractedly. He kept the smirk off his face. Finally, Harry felt he could stumble, though the spell and cast is slowly on Astoria. Lots of hissing and weird wand movements. Nothing happened. Astoria waited, then said, Was I supposed to feel something? She asked, frowning. Well, if you cast a diagnostic spell, asked Daphne, one eyebrow going up. Harry shrugged and stared at Daphne, who blushed a little. I don't know any diagnostic spells, admitted Harry. Well, is there one in the roll? Asked Daphne. Daphne had dozed off, and Astoria was resting her eyes while Harry read a scroll. Finally, he pointed his wand at Astoria, made some sweeping motions, and hissed in parcel tongue. A glowing, ghostly, transparent Astoria appeared above Astoria, with some dark red coloring around her heart and lungs, and spider web-like traceries from there to the rest of her body. Harry poked Daphne's foot. MPH, she grunted and woke up. Is that normal? Asked Harry, pointing at Astoria's duplicate. It's in her heart and lungs, and is that blood vessels? Asked Daphne. I don't know, said Harry. I'm not a healer, I'd guess so. Well, what does someone healthy look like? Asked Daphne. Harry cast the spell laboriously on Daphne, getting it wrong and having to start again twice. Finally, a ghostly Daphne appeared, with a faint redness in her abdomen and a few specks of red in her fingers. Are your fingers okay? Asked Harry. It's nothing, said Daphne. Just, working the calculator a lot. You're going to a healer about that, said Harry firmly. Give a wizard a diagnostic spell, and every little thing is a problem. Cast one on yourself, said Daphne defensively. Harry took an age, and swore in parcel tongue repeatedly during his many failures. Daphne looked at the glowing, seated Harry. Why have you got black blotches on your arm and head? She asked, sounding concerned. Cursed scars, said Harry blandly. And there's traces of black in your blood vessels. It's worse in your arm, said Daphne. Harry looked up. Oh, that'll be the damage from the basilisk venom, he said casually. And all those what I assume are broken bones? Asked Daphne, getting up and looking at Harry's glowing diagnostic image carefully. Oh, well, I've had a tough life, admitted Harry. There's no bone on you that isn't slightly damaged, said Daphne. How many terrible adventures have you really had? Harry looked up at his ghostly outline. The wrists, well, that was Dudley, probably the ribs too. Harry checked the scroll and canceled the charm on himself and looked over at the two Daphnes. The ghostly Daphne was naked, but so faint that only the faint redness in her abdomen really stood out. You're getting better, asked Harry. That spell, you're casting it monthly, said Daphne concisely. Harry canceled the charm on Daphne as well and turned to look at Astoria. The tracery of red lines looked, even compared to Harry's battered skeleton, pretty bad. Harry canceled the charm. Harry, cast the spell on Astoria again, asked Daphne. Harry recast the charm. He blinked. The spiderweb is fading, he hissed. In English, Harry, said Daphne sternly. Harry looked Daphne in the eyes for a bit, then spoke up. It's fainter this time, he said hopefully. I hope it's true, said Daphne. I really hope it's true, she said, sounding fragile. Harry took the 3 scrolls he'd used and went and laboriously copied them out in the library. He made a second copy of Daphne's spell as he was thinking of it. Then he went back to the couch to get the rest of the medical spells. Harry, said Daphne, perhaps if you made an index of which medical spells you have, that would be useful. Harry absent-mindedly handed Daphne a copy of Daphne's spell. Harry, your penmanship is terrible and it's all scribbled, she said. Well, apart from it being in parcel tongue, I suppose that's true, said Harry. It's a shame there are no Parselmouths who are healers in England, said Daphne. Well, I could learn some healing, I suppose, said Harry, feeling uncertain. After you get a nude in potions, said Daphne. Well, our children will maybe be parselmouths, said Harry. They might be interested in healing. Astoria must have woken up, and she opened her eyes. Oh, you two talking about children. How many? How long before Daphne swells up like a balloon? No, said Harry, not having that discussion with you, said Harry to Astoria. That is a discussion for Daphne and I later in private. How are you feeling, Torre? Asked Daphne. You have comfortable couches, said Astoria. Isn't it nearly lunchtime? Harry graciously side-alonged both witches to lunch. Creature had made poached fish. Astoria ate seconds and was waving a half-eaten buttered bread bun. I feel hungry, she said. Harry looked over to Daphne, who replied with a slight shrug. Daphne spoke up. Torre, you pretty much fell asleep after the spell was cast and woke up hungry. Maybe it's doing something. Daphne, I've had all sorts of treatments, and falling asleep and being hungry is pretty common. Not that anything's ever done more than, well, stave it off, said Astoria. Harry cleared his throat. Astoria, I'm sorry. I didn't understand you had a chronic illness. Feel free to drop by any time. If the flu is locked, I would advise going to perhaps your parents. You lock your flu? Asked Astoria. Occasionally, said Harry. Which reminds me, we need to get Potter House on the flu network. I'll write a letter to the Flu Network Authority, said Daphne politely. Well, I'm making a catalog of medical spells tonight, said Harry. Astoria sighed. I'll only be a minute or two, said Daphne. We could play chess by the fireplace. Astoria perked up. That would be nice, I'll owl my elf. Harry finished his catalog in English after a few hours and walked over to the drawing room where Daphne and Astoria lay on rearranged couches by the fireplace, a chessboard on small table between them, and a plate with some chocolates on it. Daphne was lying on her side, looking at the chessboard, very relaxed, her regal face looking contented. Harry felt like just watching and stood silently staring. Astoria made a move and Daphne suddenly looked more thoughtful. Daphne made a move and smiled slightly. Harry couldn't help smiling. She looked so beautiful. In a slightly horse-faced way, obviously. Not that he'd say she looked anything but aristocratic. She didn't look horse-faced from some angles and panting, mouth open, flushed with lust. Harry felt his pants becoming painfully uncomfortable. Astoria looked up. Harry, she said. Daphne looked up suddenly. Oh, there you are, she said, and she smiled. Harry reflexively smiled. You looked very relaxed, replied Harry. That spell of yours is a wonder, said Daphne, and she smiled back at Harry. She looked genuinely pleased. His pants were getting more and more uncomfortable. Astoria took this opportunity to make a move on the chessboard and swap a couple of pieces. Harry caught sight of it and rolled his eyes. Astoria sighed and swapped the pieces back. Daphne looked over. She said. Harry sat on a chair and watched as the sisters played. Do you play? Asked Astoria. I spent years losing to Ron, said Harry wryly. I hadn't played before Hogwarts. Daphne, is he any good? Asked Astoria. I've never played chess with my husband, said Daphne archly, but he is good. Harry blushed. She can't say that. After Astoria lost by 2 pieces, Harry conjured a chair and tried to play Daphne. Daphne frowned at the second move. Where did you learn that? She said. Second year, losing to Ron, explained Harry. Harry eventually lost by 1 piece. When did you last play? Asked Daphne. Autumn 97, said Harry. Daphne frowned at Harry for this oddly precise statement. Daphne ate the last piece of chocolate and announced, I'm getting ready for bed. Astoria, if you're feeling off, stay the night. At least you'll have humans around to help if you fall ill. Thanks, Daphne, said Astoria, sounding tired. Harry got up and vanished his conjured chair. I'll go warm some beds, he said. Astoria, you're in your usual room. I suppose, she replied. Harry apparated about, casting warming charms on beds and feeling charitable, the guest bathroom. Then he went to his own bedroom, warmed the bed up thoroughly, lit the fire with an incendio and then apparated to his bathroom, which he warmed thoroughly, then started cleaning his teeth. Harry felt like he'd had a relatively good evening. then realized Daphne's bathroom was cold. Harry apparated hastily downstairs and knocked on the door. No answer. Harry opened the door tentatively. Nobody there. Harry hastily warmed the room and the toilet seat and popped back to finish doing his evening ablutions. Harry was just getting into bed when Daphne arrived in her dressing gown. "Everywhere I went, except my bed, was warm," said Daphne, sounding amused. "I didn't sleep well without you here," said Harry, feeling tired and not bothered by being honest about it. "Go on, get in." Daphne got in and he kissed her cheek. "Good night," he said. Harry woke up with a warm bed that smelt fairly nice. He kissed the hair of the witch and got out of bed. By the time he got back, Daphne was awake and waiting for him. "You need to cast that spell again," said Daphne, "but give me a moment. I want to be ready to dash to the loo." Harry tried not to think about that, as Daphne got out of bed and put on her dressing gown. "Okay, cast that spell," she said. Harry popped out and back, holding the copied scroll. Daphne did dash off afterwards. Harry got back into bed, and warming charmed the other side. He studied that spell some more and conjured up a protective sleeve for it. Daphne reappeared some time later and slid back into bed. "Thank you," she said politely. Harry was eating bacon and scrambled eggs when Astoria Malfoy burst into Harry's bedroom wearing her dress robes. "I can't find," said Astoria, staring at Daphne, who was eating a soft-boiled egg with toast. "Right here," mumbled Harry. "Yes, Astoria?" asked Daphne casually, looking up from her plate. You're in bed with," said Astoria. "My husband, yes. Breakfast in bed is quite pleasant," observed Daphne. Astoria looked surprised, Harry thought. He had some tea, and held in a smirk. It's not like they were shagging like rabbits. "Creature can make you a tray, or you can have breakfast in the dining room, if you wish," said Daphne. "But said Astoria. "He keeps the bed warm, and I like his cologne," said Daphne. "I am allowed to have some small affection in my life, you know." Harry wondered if that was a veiled reference to the size of his willy. Surely she'd have said. Astoria looked indignant. "My fiancé died in prison," she said grumpily, "because he decided to pay my mother-in-law out for your contract." She complained, brows beetled. "Draco died in prison for being a Death Eater, given the job of killing Dumbledore and letting Death Eaters and a werewolf into the school. People died, were maimed for life," said Harry. "I think Azkaban is too cruel, and prisoners should be treated like human beings, but I'm just Harry Potter, the man who won the war. I don't actually have the power to change Azkaban." Astoria huffed off. "Harry, that was quite rude," said Daphne. "And if you could be bothered with politics, you probably could change Azkaban," she observed. "I have my family's terrible finances to take care of, and my family," said Harry. "I'm sorry for snapping at Astoria, but Drake... I didn't want him to die, but he was a Death Eater, and while he never killed anyone with his own hands, he did let the killers in and nearly killed several people himself, mostly by incompetence. She needs to get over him, find a good man and a hum. Unwind a bit," said Daphne. "Please, dear, don't discuss your sister's need of a bonk," joked Harry. "I'm trying to eat." Daphne shot Harry a look he missed, a rather pleased yet confused look. =0=. Harry had fixed up the Muggle repelling at the Riddle house, and using the phone at the pub got someone from BT to come and fix the phone wiring and install a phone. He paid using his HSBC card. The new phone was christened calling a boiler maintenance company to come look at the central heating. That and buying sheets, mattresses, and pillows with Daphne took days. Harry was going to sleep when Daphne nuzzled his ear. "Husband," she said in a soft tone. "Oh," said Harry. He was yawning, yet fairly pleased in the morning. That night he nuzzled Daphne's ear. Again. She said, but they did, 3 times. By Saturday night Daphne finally said, "What, every day?" "Well, why not?" asked Harry softly. Said Daphne. Then she said some other things. Harry felt quite pleased an hour later, and it looked like actually, yes, you could shag your ridiculously beautiful wife most nights. Next Saturday morning, Daphne was singing as she walked around. Harry found it distracting, but in a good way, as he tried to learn Parseltongue healing spells in the library. Astoria turned up, like a bad penny, thought Harry. "Daphne, singing," she said from the hallway. "Well, I'm feeling pretty pleased," said Daphne loudly. Harry smirked. "Oh, have you found another source of income?" asked Astoria curiously. "I've certainly done that," said Daphne. "But I'm not renting out Harry," she added. Harry was momentarily shocked that Daphne would make such a dirty joke. But also she'd arched her chest often this week, and they'd done some things from the dirty magazines, so, really, a dirty joke was hardly surprising. Astoria's voice suddenly cut off, as if someone had cast a privacy spell. Harry mused about the ever-present topic of whom to try to set Astoria up with. Harry'd got round to thinking of Hufflepuffs. Someone rich, well-bred, and not a complete pillock, which ruled out Zach Smith, but Justin's family were loaded if muggles. Harry thought about that for a bit and decided to go butt in. He got to the closed, padded office door and knocked on the doorjamb firmly. After a pause, the door opened a bit. "Yes?" asked Daphne from inside. "Just thinking about dear Astoria. She should invite Justin Fletchley to tea. Wealthy, well-brought-up, decent wizard, not a Death Eater," said Harry. The door swung open and Harry looked in and made eye contact with Daphne, who had a very faint smile and slight glint in her eyes, so amused. Astoria turned in the chair in front of the desk she was sitting in. "Isn't he a Muggle-born?" she asked. "Rich, magical, aristocratic," said Harry. "I understand Muggle-born might be a big stretch. But apart from that one time when he thought I tried to kill him, he's been a nice bloke," said Harry studiously, casually. "Is this a joke?" asked Astoria. "Not really," said Harry. "Have tea somewhere neutral and talk to him." "What the hell has got into Potter?" asked Astoria. "He's trying to set me up with Muggle-borns." "He likes them," said Daphne. "And I think he's getting fond of you. You do grow on people, you know." "Like a fungus," said Harry dryly. "He called me dear Astoria," said Astoria, which I think was sarcasm, she said quickly. "When I call you dearest, you're happy," said Daphne. "Clearly, he loves me the most." "Certainly the most often," said Harry with a wink. Daphne glared at Harry, jealous of his joke, clearly. "Astoria, how are you feeling?" asked Harry. "Fine, thank you for asking," said Astoria brusquely. "Can't you find some filth to fall into?" "Sadly not today. Learning spells," said Harry. "Please stay for lunch," he concluded and left back to the library. Harry felt he could just about cast the diagnostic spell reliably. The sight of his numerous broken and mended bones, and particularly basilisk venom damage, was a bit annoying. Harry got out the healing spell index and decided to go with the weaknesses of the blood spell. It was tiresomely long, but he'd cast it once before. He got it finished in time for lunch and apparated down without putting on a robe. Harry sat at the head of the table, Daphne tilting her head, Astoria sitting quietly. Learning the diagnostic, charm, practicing the weakness of the blood spell. "I have all that basilisk venom damage," explained Harry. "And no robe?" asked Astoria. "We're trying to be more relaxed with each other," said Daphne. "Makes life nicer." "And he can cast a period pain spell that works," said Astoria. "Well, yes," said Daphne. "The only wizard in Britain who can cast that one." "So have you managed to repair the damage from the basilisk venom?" asked Daphne casually. "I expect not. It's almost cursed," said Harry. "I'll wait till I'm not sitting with your sister before casting it. She doesn't need to see my anatomy." "Your lap is concealed by the table," said Daphne. Harry cast the diagnostic charm and looked at his ephemeral arm. It was less spiderwebbed with damage. "It's helped," Harry conceded. Astoria's diagnostic image was definitely improved. "I'll cast the spell again this afternoon, once or twice a day, and we'll see how you go," said Harry. "He's actually managing to cure me. We've had this damn curse for centuries, and he can cure it," said Astoria. "I am so lucky to have you as a brother-in-law, Potter." "Potter Black," said Harry dryly. "Now you owe me a favor. Go have morning tea with Fletchley." Astoria left after dinner. Harry, that was really controlling. Getting Astoria into your debt, then forcing her to go have morning tea with a muggle-born, said Daphne, lying in bed. Trying to cure my sister-in-law, then stop her complaining about being so bloody lonely, said Harry. You're not going to force her to marry Harry Potter, are you? Asked Daphne finally. One greengrass is enough for me, dear, said Harry, and kissed her forehead. Oh, tonight, asked Daphne. In the morning, asked Harry. Ahem. They slept. Harry woke up lying on his side with Daphne's bum pressed into his lap, so he kissed her to wake her up. She yawned and wiggled. Stuff happened. Wow, thought Harry. Harry decided that snogging in the morning had its good points. Eating breakfast in bed with a Daphne he'd just snogged was very nice indeed. Harry leaned back on his pillows contentedly. You're looking very content, Harry, asked Daphne. Feeling quite content, admitted Harry. He glanced over at her nightgown. There were boobs behind that, he thought to himself. Some more repairs on the Summersby house. The one in Chepstow, said Daphne, leafing those letters. The boiler, asked Harry. How did you guess? Asked Daphne. Mrs. Summersby mentioned it was running out in the mornings, said Harry. They have how many children? 4, well, she said it was running out, said Harry. Repair wizard job, unfortunately. Bother, said Daphne. Harry went to bed that night poorer. The repair wizard had charged extra to replace the hot water boiler in the same day as looking at the problem. 100 galleons extra. Harry groaned as his head hit the pillow. What's wrong, Harry? Asked Daphne. The Summersbys only pay 100 galleons a year. We paid that to the repair wizard today, he said. We're making no profit this year from them. Daphne said calmly, we just got unlucky with the boiler. We're nearly at the stage of being able to send a repair wizard to look at all the boilers and replace them before they break. That will be a lot cheaper. This is just deferred maintenance cutting into profits. It will pass. You're very good at this, said Harry. I have been doing it since I was 15, said Daphne, and watching father for years before that. Harry sat up and kissed Daphne on the hair. Thanks, you're really confident, I appreciate it. Asked Daphne, looking questioning. Oh, I was just kissing you good night, said Harry. Oh, twice is too much for me to hope for, said Daphne. I'm feeling a bit tired out from it all today, said Harry. Your problem, said Daphne gently, is that you're a moper. I suppose it would cheer me up, replied Harry, kissing Daphne's neck thoughtfully. You think, said Daphne, lifting an eyebrow. She was right. Well, and later on she was sweaty and flushed and panting. Harry went to sleep quite a bit later, sweaty, naked, with a naked wife draped over his arm, and didn't feel at all mopey, but he did feel exhausted. Even though she was naked and they'd been doing stuff, Harry felt, well too tired to be awake, and not even the prospect of holding her indecently could keep his eyes open. He woke up in the night cold, with a dead arm, and had to very gently pull it out from under her. Daphne mumbled and pouted in her sleep. Harry got the bed covers sorted, warmed them up and pulled them up over Daphne without waking her up. Her face looked gorgeous in the half-light. Chapter 13. Mr. Potter Goes to the Ministry. Harry woke up to the increasingly soothing, familiar smell of Daphne. He had woken with an arm over her, and he went to move out of bed. Don't move, you're keeping me warm, said Daphne softly. She sounded sleepy and felt warm and relaxed. Hardly surprising, really. Lou, said Harry, who really wanted to go quite badly. Well, get back soon, said Daphne sleepily. She liked lions, he supposed, and other things. She really wasn't very icy at all, except for her feet after a trip to the loo, and she bloody well jams them under my leg. Harry ducked out of the bed, wincing at the cold floorboards once he got to the boundary of the room and hallway. Having used the loo and cleaned his teeth, he warmed himself with his wand from the bedside table and got back into bed. Said Daphne. Now go to the loo for me too, she said jokingly. Harry impulsively kissed the side of her head. Sorry, love, he whispered. Daphne slid out of bed, pulled on a dressing gown and slippers, and left. Harry felt a little embarrassed at calling her love, but she hadn't stiffened under his arm or anything. Just got up to go to the loo. Harry sighed. He was really getting accustomed to having her in the bed. He lay there, thinking about things to do, when Daphne slid back into the bed. "Breakfast?" he asked. "Yeah, Creature," Daphne called. Creature appeared with a pop, hands shaking with enthusiasm. "Mistress," croaked Creature. "Breakfast trays and post," said Daphne. "Right away, Mistress," said Creature and vanished. "He likes you better," observed Harry. "He is getting a little old," said Daphne very softly. "We'll need to look at staff for the other house." "We've got a cottage," said Harry. "We could offer free accommodation with the job." "Groundskeeper and cook," said Daphne. "Two people?" asked Harry, staring at the ceiling. "A job for a couple," said Daphne. "Some of your unfortunate Muggle-borns." "Would they want to be servants?" asked Harry. "Well, if the job paid well, why shouldn't they?" said Daphne. "Being a cook at the McDonald's is not a good job, but being a cook at the best restaurant in London would be quite different." Harry chuckled. "You want a chef and housekeeper?" "Okay, 3, said Daphne. "At 400 a year." "I'd do it for 400 a year," said Harry, laughing. "You've got things to do," said Daphne. "I want to see more gardening, and frankly, we could afford to go to some Quidditch matches." "Can we afford to eat at restaurants?" asked Harry. "We make £600 a week, so no, not Muggle ones," said Daphne. "There are a few in Diagon and similar places." "What about Paris?" asked Harry idly. "You were getting discounts." "Harry Potter, are you suggesting we sell appearance at fine restaurants of England and France?" asked Daphne, with a chuckle. "Well, maybe," conceded Harry. "I like talking at the restaurant." "Well, you'll have to make do talking to me over breakfast today," said Daphne. "I'd better put an ad in the Prophet for staff." I've got an idea about that," said Harry. "I was thinking of asking Ron if the DMLE knew anyone." Daphne sat up on one elbow. "Harry, that's very thoughtful. But I want a chef, not a charity case." "Let me try first," asked Harry. "Okay," conceded Daphne. "You'd better fix up that cottage. Maybe a chef could sleep in the back bedroom downstairs. Heaven knows it's clean. You vanished everything." Breakfast trays and post arrived silently. Daphne opened a letter and and snorted. "George says the t-shirts are making a galleon a day." "What t-shirts?" asked Harry, eating a hard-boiled egg. "Harry Potter killed the Dark Lord, and I got was the lousy t-shirt," said Daphne, looking amused. "Your one's better," said Harry, feeling very warm. "If we get moved and the central heating works, you'll see that one more often," said Daphne. Harry felt quite interested in that prospect. He rejected immediately the notion that she'd purred the last part of that. Must have been wishful thinking. After breakfast, Harry had a quick shower. Daphne, still deep in letters, and put on a respectable robe, and feeling odd, apparated to the Ministry of Magic. People stopped and stared. "It's Harry Potter," people were saying. Feeling a bit annoyed, Harry went through the security checkpoint and to a surprisingly empty lift to level 2, Department of Magical Law Enforcement. He was looking for Ron's red hair in the Auror bullpen when a tall, older Auror he recognized approached him. "Dawlish," said Harry. "I was." "Great to see you, Mr. Potterblack. We've got a few things we want to discuss with you. We send letters and your secretary, whoever they are, very politely refuses." "Am I being questioned?" asked Harry, wanting to have a quick talk to Ron, not Dawlish. What if the man wanted him to join the Aurors? Dawlish very skillfully maneuvered Harry, barely touching him into a neat office. Dawlish then rummaged in a filing cabinet and pulled out a file. First thing, your wife's protection detail," asked Dawlish. "Yes, what?" asked Harry. "Well, having to track her apparitions is hard work, and you two went Muggle a couple of times. Gave the detail fits," said Dawlish. "Could you give us a movement schedule? It's make our job easier." "Has the detail actually stopped any threats?" asked Harry. Dawlish looked embarrassed. "That's the other thing," said Dawlish. "Miss Weasley." "What?" asked Harry. That seemed a big change of subject. "Well, the detail. Mostly it's Miss Weasley trying to hex your wife, or throw dung on her. We did catch her with a rather nasty prank firework one time." "You what?" asked Harry. "Ginny Weasley has been harassing Daphne for 2 years." "On and off," said Dawlish. "Sometimes she tries to break into your house." "And this is all hushed up?" asked Harry. "Well, you know Miss Weasley, she's a war hero. And well, one of the Harpies," said Dawlish. "And if anyone else did these things," asked Harry, "has anyone even told her to bloody stop?" "Well, if nobody is injured, we don't usually do anything," said Dawlish. "And well, your affairs are your own business after all." "My what?" asked Harry. "When I found out I was engaged to my wife, I stopped seeing Ginny Weasley, and that was a real hardship. I was going to propose to her at the right time." Harry had the sudden, unwanted thought, and when would have been the right time? Dawlish looked confused. "So you're not carrying on with Miss Weasley?" he asked. "I am actually quite fond of my wife these days," said Harry, and realized it was quite true. "I would not cheat on her, because if I did, I'd be sorry very quickly." Harry had a sudden mental image of Daphne in wedding night robes and high heels leaving a room in a huff. Very sorry, he thought, mortified. "Oh," said Dawlish, which cemented Harry's low opinion of Dawlish. It's not like anyone hadn't seen the sodding wedding dress of unreasonable sexiness. "Anything else?" asked Harry, "because I've got a few questions to ask too." "So would you give us a schedule?" asked Dawlish. "You can give us trackable amulets or something," said Harry. "I assume you lot know about my other house in Little Hangleton." "Oh," said Dawlish, "not my department, but the Potter Cottage. It's rented to muggles," said Harry, "who pay me money. If the ministry doesn't like it, they can pay more." "What's what finance said, but not in so many words," said Dawlish. "Oh, really?" asked Harry. "They might have said your hard-nosed wife was trying to chisel them," admitted Dawlish. "My wife and I came up with that plan together," said Harry. "Who should I ask for in finance?" "Wingrove," said Dawlish hastily. "It's Wingrove." "So my other house, in the country, is at Little Hangleton. It's a small Muggle manor and has decent Muggle-repelling and enemy-repelling wards." "The little Muggle village place," said Dawlish, looking in his file. "Our scout team got hit by a really nasty curse. An Ethiopian withering curse. We had to get the Gringotts curse breakers to fix them up." "My good friend William Weasley is a Gringotts curse breaker," said Harry. "He added to our protections." "We paid Gringotts for Weasley to remove the curse," grumbled Dawlish. "And he put it up in the first place." "You're lucky your scout team didn't run into something worse," said Harry, and smiled, thinking to himself, "Like me, if you turned up unannounced." Dawlish flicked through the file O and another place. "We were conducting a routine search in Nocturne Alley, and when my Aurors went to enter apartment 6 at 14 Nocturne Alley, Stebbings broke his leg." "Tried to kick my doors in, did he?" asked Harry. "What was the bill?" We covered Stebbings' injury, workplace injury and all that," said Dawlish. "No, the damage to my property," said Harry tightly. "We opened the door and searched the premises and adjacent ones for contraband," said Dawlish. "And found?" asked Harry. "Well, nothing that time," said Dawlish defensively. "And my tenant's doors?" asked Harry. Dawlish looked at Harry like he'd asked for a bicycle for his pet toad. "We cast repair charms," he said. Harry made a mental note to go see the building. "Why I came was to ask Ron if he knew of some people displaced in the war who wanted jobs. Housekeeper, gardener, chef," said Harry. "We've got accommodation for them too." "The DMLE is not an employment agency," said Dawlish chidingly. "But you must know about the people still homeless from the purges," said Harry. "From the camps." Dawlish wrote a note. "I'll have someone, probably not Weasley. He's too handy on raids. Someone green to go look in the records, and then see the usual places," he said. "We're paying 400 a year to the right people," said Harry. Dawlish stared at Harry. "That's more than I get paid before danger money," he said. "Well, are you a chef, housekeeper, or gardener?" asked Harry. Dawlish wrote something rather forcefully on the bottom of the note. Harry wondered what else. "Azkaban," said Harry abruptly, remembering. "What about it?" asked Dawlish. My father-in-law was serving a 4-year sentence. He died of pneumonia, said Harry, and lung diseases are common there. He was one of their lot, said Dawlish bluntly. He was in for 4 years, not life, said Harry. How many other people die before they see their sentence out? Look, it's a prison, said Dawlish bluntly. With no doctor and no medical care. It's no better than the camps, said Harry, feeling irritated. There's no money for it, said Dawlish. Well, I guess I'll be giving some press interviews, said Harry. Dawlish looked like he was facing down a dragon. We'll be eaten alive, he said. Try spending less mending broken legs from kicking in doors, said Harry lightly. Easy for you to say, you're rich, said Dawlish. Until my wife took over, the Black's income was 281 galleons a year, said Harry. You make more than that. And a reminder, someone can tell Ginny Weasley to leave me alone. I can't be responsible for what might happen, said Harry, thinking of his wedding, where if he'd seen Ginny before he saw the dress, he'd have broken down and begged her to marry him. Now, though, he was married. Harry left the Auror office feeling annoyed. He was going to give this Wingrove character a piece of his mind. Derwent Wingrove, department head of finance, was tall, tanned man with wavy, short brown hair. Potter, your wife is trying too, he said. Harry cut him off. My wife and I are offering the ministry a business proposition. Rent my parents' cottage or stop making a fuss. You can pay what we ask for or go fish. Wingrove looked astonished. I didn't think Harry Potter would be so mercenary as to want rent. Harry Potter actually likes being able to afford food, said Harry. Pay our rent or accept that muggles live there. And you had it restored, complained Wingrove. People used to make a pilgrimage of a sort to see the ruins. Now it's got muggle children's toys in the front garden. Pay money or drop it, said Harry. And so you're perfectly clear my wife is the business manager. If you get a letter from her, it's from both of us. And unless you're an immortal Dark Lord, you're outnumbered, said Harry, and left the finance department feeling ticked off. Some people. Nocturne Alley looked more prosperous than Harry remembered, though Diagon Alley was bustling and looking really prosperous too. Not having a war seemed to be good for business all over. Harry palmed the front door of the building, which had a huge gouge down the front. The door opened badly as Harry pushed hard. Sighing, Harry drew his wand and really pushed a repair charm on the metal door. It bonged back into the right shape, and with a little transfiguration, the paint looked good as new. Harry looked around the front lobby. It was pretty clean, only a few discarded parchment flyers. Harry vanished them, scourgified the floor, and felt happy, looking good. The apartment doors, on the other hand, had Harry fuming. Badly repaired, dented, crooked. The walls had gouges around the doors. Harry was angrily repairing doors when someone opened their door and stood, looking nervous in the hallway. A man in his 20s, spotty and badly dressed. I'm just fixing the doors up, said Harry politely. But, you're Harry Potter, said the man, you're famous. I'm Mr. Black, your landlord, said Harry. The man went pale. I found out the Aurors had been, though, here, and I'm fixing the mess they made, said Harry. You should send Mrs. Black a letter. It's no trouble to come over and fix it. I couldn't ask Mrs. Black, said the man. She's too important to deal with people like me. You're our tenants. If you're paying us money, you have the right, said Harry, and we've just got everyone paying rent, so it's nice if everyone kept doing that. Harry jabbed his wand at the dented steel door the man was holding, and it went bong as a dent popped out. The man looked at the door, but it's iron. It's impossible to magic. Everyone knows you got these doors from the goblins, he said. Harry snorted. I got them from a muggle door company. Corrected Harry. I'm sorry my charms didn't stop the Aurors. Kept them out for ages, said the man, plenty of time to wake up and get dressed. As long as nobody does anything illegal, I'm happy, said Harry. Yeah, well, if you live in the alley, you just expect the Aurors to kick your door in, said the man. Not here, said Harry. Nice to meet you. Karen Shunpike, said the man. My little brother, yeah. He got Azkaban for being a Death Eater. Harry nodded. My godfather got life in Azkaban for having a mental breakdown when my mum and dad died, said Harry, name of Sirius Black. He adopted me later. That's why you're Mr. Black, said Karen, looking odd. Wow. Mostly terrible, said Harry. I've got more doors to do, but nice to meet you. Harry spent a boring couple of hours fixing up his other tenants' doors at number 14. On the way out, he put his hand on the front door, waved his wand, and poured all he could into the best enemy-repelling charm he could do. The door tinked gently. Harry took his hand off, and his handprint was left on the painted steel. Oops, must have overdone it a bit. When Harry got home and up to the first floor, he heard music coming from the drawing room. Complicated music was playing, then someone sang. A high, haunting tune in Latin. They sang something about their soul being carried into the night. Harry's eyes watered. The song was beautiful and sad and reminded Harry of the day Snape bolted. The same song, the same singer. Harry tiptoed to the drawing room door, and over by the piano was the gramophone playing. The singing was coming from elsewhere. Harry disillusioned himself and stepped around the door. In time to see Daphne stop singing, cough, and berate herself. Have to do better than that to impress him, she said, and jabbed her wand at the gramophone, which skipped backwards. Daphne sang again, and Harry was filled with emotion again, like Daphne's song was filling him. Harry wanted to lie down and just let it wash over himself. So he did, quietly, behind the couch. After about 40 minutes, Daphne stopped, gargled a potion, and folded the pickup of the gramophone up. She smiled at the gramophone. "Not that big an arse," she said, and sniffled. "I loved it," said Harry from his position on the floor. Daphne jumped and drew her wand. Harry was quite impressed with her reflexes. She wasn't slow like a sloth. Her stance was okay for a 5th year, and she was aimed in the right direction. He finished his disillusionment and sat up. "What?" said Daphne sharply. "How long have you been hiding behind the couch?" "Not long enough," said Harry. "I love your singing. It filled me with the most beautiful sadness." And he sniffed. "I could listen to you sing for the rest of my life," said Harry honestly. "You really like it?" asked Daphne. "I missed a few notes," she said, looking at the floor. "I love your singing," said Harry. "It's the most beautiful thing I've ever heard. If I'd had half a brain, I'd have asked you out when I heard your first song." "Lots of boys did," said Daphne. "I hexed a lot of bits that year," she said nostalgically. Harry didn't think about that, obviously. "When did you get back, really?" asked Daphne. "About half an hour ago," said Harry. "What took you so long?" asked Daphne, sitting down on her favorite wing-backed chair. Harry sat down on the couch. "I went to DMLE, but they had a whole pile of things for my attention." Harry explained about all the annoyances while watching Daphne. Looking at her made the day seem less annoying, probably just because she was so pretty, which brought up a problem to bring up. "And Ginny Weasley," said Harry. Daphne sighed. "I've been holding that mail back with help from Creature." "Creature," called Harry, and Creature appeared, mid-cooking by the look of it. "Yes, master." "Creature, Mistress tells me you've been helping hide my mail from Ginny Weasley," said Harry conversationally. Creature stared at the floor. "Creature wanted to help Mistress," he croaked. "The last elf that hid my mail," said Harry. "I got his master to give him clothes." Creature shook slightly. "That elf then became one of my best friends," continued Harry. "That nutjob Dobby," said Creature sourly. "A nutjob who later died saving me from Bellatrix, Lestrange's cursed knife," said Harry. Daphne interrupted. "Bellatrix tried to kill you. When?" "In 97, not long before the end of the war," said Harry. "Were you of age?" asked Daphne. "Well, yeah," said Harry. "So your Aunt Bellatrix Lestrange née Black tried to kill you, the head of the House of Black," said Daphne, holding her mouth shut, going pink and finally laughing. "What?" asked Harry. "Also must make her laugh more often, it's a nice sound." "She was a blood traitor, the other way to get to be one. Trying to kill your legitimate head of house and failing," said Daphne. She grinned toothily. "And failing?" asked Harry pointedly. Daphne shrugged. "Family disputes can be rough sometimes." "I love my family," said Harry, compared to that. Heck, I love your family too by those standards. Creature, you did well, said Harry. I'm not going to give you clothes. So Aunt Bellatrix not only followed a half-blood as a blood supremacist, but was a blood traitor herself, said Daphne. Oh, if I see Theodore or Pansy or Blaze, this would be such a verbal dung bomb for them. An actual blood traitor. Nobody can legitimately trade or work for a blood traitor, so a lot of people who took orders from her are blood traitors too. Daphne laughed again. Oh, next time Great Uncle Oswald starts up, I'll tell him to take his blood traitor sucking up arse out of the room. Nutjob Dobby saved Master from blood traitor Missy Bellatrix, said Creature. Dobby might have been a good elf, conceded Creature grudgingly. Dobby has a grave near the sea, out by Shell Cottage. Bill Weasley lives there with Fleur and Victor, said Harry. I carved his gravestone myself. Creature fell to Harry's feet and cried, Master is too kind to give an elf a gravestone. Master must promise Creature he won't be so cruelly kind to Creature. Creature is not worthy. Creature, I rather expect the House of Black will bury you when the time comes in the back garden under a rose bush. Back to the earth, croaked Creature, thank you, Master. Creature, back to lunch, said Daphne, and Creature popped away. Well, back to your least favorite Weasley, said Harry. I've told the DMLE to counsel Miss Weasley, then treat her actions like any other petty criminal. Actions? Asked Daphne. I thought she just wrote some angry letters. And tried to hex you, dung bomb you, and break into the house, said Harry, all stopped by the Aurors. Nobody else has ever tried anything. And the Aurors did nothing, asked Daphne, eyebrows up. They thought I was carrying on. I set them right, in private, said Harry. Thank you, husband, said Daphne formally. So my ex should soon be dissuaded, said Harry. I did get them to set an Auror looking for our staff, and then they admitted they damaged 14 Nocturne in a raid. No one wrote to me, said Daphne firmly. How long ago? I went and fixed everything and had a word with another Shunpike, said Harry. He was a bit surprised we'd want to fix the doors, but I did all of them, then put an enemy-repelling charm on the front door. I did overpower it a bit, so my handprints on the door. Daphne had bolted to her feet and crossed the room to Harry, grabbing his hands before Harry knew what was going. I'm unhurt, protested Harry, and Daphne turned both his hands over, checking both sides of both hands. Daphne held onto Harry's hand with both hands. I'm just checking. Recklessness runs in the family, she said, and raised one eyebrow. Oh, and I told the twat in finance to shut up or pay up, said Harry. The head of the Ministry Finance Department, asked Daphne. Yeah, that twat, said Harry. I just said, you're the business manager. If you say something, we decided it. Thank you, said Daphne, not letting his hands go. I really should have gone and had words ages ago, said Harry. It's been a nice couple of years, though. It's getting better. Why? Well, your lovely warm pillow, and you're singing again, said Harry. Daphne smiled and left the room, Harry's hand feeling warm. The room felt colder all of a sudden. At lunch, Harry asked Daphne about the singing and her friends. I could ask you. Granger's quite good conversation. Weasley can be polite when he tries. You can just go spend time with your friends, you know. I've been resting, admitted Harry, the war. It was very hard on me. Well, while I'm not averse to watching Quidditch, Weasley clearly loves it, said Daphne. Are you suggesting I got watch pro Quidditch with Ron? Well, he works, so you'll have to schedule. I'd ask you not go to Harpy's matches, said Daphne. Yes, well, said Harry. I'm not best pleased about Ginny. Fleur implied she wasn't missing you, said Daphne. Meeting new people, often, she said snidely. Fleur and Ginny hate one another, said Harry. Well, can you fix the gardener's cottage, or at least see what needs doing? Asked Daphne. Harry took a notebook and kissed Daphne's hand before he left. If it had been a lingering kiss, well, that was nobody's business. It wasn't like it had degenerated into snogging, or worse, which showed monumental self-restraint, thought Harry, as she was so beautiful. More beautiful than her wedding day, though obviously not using the terrible power of the wedding dress of unreasonable sexiness. Harry ap-ratted back to the Potter house at Little Hangleton and jump-ap-ratted down to the groundskeeper's cottage. It was in fairly good repair, just a couple of slates repair charmed back off the ground. Harry unlocked the door and entered. The stench hit Harry of very old rotten food. He quickly put on a bubblehead charm and through the front room to the kitchen. At the back, the small pantry was a fright. Harry vanished everything loose and scourgified. Then the refrigerator, which was, once scourgified, only stained. Harry gently color-charmed the interior of it back to white. The kitchen bench had a few half-used plates covered in rot. Harry vanished all that and scourgified the teapot. The tap water ran clean after a moment. Harry left the kitchen after scourgifying the walls and ceiling. It looked a lot better. Daphne's question when he'd shown her Grimmauld Place and that he'd cleaned without a wand made sense now. Cleaning without one was hard work. With a wand, you just had to use your imagination a bit. The small bathroom had some men's things. Harry vanished them and scourgified all the surfaces. It was old and not expensive. The rust on the sink brackets succumbed to repair charms. Not a great bathroom. The first single bedroom Harry looked in was disused, with a nasty old curtain. Harry cleaned it with a flick, but it was mildewed and holey. The second single bedroom, which had been used, Harry just vanished everything down to, and including the mattress. The room got a lot bigger with all the old gardener's stuff vanished. A few scourgifies and the room was clean, if a bit dingy. Harry noted 2 mattresses, linens, 4 pillows, curtains, cushions for the front room, which needed a few of the old man's things vanished, and then Harry worked on the air-purifying charm, over and over, finally daring to cancel his bubble head and sniff. Not too bad. Daphne was lying in bed, on her side, by the time Harry finished his teeth. He slid as close as he dared and turned out the lights. "What no kiss?" asked Daphne. Harry rolled onto his side and wrapped himself round Daphne and lay, enjoying the scent of her hair. "Stop breathing down my neck," said Daphne. "It tickles." Harry put an arm over her and snuggled closer. "Husband, I'm exhausted from last night's efforts." "Sleep," said Daphne firmly. Harry kissed her hair and closed his eyes. She was lovely and warm, and her warmth warmed Harry all the way to his stomach. A week later, DMLE came though with a housekeeper and gardener. No sign of a chef. Mrs. Foster had spent a while in the Muggle-born camps, and she started immediately and took a room in the groundskeeper's cottage. The gardener, a Davis Tweedle, had been working odd jobs for potions suppliers and needed a day or 2. Harry gave Mrs. Foster a small bag of galleons to get settled in with. A day later, Daphne said at breakfast, "We should move. Foster's got the place habitable." "I can cook," said Harry. "How do I get breakfast in bed if you're off cooking?" asked Daphne. "Central heating," said Harry. They camped in the back bedroom at Little Hangleton that night. It was deliciously cozy. "I love this house," said Daphne, coming back from the loo. Her feet weren't even cold when she jammed them under Harry's pajama-clad leg. "Ha, they are warm," said Harry. Harry woke up to a warm bed and a Daphne over on the far side of the bed. He got out of bed and used the loo, cleaned his teeth, and put on a dressing gown. Going back into the bedroom, he found Daphne was still lying asleep, looking peaceful and beautiful. Harry had a feeling like he had a stomach ache, but not horrible. He frowned and walked down to the kitchen. He put on a kettle and started making bacon, scrambled eggs, and French toast. The stove was big enough to do all 3. Harry hummed to himself as he cooked. Everything was going, and he found the quite old toaster and some plates. A bit of conjuration, and there were trays and lids. Harry had breakfast done without really thinking about it, and apparated back upstairs, but over in the loft stairwell, where the sound would hopefully not wake Daphne. His guess was right, and Daphne woke up to a breakfast tray. She smiled at Harry, then dashed to the loo. When she returned, Harry was already eating his. "Did I get a fair share of the bacon?" she asked, jokingly. "Fair," said Harry. "I'll have to go get the mail in a bit." "Get the mail?" asked Daphne. "I'm not crippled." "You're in bed, eating your breakfast," said Harry. "I'll put some clothes on first." Going back to Grimmauld Place by the back stairs, Creature eyed Harry resentfully, Master and mistress have deserted the house. Creature, you have plenty to do, said Harry, and conjured masses of roses. That lawn needs seen to as well. Harry took the mail salver and popped back to the upstairs parlor from the back courtyard. Daphne took the mail salver graciously. My mail, she said, because she hadn't said my mail. Do you think Creature could bring it? Asked Harry. He was sulky. I gave him the lawn to see to. Outside in the sun, said Daphne. He needs some fresh air. I gave him a batch of roses to do as well, admitted Harry. Speaking of which, we need to find what vases we have here, said Daphne. Harry sat down on the chair in the corner of the room. I like this room, said Harry. It's warm and has a nice big bed. I made sure Mrs. Foster got us a nice big one, said Daphne. I think we need to advertise for a chef. Oh, is my cooking that bad? Asked Harry. No, but I'd rather have breakfast in bed with you than have you dash off to cook, said Daphne. I'm touched, said Harry. Not over there, you're not, said Daphne. Oh, said Harry, is it like that? Well, I'm fed, rested, and I've had a cup of tea, said Daphne. What else might I need? Repeated shagging, apparently. After a slightly puffed Harry looked out the bedroom window to see a middle-aged man in a cloth hat conducting a slash and vanish attack on the overgrown gardens with his wand. The gardener is out and about, said Harry. And suits are very handy. Central heating is great. I might be able to talk her into lighter clothes. She could wear less. It would be great. Tweedle, said Daphne. He was quite excited, thinks the gardens have real potential. Why does this feel like a holiday? Asked Harry, apart from the sex. Because it's so comfortable, said Daphne, having slipped into a nightgown, lying on the bed reading mail. Don't forget to tell Foster about all the antique clothes in storage in the loft, said Harry. She's way ahead of you. She thinks the BBC, whoever that is, might want them for period dramas, said Daphne. Well, I suppose I should see about getting the car to Weasley's, said Harry. Father's providing a portkey tomorrow, said Daphne offhandedly. Well, at this point I usually read scrolls, said Harry. Well, we could go watch a game, asked Daphne. Wednesday's Montrose versus Ballycastle at Ballycastle. Sounds like fun. Can we afford to? Asked Harry. Says Mister, I sold carriages for £120,000, replied Daphne. Several hours and 4 sausages on a stick later, Harry discovered watching league Quidditch on the weekdays felt like skipping classes at school. Daphne had eaten 1 sausage and half of another. They had stood and watched the game in warm coats. Daphne had a light blue woolly hat on. When Ballycastle's seeker finally caught the snitch, Harry felt stupidly relaxed. This has been the most fun I've had in years, he admitted. It is nice, said Daphne. I should get to some home games. I've been. Saving our finances, said Harry. You have to drag me along. I'll support your team. Harry apparated back to Little Hangleton, Daphne appearing with a crack beside him. That was fun, said Daphne. Harry strolled off the gravel towards the gardens. This looks promising, said Harry. Good trunks on these rose bushes. The groundskeeper, Tweedle, looked nervously at Harry. Sir. Harry Potter Black, call me Harry, said Harry. Do you think these rose bushes will come good? It was all very uncared for. Well, I had a good look at these ones, and there was 5 or so years of unpruned growth. What I think was the herb gardens is in a right state. The mince got out of its pot and strangled everything. Harry looked thoughtful. My aunt always told me to only prune her roses in winter. Doesn't really matter, said Tweedle, but the fruit trees have all come to mischief, and there's moth in the apple trees. Oh, bother, said Daphne. You may burn then, she said. Tweedle nodded. My wife Daphne knows apple trees. Her family's in Appleby, said Harry. Mrs. Potter, said Tweedle politely. Mrs. Black, said Daphne. The reasons are complicated, but I'm Mrs. Black. And no, Mr. Tweedle, there isn't a Mrs. Potter, and Daphne will do just fine for both, said Harry. Overall, what's your impression? Harry asked. The bloke that was here before, he knew lawns. These are all great. The fruit trees are a mess. The roses will come good this year. The herb garden, well, it'll need cursed out, said Tweedle. There's muggles all around. How are we fixed up for muggle repelling? All the boundaries, and there's some curses for trespassers, said Harry. Don't worry about anything but massive charms. We'll have to conjure up some fog banks for really big jobs. The house is repointed, that's new, asked Tweedle. A week or so ago, said Daphne, Harry's friends. Is there anything you need? An account with a plant store, said Tweedle. The cottage is pretty good, considering. Mrs. Foster says there's a cook coming. We're going to hire a chef, said Daphne, and you two will get meals from them too. Chef, asked Tweedle, I'll need to buy bigger trousers. Daphne snorted. Tweedle was a tall, lean man. Thank you, Davis, said Daphne. We've got a portkey coming for the car in the garage. Harry's having it restored. Should just buy new, muttered Tweedle. Well, it's a pleasure having you here, said Harry. I'd like to help out a little if you have something simple. I gardened as a teenager, but I'm not very good. Well, the driveway needs the moss and algae out of it. It'll take a while, but you can get into it slowly, and do some as you want to, said Tweedle. Thanks, a plant-killing curse, asked Harry. I did all my gardening muggle. A plant-killing curse, but don't go hitting the lawn. The fellow that owns the place is a real big shot, and he'd be cross if the lawns got killed, said Tweedle. Harry chuckled. Well, he's just back from watching Ballycastle beat Montrose. Tweedle groaned. My brother-in-law's a Ballycastle supporter. He'll be insufferable. Oh, we didn't know you had a family, said Harry. Do you need more room? No, not since the war, said Tweedle somberly. My condolences, said Harry. Come on, Harry, we need to put an advertisement in tomorrow's Profit for a chef, said Daphne. Thank you for your work so far, Mr. Tweedle. The rose garden looks miles better. Still all dead sticks, said Tweedle. But the promise of growth is there, asked Daphne. Oh, they're all stout and healthy, said Tweedle. We'll find out what colors were planted yet. 2 days later, Harry sat with Daphne in a back room of the Leaky Cauldron, waiting to interview several chefs. You can help interview, you can cook, said Daphne. Agnes Nutt should be along soon. I can cook, I'm not a chef, said Harry. A tall, fat woman came in and asked if this was the chef's interviews. She was Agnes Nutt, and her speciality was chocolates. Daphne grabbed Harry's arm. Daphne explained about the 2 other staff, and children in the fullness of time. So, are either of you fussy eaters? I can't abide fussy eaters, asked Agnes. Daphne likes seafood, said Harry. I haven't found much I don't like, but I've only had Hogwarts cooking and an old house elf as a cook, so I don't know much about food. He eats treacle tart, said Daphne. Would you be happy making breakfasts, lunches, and dinner for 5? You'd have to make something the other staff liked if you made something unusual. So you'd expect the staff to eat the same food as you too? Asked Agnes. That would cost a lot more than the usual sort of hot pot kitchen staff get. But it's make your job, and that of the gardener and housekeeper much more peasant, said Daphne. Well, how big is the kitchen, and what tools has it got? It's the size of the front room of the Leaky, and has electricity, an electric stove, and a huge fireplace, said Harry. For cooking for 5, said Agnes, that's absurdly huge. Well, is that a problem? Asked Daphne. No, but it's a waste of space, said Agnes. We have a greenhouse, currently derelict, said Harry. I suspect Tweedle will be able to grow all the vegetables in it, and we have a large area of gardens. The herb garden needs ripped out. The mint's gone wild, said Daphne. Well, it's interesting, said Agnes, but I'm really more interested in finding a confectioner. Then I could just do chocolates. Daphne looked at Harry after Agnes had left. We were turned down by a chef, she said. We're famous. Not confectioners, said Harry, and if all we ate was chocolate, we'd be spotty and the size of whales. Next is Jimmy Perks, said Daphne. His letter says he's a sous chef. That's assistant to a chef. A thin, tall young man with messy curly black hair came in black and white checked trousers. This the chef interviews? Asked the man, Jimmy Perks. We're looking for a full-time or nearly full-time chef, said Daphne, cooking for 3 staff and us, and maybe guests, up to about 8 guests. We've got gardens going in and a greenhouse, but everything's new. Any particular styles? Asked Perks. Not really, but everyone has to eat it, said Harry. So if someone doesn't like something, you'll need something else. And staff eating the same as you? Asked Perks. So we all eat porterhouse steaks. Our budget is not more than 100 galleons a week, said Daphne. Oh, said Perks, a surprisingly tight budget. I thought you were rich. Small income, big vaults, said Harry. Well, I'll do it, but I can't guarantee the food will be all fine dining, depending on season, not till you've got gardens, said Perks. So porterhouse steaks might be a bit of a treat. Any questions? Asked Daphne. Does it come with accommodation? Asked Perks. The pay is amazing, but my current digs are not the greatest. We've got a room for you with en-suite and central heating, said Daphne, down the hall from the kitchen. I can start today, said Perks. They went home after meeting 2 other chefs, who were older and wanted an assistant to do breakfasts. They looked at each other. Jimmy Perks, said Daphne. He's not as experienced, but he's keen, and his current chef says he's almost ready to run a restaurant. Harry have Salazar a letter to give to Perks, and Daphne gave Perks a small bag of galleons as he came out of the kitchen fireplace, carrying a kit bag. Where's the kitchen? He asked, looking around the large oak-beamed room. This is it, said Harry. The stove's over on the other wall by the sinks. Well, I've got enough room to cater for a whole restaurant, said Perks. Scanning the room, I could do commercial-scale production in here with bit of help. Just 5 to start with, said Daphne. Come down the hall, I'll show you your room. Harry tagged along. What's through that door? Asked Perks, pointing at the basement door. The basement. Lots of storage space, the heating, and a small cellar of wine and beer, all quite old, said Daphne. So warm and dry. Now, said Harry, heating was off for years. Jimmy came back from his room sans kit bag. The facilities. Just next door along, said Daphne. Well, I suppose I should look in the cupboards, said Perks. Well, carry on, Perks, said Daphne. Call me Jimmy, said Perks. Jimmy it is then, said Daphne. Harry can do breakfasts and apparently cooks. Our other place has a very old elf, so we don't want him overdoing it coming here. Other place? Asked Jimmy. Where are meals? Well, the groundskeeper and housekeeper live in the cottage down the lawns, but the formal dining room is just on the left inside the front doors, straight down the way, said Daphne. The side door goes to the outside. The old kitchen garden is out there, but dreadfully overgrown. I'll see if I can scrounge something out of it, said Jimmy. There might be Jerusalem artichokes or yams. We have breakfast about said Harry. 8:30, said Daphne. Lunch at 12:30, dinner at 6 or 7, whatever works better for you. I could do breakfast, catch a few hours, then do lunch. What's expected? Asked Jimmy. Soup, some toasted cheese. Nothing special, said Harry. Daphne gave Harry a stern look. We've been making do. I'm sure you can think of a better menu. Run it past Daphne first, said Harry. Meals and menus are her purview, he said, earning himself a look, complete with raised nose he suspected was, pureblood wife approves of husband, and thought my wife is a bit of a ham. Jimmy looked thoughtful. Is there anything you don't eat? I didn't like bitter melon when we went to China, said Daphne. Harry was tempted to say that there was nothing Daphne didn't eat, but decided not to push his luck, and he knew better than to mention her picky eating. Jimmy snorted. Nobody likes bitter melon, he said. I'll steer clear of very acquired tastes. If you make some profiteroles with a cognac and honey sauce, said Harry, Daphne will like them. I'd be quite happy with a chocolate sauce, thank you very much, said Daphne. I do like profiteroles, but I see no reason to expand like a balloon. Harry thinks I should be fed my favorite foods every day. However, if you could find some good lobster, I do adore thermidor. Can I spend some money on tools? Asked Jimmy. I saw the stove was electric. Is this an all-muggle house? Needs to pass as one occasionally, said Harry. There's a telephone in the office, and the central heating is coal, so that gets delivered. We have a Gringotts card, so we can pay for things where people take a credit card. You can, said Jimmy. I could call suppliers. He looked thoughtful. Could I get some different appliances? Harry followed Daphne, who was curiously following a very thoughtful-looking Jimmy. A dishwasher that saved me hours, said Jimmy, a microwave and a big fridge, and this would be quite workable. We could probably go to an appliance store, and you could pick them out, suggested Harry. I'd rather we got industrial gear, honestly, said Jimmy. I'll phone friends. Someone will know a restaurant going under, and we could get a job lot on a truck. Do restaurants fail often? Asked Daphne. When someone starts one, they generally last about 2 years, said Jimmy. It's a very difficult business to make money in. Mostly the rent bill. I've got enough room, we could do events. Does this house have a ballroom? No, said Daphne. We have a large upstairs parlor, but it's a private space. Jimmy looked about, finally asking, I need a pad and a pen or quill. Daphne retrieved quill and parchment from the office. My office is just in there, she explained. Jimmy started writing. I can get the pantry going with the money, Mrs. Black. Lunch at 12:30. Thank you, Jimmy, said Daphne. I've got to go check on Black books. Harry, can you go look at the sheds? Jimmy will need you later for the Gringotts card. It's HSBC, I think, said Harry. I'll see if I can't fix the sheds today. Harry had fixed the worst holes in the sheds when Tweedle asked, Excuse me, sir, you seem quite good at repairs. Can you fix the greenhouse? The sooner we get it working, the more food we can grow. Just call me Harry, said Harry, and he experimented with charms on the greenhouse. Unfortunately for Harry, that meant a lot of glass mending charms, with the attendant tooth-on-edge noises. Much later, Harry's nerves on edge, Tweedle coughed. Blimey, you've nearly done all the glass today. Lots of practice, said Harry. It's clear how you won the war. You cast like a machine. Aren't you tired yet? Asked Tweedle conversationally. The grating sound gets on my nerves, admitted Harry, pushing his hair back into place ineffectively. Well, I've found a few things I want to show you. You're a gardener too, right? Said Tweedle. And led Harry back, toward the house into a fenced-in block of weeds. This is the kitchen garden, said Tweedle, but there's still rhubarb and currants and blackberry, all gone wild, and all that mint, of course. We could make mint sauce, joked Harry. The chef started today. Maybe you two could work out what can be harvested out of this mess. What would we do with gallons and gallons of mint sauce? Asked Tweedle thoughtfully. I leoke a lamb roast as much as the next man, but there are limits. We could bottle it, and when we need a small gift, hand it over, said Harry. We've got loads of empty bottles. I'm good at making them too, said Tweedle with a wink. My friends, a family of 9 came and worked for a weekend. They drank loads of beer and wine, said Harry. The empties are in the cellar. Tweedle looked at a watch. Nigh on lunchtime, we'll go see this chef. What their name? Jimmy, said Harry. Well, then I'm Davis, said Tweedle. Then Davis. Let's see if there's some lunch, said Harry, and then trying to cross the kitchen garden turned out to be a very prickly mistake. The blackberry's quite a vicious bramble now, said Davis, helping Harry out of the bind he was in. We could vanish it, said Harry. We can pick it first, said Davis. I've got a bucket of rose hips so far. Harry opened the side door into the kitchen, and the aroma of freshly baked bread rolled out. His mouth watered immediately. He looked inside to see a preoccupied-looking Daphne standing by one of the many tables which was covered in a tablecloth and set for 5, and had bread rolls. That was where the smell was coming from. Oh, good, Harry, Tweedle, lunch, said Daphne. Jimmy's done soup and bread buns, and I think Foster's just about finished with the telephone. She looked proud of herself, Harry realized. We're eating here, asked Harry. Staff meeting and lunch, said Daphne. Harry had no idea how Jimmy had made such a nice soup from a kitchen with nothing, but he did see a few clear boxes of ingredients piled on the other table. Jimmy popped out by flue and got some basics, said Daphne. Dinner is lamb. We have a lot of mint. Harry explained his idea about bottling it. Jimmy made notes on a small pad with a biro, and Harry noticed Daphne had one too. Mrs. Foster came out of the study and nodded to Daphne. Mom, I've got the truck coming for the clothing tomorrow. They'll give us a quote as they pack it. It's in trunks, said Harry, confused. We're keeping them, said Daphne. That's a separate purchase, and they want to check for moth holes. Harry explained to a bemused Davis and Jimmy about the attic storeroom. So if I find something old we can sell, I should tell Mrs. B, said Davis. Precisely, said Daphne, though the clothes were an easy choice, like the horse carriages at our other house. Room for a horse here, said Davis. I'd not say no to horse doings. The local muggles may have a stable, said Harry, down at the Strangled Lark. The local pub. The bartender will either know or know who does. Can I just use charms to wash the dishes? Asked Jimmy. I don't know how much muggle stuff you've got. Just lights and the central heating, which is ancient, said Harry. The washing machine and dryer need scrapped. A decent washer and dryer, industrial size would be, said Mrs. Foster. Jimmy started up about events. Harry called out, stop, stop. Everyone looked at Harry, Daphne looking amused. We're not setting up to do events, said Harry. No ballroom. Kitchen's nearly big enough, said Jimmy. Look, it's just us and you three, said Harry. At which point, Mrs. Malfoy, in full regalia, arrived by flew. Oh, how quaint, she said. Everyone, this is my sister, the widow Astoria Malfoy, said Daphne. We were having a staff meeting, dearest, but feel free to sit with us. Human staff, said Astoria, and she settled with as much dignity as she could summon onto a kitchen chair and snagged a bread bun. She was, Harry realized, only 18 or so, under all that stiff formal robe. Astoria bit into a buttered bun and stopped. What is this made of? Flour and water and yeast, said Jimmy. I was in a bit of a hurry, but they're all right. All right, said Astoria. This is the best bread I've ever eaten. I'll double your pay if you come cook for me. Daphne smiled at Astoria. Please don't poach my staff on their first day. You can stay for dinner, it's lamb. All my spare things are at Grimmauld, said Astoria. I didn't even know you'd moved. Creature told me. Our very old elf. He keeps Grimmauld Place, our other house, explained Harry. The staff were more subdued in the presence of Astoria, all dressed as a wealthy pureblood widow. Finally, Harry said, Look, don't mind my sister-in-law. She just pops in. It's boring at the manor all on her own. Daphne gave him the side-eye at that. When Astoria leaves, for example, we could give her a bottle of our mint sauce, said Harry. I'd need funnels, strainers, all charmed magic resistant, said Jimmy thoughtfully. There's an old blender. We can conjure the tools, use the stove and vanish them instead of cleaning them, said Harry. I don't know about you, but I can't conjure a strainer, said Jimmy. Bowls, sure, stirrers. Sounds like a fun game. Let's all conjure cooking sieves, said Daphne. Harry managed a big, well-formed strainer with a decent metal mesh. Wow, you're really good at that, Mr. Potter, said Jimmy. Oh, that's nothing, said Astoria. You should see him vanishing a tidal wave of filth. Which led to Daphne telling the story of Harry Potter and the disused hallway full of filth, to an appreciative staff audience, and snorts from Astoria. The smell took days to get out, said Daphne finally, looking so amused she was even smiling openly. So, Mr. Black is really good at big stuff, asked Davis. It's just he could make a ballroom. Which led to the staff explaining again to an enthusiastic Astoria about the events venue. We're not doing an events venue, said Harry. No ballroom. This is our house. Harry could make one out the back of the kitchen, said Astoria. He made the back stairs. Course, I could do events at my manor, said Astoria. Lots of people about, lots to see him. Can I borrow your chef? Get your own one, dear, said Daphne blandly. The attics, said Mrs. Foster. The big room next to the storeroom, it could be a games room. There's room for a pool table. Swimming on a table, asked Astoria. So Davis explained what pool was. A game with colored balls on a green felt table. Daphne tapped Harry on the leg. A swimming pool. We've got the room. I've got one of those, said Astoria. Harry saw Jimmy almost laugh at that. Astoria left again after eating. We've fed her, she'll be back, said Harry. Mrs. Foster almost snorted. An afternoon of looking at the back of the house had Harry wondering, and going to the burrow to borrow a book on magical construction techniques. That led to digging small holes in the ground, getting an idea of the soil, which seemed to Harry to have rocks and clay. He went back to the glass house, deciding rapidly that the metal parts were savable and the wooden ones too rotten. A lot of wood was needed, Harry thought. Astoria did return in time for dinner, in the dining room, wearing a more muggle dress. Daphne was wearing her Lady of the Manor dress, and the lamb, which a pleased-looking Mrs. Foster levitated in, was marvelous. "Oh, this is very good," said Daphne. "We've already had ours," said Mrs. Foster. "Jimmy's done dessert. I'm going to get fat as butter working here." Harry wondered how asking for seconds works when you have staff. A platter of profiteroles and ice cream balls floated in later. Harry got a brain freeze from the ice cream and nearly used a heating charm on his own skull. "Don't you dare, you'll blow your head off," said Daphne sharply, "and miss out on dinner tomorrow." "This was, by far the best idea you've ever had," said Harry. Daphne stopped dissecting a profiterole. "You're just trying to turn me into a beach ball," she said. "No profiteroles tomorrow." Harry was quite sure that his wife had a tiny waist and was in no danger of ending up a beach ball. Ginny might have a skinnier belly, but Daphne wasn't a Quidditch chaser. She was surprisingly fit, evidently going and riding a horse was somehow exercise. Maybe it was the swimming, he mused, and realized he rather wanted to slowly do stuff with his wife. After dinner, they went to the snug, where Mrs. Foster had lit a fire and laid out clean, warm coverings on everything. Harry settled down on the couch and started to idly read the magical construction book. Daphne sat down next to him and nosed over at the book, Magical Building Construction. "I want to know if we really could build a ballroom. Jimmy and Mrs. Foster seem to want to do events." "Well, I'd like a ballroom just to dance in," said Daphne. "It's not like you come to my parents' house or Astoria's." "Malfoy Manor, I'm afraid. Gives me nightmares," admitted Harry. "Just still reminds me of that day." "What day?" asked Astoria. "We got captured by snatchers during the war," said Harry. "Hermione. Ron and they took us to Malfoy Manor to collect the reward on Hermione. We were imprisoned there in the cellars, and Hermione was tortured by Bellatrix. Your husband lied. It was clear enough who I was if you knew me, even threw a stinging hex to my face. That saved my life. My friend Dobby the Free Elf saved us and died." "Oh," said Astoria, "I don't suppose you'd come even for a party." "No," said Harry. "I remember her blood on the floor, the screaming." "Are you all right?" asked Daphne, putting a hand on his arm. "Not pleasant, but I'm not there. We all lived, and I'm safe. This is even a home, I suppose," said Harry, feeling quite disturbed. He could not imagine saying he was fine right now. "Well, we could go home to Greengrass Estate for a party," said Daphne. Said Harry. "I did promise your father not to have too much fun at their parties." Daphne blushed and smacked Harry gently. "Oh, hush you had fun too," said Harry. "Rather a lot." Daphne poked him in the ribs gently. "Prat," she said, but the look in her eyes was, it wasn't fair. A bloke's trying to keep it together, and then his wife gives him a look like that. Harry wanted to rearrange his pants. "Did Daddy catch you two snogging? I knew you two have been up to things for ages," said Astoria. "I had to complain to Mummy about you and Draco," said Daphne. "I was right there." "We were just holding hands," said Astoria wistfully. "Where were the hands, though?" asked Daphne. "Hussy." "Prude," said Astoria. Harry held in any reaction. Astoria was delusional if she thought Daphne was a prude. "We shagged in her parents' hall cupboard." "Astoria, we must stop this amusing discussion," said Harry. "Are you staying the night? Mrs. Foster will need to know, and Jimmy will need to make breakfast." "We will have a selection in the kitchen," said Daphne, and stood up, crossed to the fireplace, and pulled a blue velvet rope with a tassel on the end. "What does the blue velvet rope do?" asked Astoria. "Rings a bell so Mrs. Foster knows to come," said Daphne. "I can't cast a patroness to use as a messenger. Someone who's taught dozens of people has never had time to teach me," she observed slightly sarcastically. "Fine, I'll teach both of you, starting tonight," said Harry. after Mrs. Foster's sorted. Mrs. Foster knocked and entered. "How is Mistress finding the snug?" she asked, somewhat formally. "Excellent," said Daphne. "Mrs. Malfoy will be staying overnight. The left guest bedroom, the one with the best bathroom, and tell Jimmy breakfast will be a selection in the kitchen starting at 8:30. But Mrs. Malfoy will certainly be a late riser." "Thank you, sister," said Astoria fairly sarcastically. "Will that be all? Jimmy's getting ready to go to sleep, says he wants to get up really early for something," asked Mrs. Foster. "Some cocoa," said Harry. "A couple of mugs, it's a training aid." "As master wishes," said Mrs. Foster. After the door closed, Harry stared at Daphne. "She's carrying on like a servant," he said. "She is one, just a very good one," said Daphne. "Now tell us how to do this charm." "The first thing," Harry said, "is to think of a memory that fills you with happiness." Even fortified with cocoa, Daphne and Astoria were groaning 40 minutes later. "This is impossibly hard," said Astoria. "Potter is a freak of nature." "A little larger than average, but not a freak," said Daphne archly. Astoria choked. Harry felt his cheeks heating. "I win," said Daphne cheerfully. "Expecto patronum," she intoned, and the tiniest puff of silver smoke came out of the end of her wand. "I made smoke," said Daphne excitedly. "Did you see? I made smoke, 40 minutes, and I can cast the patronus charm." "Ha." "Daphne, it took me months to get from a puff to a full corporal patronus," said Harry. "You're probably done for today, otherwise you'll strain your magic and that really hurts, believe me. Headaches for days." "You've probably already taught Daphne," said Astoria, whose wand refused to spit any smoke. "What memory are you using?" asked Harry. "It has to be a memory of love filling you up." "Draco died before that," said Astoria. "Not like that," said Harry crossly. "Think of Yule with your parents. Think of being warm by the fire, laughing, being happy. That's the sort of memory to use." Astoria tried one more time, expecto patronum, she intoned, and from the end of her wand, a tiny silver spark. "Well done," said Harry enthusiastically. "You've got the memory right now, the hard part. Not today, but in a few days, do it again. And so on for about an hour, then a few days off, then back at it. You're an adult, so it shouldn't take as long as it took me." "So show us a patronus charm working," said Astoria. Harry drew his wand, thought his thought, and intoned expecto patronum. A gout of silver mist shot from his wand, forming a very large silvery deer with funny antlers. It trotted imposingly along, silver streaming from its antlers and hooves, blowing clouds of silvery smoke from its nose. It clearly wasn't prongs anymore. Harry felt a little sad, but the huge deer was intriguing. "Didn't it used to be a stag?" asked Daphne. "It still is," said Harry, "just bigger." The patroness trotted around the room and returned to just in front of Harry. "It used to be a stag. My father's animagus form," said Harry. "He really does have a big one," said Astoria, looking at her wand dejectedly. Harry held in a snort. Harry twisted his wand. "Luna Lovegood," he said. "Hey, Luna, I cast a patronus and it's a bit different. What is this animal?" Harry waved his wand in a tricky spiral. "Go," he said, and the patronus nodded, and with a bunching of the muscles of its massive shoulders, bolted out through the wall. "Luna Lovegood?" asked Daphne, the Ravenclaw. "She has an interest in unusual creatures," said Harry. "That's no deer I've ever seen, and I spent a year in forests on the run." "Now drink the rest of your cocoa and relax," said Harry, "or you'll feel awful tomorrow. I've done everything possible in the 3 months it took me, I'm pretty sure." "A hot bath?" asked Astoria. "Never did try that," said Harry. "Give that a go. But close the curtain or the villagers will get a show." "If my in-suite had a bath," said Daphne. "I'll move the invalid's bath," said Harry. "I can conjure and warm water." "My very own lady's maid," said Daphne. Harry frowned at that and disappeared with a crack. "Daphne, how the hell does he do that?" asked Astoria. The room filled with a feeling of being protected. "Yeah," said Daphne oddly guardedly. "I've felt his patronus before. It's bigger now." Astoria snorted. "No," said Daphne. The book I read about them said they change when a person has something deep change within them. Maybe he's just getting more powerful, asked Astoria guardedly. You did say he's like Dumbledore. Not really, said Daphne. He's not senile for starters. Harry reappeared with a crack. Your bath is ready in the bedroom, Mrs. Black. Thank you, said Daphne. Well, dear sister, I'm leaving to have a hot bath. If your head hurts like mine, I'd suggest going and having one in my favorite bathtub. It's up to you if you want to show the muggles what a pureblood witch looks like in all her beauty. Try not to get hair in the plumbing, interjected Harry. Don't be an arse, Harry, said Daphne. Pay no attention to him, he's probably overtired. I'm going to read for a while, then go to bed, said Harry. Where's Harry's room? Asked Astoria. The back bedroom, said Daphne, behind the parlor. That's your bedroom, said Astoria. Then she blinked. You're sharing a bedroom. She stopped snoring, said Harry blandly, book open on his lap. He got a swat on one leg from Daphne. An hour or so later, a silver rabbit bounded in through the wall and told Harry, in Luna Lovegood's voice, that was an Irish elk, a slightly magical creature, thought extinct by muggles, often found feeding on magical mosses. Their dung is very useful, but patronesses don't poop. Harry tried not to think too hard about that. It was a rare creature, but basically a big deer. Harry finished reading a section on water features, pools and duck ponds, and apparated upstairs to the parlor, put the book on the coffee table there, and opened the bedroom door and entered. You could have knocked, said Daphne from the large bathtub in the right corner of the room, farthest from the ensuite. Harry closed the door and sat on the bed. How do you really feel? Asked Harry. My head feels like it's stuffed with cotton wool. Admitted Daphne. How did you do this for months? I was desperate. The DA members got smoke, usually in the first or second lesson, and corporal patronesses in 2 or 3. It's all about the feeling. I think that trying to learn it at 13 was asking a lot. Still, it saved my life, so I've got that. Explain, asked Daphne from the wooden-wrapped tin tub. Harry explained, using his hands to show the twisting timeline, how he saved himself because he knew he could. Because he had. Towel, said Daphne. Harry got a bath sheet from the ensuite and Daphne climbed out, holding it in front of herself like a wall, then wrapped it around and left for the ensuite. Be a deer and vanish the water, she said, her wet hair all stuck together. Harry got up from the bed, walked to the bathtub and started vanishing water. He made comical water-going down a plug-hole noises. What are you doing? Asked Daphne from the ensuite. Making water going down the plug-hole noises, said Harry, giving it another go. Vanishing it makes no noise. It's not at all satisfying. Well, stop, said Daphne. I'm going to sleep. And she strode from the bathroom in a white silk bathrobe trimmed with white fur and got into bed. That's new, said Harry, feeling trouser discomfort. Old, said Daphne. It was in the Riddles things. I think at 30s, so this is mink. Anything else nice? A fairly good mink coat and an ermine stole, said Daphne. They had money. Lucky you, said Harry. Well, I did find another tweed coat to go with that one you found, said Daphne. A Harris tweed, so it's thorn-proof. Oh, that'll come in handy in the kitchen garden. The blackberry's vile, but needs picked. Harry went to the walk-in wardrobe and changed into his pajamas and got into bed. Where do you get your perfume from? Asked Harry. If I wanted to buy you some more. Not telling, said Daphne. I'm keeping some secrets. Not in a silk dressing gown you're not, said Harry. Oh, it had its good points, said Daphne. Good night, Harry, she said and turned the lights off. A slithering silky sound and a soft thud and Daphne moved about in the bed. Harry took off his glasses and went to sleep, the mystery scent of Daphne in his nose. He woke up feeling well-rested, and the bed smelt divine. Somewhere in the distance, the smell of baking bread tickled his nose. Harry found his glasses and sat up. Daphne lay in the bed looking at him. Good morning, she said. How do you feel? Asked Harry. See for yourself, said Daphne with a wink. Warm and squishable with tickliness, Harry decided, and importantly, significantly naked. No headache. No, said Daphne. I hope you're not planning to tease me. Only initially, said Harry, realizing this was a good morning. A while later, Harry was feeling that life was pretty good. Daphne slid out of bed and padded off to shower, completely naked. Harry decided he really liked central heating, and a certain blonde, also seen walking away naked, one of life's goals achieved. Who was in the shower right now? Harry got out of bed and went to the shower, which had a naked, wet, sexy witch in it. Talk about all mod cons. Oi, said Daphne, what are you doing? Using the shower, said Harry. You're crowding me, you. Oh, you are in the shower, said Daphne as Harry tickled a wet witch, who squealed. Having a massive hot water boiler was very handy, thought Harry as he held a wet Daphne in the shower later. You didn't run out of hot water, even if you did have an incredibly long shower. I'm getting clean and drying off, said Daphne. Not again, no amount of feeling up or biting or hairy. She was such a liar, thought Harry, doing exactly what she said and having her wiggle and pout. You said not again, said Harry. You, oh, said Daphne, you very bad man, she groaned. Should I stop? Asked Harry, pausing momentarily. Don't you dare, said Daphne. So he didn't. It proved acceptable to his wife, and she had no business looking at him with her eyes half closed and her lips all pink and well naked. She didn't bother wrapping herself in a towel on the way into the bedroom. Harry began to feel that this house, this central heating was a godsend. And Daphne idly sorted through her knicker drawer naked, holding up lacy little numbers and rejecting them, which Harry suspected was intentional to torture him. He got his head down and got dressed, and then waited till she was finished getting dressed and putting on makeup before going downstairs with her, just to be friendly. Daphne held his arm as they walked side by side. Life, thought Harry, was quite good. Equals 0 equals. Mrs. Malfoy was eating breakfast when Harry and Daphne arrived to eat. Harry hogged the shower, said Daphne. Much later, Jimmy said to Harry in an empty kitchen with a slight smile, boss, you probably want to put some silencing charms on your rooms. The shower was running and all, but well. Did everyone hear? Asked Harry, blushing. I started very noisily washing pans, said Jimmy. Mrs. Malfoy probably did hear a little. She made some remark about her sister getting lucky. Mrs. Foster just about choked on her toast. I probably shouldn't have tickled her, said Harry. Boss, by the sounds of it, you did everything right, said Jimmy. Harry felt his cheeks heating up. People might worry Mom's not being taken care of, said Jimmy. Clearly you've got that in hand. And he smirked. Perks, said Harry, underwhelmed at someone else being sarcastic and blushing. The way you two look at each other sometimes, sir. Well, we can all guess what goes on up at the house on our days off. Harry felt his cheeks heating further. Mrs. Foster mentioned the way the linen cupboard gets rearranged. Davis thinks she's just fussing. Thinks Mom's getting clucky, wants some children. Harry sighed. Foster's really excited at the prospect, to be honest, said Jimmy. Having heard the noises this morning, it can't be that long off. Perks, there will be a child eventually for the Greengrass inheritance, said Harry, feeling extremely embarrassed. But you two both went to Hogwarts, so it's all broom closets there, ain't it? Said Perks. Don't worry, just clean up and it's all fine. Harry eyed the kitchen benches, which might get used on the staff's days off. Not my benches, said Jimmy. Oh, ready hell, sir. Harry started walking towards the hallway. Tactical withdrawal. If sir would ensure the kitchen is left spotless after my days off, said Jimmy from behind him, that would be appreciated. Harry felt oddly put in his place. Jimmy only called him sir sometimes. Mostly they didn't call each other anything.